Let it. Let it. Let it.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Berlin Major. We are ready for a lot more Siege today. I'm Mr. Pyrite, joined as ever by Des. It's time to wake up, mate. The games are starting soon.
Did someone tell an A?
I hope so after yesterday.
I mean, wasn't that the Latam team that won yesterday as well?
Yikes, it was a tough day.
It was. Real talk, 1-7 for NA. Not the brightest start for them, but not everything has to start amazingly. There's still 2 days to recover.
I've got a feeling there's a better day coming for NA, so all the NA fans out there, do not despair just yet.
Don't panic.
Don't
There's
panic.
still time to be safe.
Fine.
But Fluke, bless her soul, did point out to me earlier on, the last time NA went 1-7 on the first day was back at the Sweden Major.
It was.
SSG got their only win. They were the only team to make it out of groups.
Today is very important for NA as a region.
Let's just hope it's not a repeat of the Sweden Major. But welcome back to day 2. Let's take a look at our groups. We've got some stuff to run through for you here in the pre-show. We'll start things off with A and give you guys a run-through of how yesterday went, in case you didn't quite catch it all.
Well, not only have we got a run-through of the group standings, Des, today we get an extra little treat after we've discussed these points. We'll go over that a bit more when we get there, but we've got some probabilities as well. But the group standings as they are at the minute after yesterday, we've got Rogue up there at the top, NIP in second, XSET and Damwot just struggling down there at the bottom. To be fair, A is probably one of the tightest groups at the minute, I think, with XSET getting that win. And then we've got our second graphic there, which starts telling us how we are looking based on results today for these teams going through.
Absolutely. So Rogue, as you might expect, at the top of the table are far cozier. So basically, any kind of win today almost basically guarantees that they will have a spot going through into the playoffs. Whereas for teams like Damwon Kia, even wins today will still put you in a pretty precarious position. So a lot of work to do for the Korean side. And of course, a shout out to Sprabuni and Wrath as well for putting together these wonderful stats for us. Let's take a look at Group B as well, Tim, because in every single group there has been spies from start to finish. We had FaZe coming out with a bit of a slow start in the first game they played, Tim, then really turned up the heat in their later game against Soniqs, and probably to everyone's surprise, G2 sit in second place with 2 wins.
Well, you know, I'm going to say everybody, I won't say everybody's surprised but mine, but I was hopeful of a good performance from G2. I said coming in, they've got a little bit of home comfort here, they've got head office in Berlin, you know, they know the setup and everything else, and it really has proved that they've done well. They had one of the best games of the day for me against Soniqs. It was fantastic entertainment. We get to see that again today, the rematches today, but yeah, G2 coming out fantastically well. Bit more separation in this group. We can have a look at how the probabilities stand as well. So based on the first games that we're going to be seeing today, a regulation win for G2 or FaZe starts putting us into a great position to look at them going through to the playoffs. Soniqs, SANDBOX, a bit more work to do, and it just goes to show they're 38 and 29%, even with regulation wins. They need that first win of the day. There's no two ways about it now for those teams.
I'm nervous for Soniqs because even after a really intense team chat that we heard between their 2 games, they couldn't quite get things back on track against FaZe. Just a little bit too passive, not playing the map fully, and it really came back to bite them. But we'll see how they perform today. Don't worry, Super's last hoo-ha is not yet all over. Let's take a look at Group C as well as we go into the second half of our tournament. W7M, unsurprisingly, a team that many were talking about being potential favourites to make it into the final. 2-0 after their first day with a dominating 14-8 scoreline. EU still near the top, baby. Second place for Wolves on 5 points, the same as G2. In fact, the overall structure of this group, Tim, basically identical to G2's group.
Yeah, very much so. You know, like you say, the points and everything are pretty much the same here. To be fair, 3 of the groups, B, C and D, are all in a position where you've got this split, you've got this separation, where you've got 2 top teams there, W7M and Wolves. But what we're seeing is, it was the same for Group B, it's the same for Group C. The first games today in those groups are the top 2 teams against each other, which leaves one of them pretty much walking away almost qualified. Very, very close too. So yeah, going to be fascinating. We can have a look at our probabilities for Group C as well. See how that's shaping up. They're going to be fairly similar to the last one, obviously, with the point standings being the same. But this explains my point a little bit better. W7M and Wolves, they play each other in the first game of this group. It's game 3 on the A stream today. And one of them, as you can see, is going to come away likely with a 95 or 90% chance of going through to those playoffs.
And it's worth stressing around points exactly how we're talking about this works. We were saying yesterday, if you get to 9 points, you're basically in a spot where you're not guaranteed, but it's likely if you play well, you will get out of the group. And Wolves were kind of victim to this at the Charlotte Major. They were tied in 2nd and 3rd place on 9 points, and you get that awkward scrap. So 10 points is the kind of, you've now done it, you've beat 3 of the other teams, and you've got a point from another game. Very fair chance you then make it out as a result. So that's the sort of magic number you're starting to aim for. Double digits, and you are through. Let's take a look at Group D, our 4th and final, but certainly not the least group to look at here. Full of surprises. Elevate with a dominating 2-0 performance to start the day out yesterday. FURIA caught up as the day went on as well and got themselves to. For M&M and Astralis, it has been an absolute car crash start. Astralis especially. Grand finalists at the Charlotte Major, nowhere near the top right now.
No, it just seemed a little bit subdued yesterday. You know, it was one thing that I mentioned, you know, previously discussing it with Hap on the podcast that we do. You know, I had this asterisk against Astralis, and I said we haven't seen them travel internationally yet. You know, I know it's a 3-4 hour journey, but they're still within their own country in Charlotte. You know, not battling too much with time differences and things like that. Seemed a little bit subdued yesterday. I'm not saying it is because of the travel, but it's one of the questions that I've got. You know, we saw it for Heroic going out to Charlotte. It was something that just didn't really pan out that well for them. So yeah, Astralis, they have to come in with a strong start today if they want to be looking towards those groups.
Absolutely. And let's look at just how dire their chances are as well as we step over to our probabilities graphic.
Yeah, I mean, you could have took a positive swing on that, Des.
Maybe.
How dire their chances
Why would
are.
I do a thing like that? NA have had it coming for a long time, all right? Astralis, interestingly, do have a higher percentage because of how they stack up against other teams, the fixtures they've still got remaining, for example. That is why, despite them being lower in the standings, their probabilities are actually slightly improved versus M&M, who sit at the very bottom. Similar, though, for FURIA and Elevate, they do play first. Whoever wins that game, 97, 96% chance of making it through. 0 complaints.
This is what I mean. It's looking good, and it's again that same situation where those top 2 teams are playing against each other, so one of them likely walks away, even if they're getting an overtime win. Somebody's got to win it, and there's going to be a 91 or 92% chance. So it's showing just how important those first games of the day are, because we're going to be pretty much confirming somebody into the playoffs.
Well, we've been talking about these head-to-head matches coming up, FURIA versus Elevate, for example, that battle for the top of the group. Why don't we take a look at our schedule for today across both this stream and over on Rainbow Six Bravo to see what's coming up. Now, you and I had a good chat in the post-show yesterday going over what games are we excited about. We picked out about 7 or 8. All games are obviously exciting in their own right. But what really jumps out for you, especially on the A stream today, Tim?
Oh, there's plenty of tasty morsels to go out there, isn't there? I mean, it's more the structure that stands out for me. If we look at it, all groups, we've got bottom teams play and top teams play.
Yeah.
So every game is so important, because what's happening is that teams are playing against the people they're directly fighting against. So Dan1 and XSET, 3rd and 4th, they're fighting over that 2nd place, and they're going up against each other. So these points are doubly important now, because not only are you grabbing them for yourself, you're denying them to the person that you're fighting against. It's a classic 6-pointer, as we'd say in football.
What I love is it's really come about as well without any kind of pre-planning. It's just happened as a result of how day one's games have gone. It's magic.
Just how it's gone.
You know, M&M versus Astralis, another wonderful example. W7M Wolves at the top of the table. It's that real scrap in the first half of the day between, as you say, those at the top and those at the bottom. So much to look forward to, not just obviously on this stream, but over on the B stream as well. So another wonderful day of Siege planned. Teams will qualify today. Make no, hidden amends about that. a team will qualify today, if not
Absolutely.
several.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to have several. And we're going to have more surprises. We're going to have more upsets. And it's really now, for me, one of the big things that I'm watching are those fights over second place. Because that's where it starts to really heat up. That's where it gets tasty. That's where you're going to get teams who did badly yesterday, who all of a sudden are back in the race.
Absolutely. There's so much to be excited about. But our show isn't too far away from starting. So let's go to a quick break, grab yourself a coffee, whatever else you might need this early in the morning, and get ready for a fantastic day of Siege. See you in a couple.
And welcome to day 2. M&M versus Astralis will be our opening game on stream B. Good morning.
Guten Morgen. Wie geht es dir?
You
didn't think you'd get that far. I didn't ask you now. Ask how you're doing.
I'm doing good. I'm excited. My name is Fluke. Your name
is Hap. Yeah, still hasn't changed.
2 teams ahead of us are 2 of the teams from Group D. 2 of the teams with 0 points. M&M and Astralis. Now, we both followed these teams yesterday.
We have followed these teams, these 2 teams yesterday. And Elevate and FURIA both managed to get the upper hand out of both these teams, which means that indeed they will be 0-2. And there's something to be gained today, because either teams can be kicked out, or they can be confirming themselves here today, potentially, or it all stays up for that very, very last playoffs group stage day. But with both these teams being on 0 points, one of them needs to win, and that team is going to be continuing their chase to the top.
That's it. That's the sort of exciting point right now is we've had games. We didn't have this joy yesterday. We've sort of had most of the teams in the group play each other. We've been able to get some matchups, but this morning we'll get that. The end of the round robin, the true experience of just how these teams are finally going to hit heads, and that ultimate middle of the mark of this group, because, you know, you only play everybody twice. You only get a second dab. If you don't take the first game, it puts so much pressure on the following encounter, so much pressure on the final remaining day and a half. And to be honest, if you're already under the pressure of not having a single point, it's tough.
It's definitely going to be tough, because then you need to win all 3 of your games and then hope, because we usually set in at 10 points. That's when you start to get yourself secured. I just talked to Sprabuni earlier, and he's like, 13 is the mathematical absolute to be qualified, because you can technically have 3 teams on 12 points, which is still possible inside this group as well.
It is.
But within 10 points, that's usually when you start to find yourself at the better ends of the scoreboard here. So that is, of course, what these teams do need to try and chase as well. Currently still on 0, so a lot of work to do in these next 4 games.
And I think that's it as well, is we're looking at favorites falling. Yesterday we had the top performers were generally all newbies, not even just specifically in this group, but you're looking at players like Wizard, you're looking at you know, these sort of form factors that have come out of nowhere and really taken this major by storm, the one where every team has shown up, seeing new faces glow up. Oh, it's exciting.
It's definitely going to be exciting, and you know, there's still a bunch of games to go on, because we've only had 4 games in each group so far. There is still 8 more to be played, and we start with Group D here today, discussing the next 2 games that we will be seeing, and one of them is thus going to be M&M against Astralis, both at the bottom. Astralis having a slightly better round differential, being in the actual 3rd place, with M&M in 4th with -9.
Yeah, it is that way round, but the thing is, statistically and strangely, if you look at the individual player performance, Astralis have J90 to thank for that. He is the only player out of the 2 teams that has a positive KD. He's the only player that's been able to really put a rating over 1.0. It has sort of been a couple of rounds that have been his entirely, but at the same time, we know what Astralis as a roster is capable of. We know what M&M as a roster is capable of. This is such an important game, because neither of these 2 teams expected this setup, not just for them to be in the lower half, but for both of them to be in the lower half.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you ask many, it was either going to be Astralis at the top, like we've said it yesterday as well, and then maybe Elevate, maybe M&M, possibly FURIA to be taking that 2nd spot away. And then you're looking at it, and it's like the 2 teams, probably the least amount of people expected to go through, finding themselves at the top here. So a lot has definitely shifted in those expectations. I'm wondering already how the social polls will be starting to work out for this, because so Elevate being like massively unfavored in most of their games, yet winning them quite comfortably. So with that said, let's just talk about some of these percentages, shall we? I love percentages.
You love numbers, keep it rolling.
We bring them in for the European League, the NAL, the APAC North Division, and we bring them in here at the playoffs as well. It is done, of course, by Sprabuni and Raf, our resident statsmen that are always helping.
It's also amazing to have them here. Indeed, they are in the venue, so if you are a big fan, you might be able to meet them as well.
Yeah.
But talking about it, FURIA and Elevate, if they get a regulation win, now they will be playing each other later today,
Yep.
they'll find themselves at basically confirmed 97, 96%. Whereas M&M and Astralis, you see it down there, 4% and 3% with a regulation loss. Now, we've seen G2 do it in the EUL.
They have.
It is possible.
It's possible
to come back from it. It's just very unlikely.
It's not favourable, but it's
No, definitely not.
possible.
So, yeah, but both of these teams are looking to find themselves a win. But there's only going to be one actual winner from this, I would dare to say. Because whoever loses this game, there's no spinning around it, is probably going to find themselves knocked out.
And that's it. And obviously, it's technically a game of two halves within a tournament of two halves.
Yeah.
You have the second round robin stack. You'll have these teams playing the same first matchup again a little bit later on in the day on Stream A. M&M versus FURIA and Elevate versus Astralis will happen on Stream A later on. But this is so important because imagine if you're Elevate going into that game or you're FURIA going into that game. You're on 97% against potentially a team that is on a 3%. The mental difference there is beyond comprehension. And having your tournament end on the second day, knowing you have to play another games and pair of games tomorrow, a bit tricky. Talking of, let's see where we're going to play. What do you think? No looking.
I know already.
Oh.
It's going to be Oregon. But it's interesting to say as a map, because what we had yesterday is M&M, they brought out Border for the very first time. They didn't play it, lost it massively with a 1-7. But guess what? They haven't played Oregon yet either in the European League in the last stage. And when we look at Astralis, they were on a win streak on Oregon.
They were, until...
Let me just step aside, by the way. Until they met Elevate. And Elevate just shut them down. So they are a good team on Oregon. Just yesterday, they had a minor setback.
In the words of the chief of Copium, Jesse J. Chick, they were unbeaten in Oregon. Astralis have won the map ban phase. Jesse J. Chick said this. You can go to his Twitter.
Yep.
You can respond to that if you like. You can respond to it even more because he's probably going to make the same one about this showdown. And he might be right. Jesse J. Chick, he's sometimes right. We can't take that away from him. But what we can see is if M&M can take that away from him. Because EU does play a good Oregon. They play quite a mean Oregon. It's something that has been sort of a good go-to map for a lot of these teams. It has the structure to offer it. My fear is what we saw in the Astralis Elevate game. Even though Elevate took Oregon, Astralis opened it so well. And the quote that I sort of said in that game, if I'm going to quote Jesse, I'll quote myself, is against a lot of other teams, these Astralis attacks would win. They just were not prepared for Elevate.
No, for sure. Elevate is a different kind of beast they go up against. They play a bit more aggressive when they can, when they feel like there's the opportunity to, and it actually works out well for them. Now, with that being said, soon we will start to get into that game and we'll find out if Astralis is going to be better at opening up some of these doorways than Red Cube was earlier when he just walked by. He wanted to go to the toilet.
Cube like that?
I'm going to do the cube like that.
Do the cube like that.
The cube does not like doors.
There's doors towards another part of the venue, right near us.
It's right in front of us as well.
And he was struggling to work out. And he turned
He's
to us,
like, did they lock it? Did they lock it?
And then he just realized it was a push door.
Yeah. To be fair to him, it doesn't say
He takes great photos.
He does take great photos.
The thing is, both these teams, if there was also a competition for best socials, Astralis and M&M, I think, would both be in the heats.
They'd both be in there.
They both bring a great game on socials.
I have to say as well, though, it's a different team, different group. Did you see that G2 actually picked up what Milos said when they qualified for Berlin?
They did.
And they brought a limo for 300
They brought
meters.
a limo. Yeah, but G2 socials is, we got loads of money and let's play with it, which is fair enough. These two teams, I mean, both social media managers, good luck. You two are the technical sixth person.
So
for
there's
these
like
teams.
two competitions,
Seventh
right?
person. The coach is the sixth person. You're the seventh person. Then it's analysts.
Sorry, man. Social media managers above you. But
I'm joking.
you get the social game, but you also have the game in-game that we will be going through.
The game in-game.
The game in-game.
In-game.
Game gets confusing if you continue on like that. But soon we'll be getting ready. The players are slowly starting to set themselves up, get themselves into the right position. But you know what? I got some statistics on Oregon for the side of Astralis. Now, overall, in the last 3 months, they've played it twice. Of course, before that, they had that 6-win streak, which was broken by Elevate.
Yeah.
and have managed to win it once in the NAL. They then lost it up against Elevate, of course, so that is something to keep in mind. And with that, their defensive win rate in the past 3 months went over to a 70%, which is quite insane. It's not something we see very often anymore in this day and in this meta. However, the attack after yesterday shot down to a abysmal 40%.
Nobody had good attacks yesterday. I think that was the thing. The statistic.
Latam did 55% attacking win rate.
They were the only ones over 50%.
Yeah, and EU was 50.
Yeah,
flat.
we're a bit even. We're a bit sort of balanced on it. I think if we're going to look at stats in the comparison between it, one of the sort of ones to look at is the gunners across these two teams. We talked about it quite a lot yesterday. M&M have this big front three. You've got users, Tyrant and Solotov that can put bodies down. At the same time, Astralis are no strangers to that game. They've got, obviously, Iconic. They had the highest rated NA player. Was it Shirtle or was it Forest?
I just pull this up.
You can get that up.
Highest rated, I don't know, it was a 1.06. Forest is their highest rated player.
Okay, highest rated player of the team. You look at how things went yesterday. Iconic was a 0.59 after everything. Just really couldn't get into the game. But we are going to see if he can try and wake up, shake the dust off, and see if they can bring some of this heat. We know they can today. Listen to that bass. Get it through your face. I love the soundtrack to this tournament.
I love it as well.
It's so good.
It is something completely different compared to what we normally have.
Shout out to the DJ of the Berlin Major.
I wonder if they're going to be here, during the games, also just making the pots into a let's get loud.
Into a
bit of a club.
Brings the bass.
59% though of you at home believe that Astralis is going to be winning here against M&M. But if we do look back at what we saw yesterday, Astralis also 60% favored against Elevate. Now that one didn't really work out as well. So let's see who's going to be able to start off Oregon strong here and who gets to continue their fight to potentially make it to playoffs. Because again, whoever loses this, they aren't 100% out. There is still a statistical anomaly that they can make it through. It's just going to be very unlikely, very minimum that they will make it. So with the bans, Finka and Flores gone. Finka, of course, getting banned a lot this tournament so far, at least during our games, almost 100% ban rate.
I think that's the thing about it. It was one of those fun statistics we talked about, is that there are regions that ban it more. You see it a few times. I think EU and APAC have the highest ban rate on Finka. NA had the lowest, because everyone sort of went, well, we can all sort of play around it. It's not that they're used to not playing with it, but it's a fair removal because we know NA are real good. Really, really, they're major winningly good.
Yeah.
With a Finka, SI winningly good with LMGs. So pulling that out, it's not going to entirely harper them, but you don't want to, it's like going against Anaton on a Monty. You just don't want to take the risk.
Why don't want to deal with it, right? I mean, it's a giant LMG. It has heals. It has grenades. She also has, the Gon 6 to go through. So there's just so much utility you just take out. And if they want to play an LMG, fair enough. You basically force them onto the Zofia, which also has 2 stuns and 2 impact grenades she can use. But it's probably a bit less problematic to deal with for some of these teams. Now, the other operators we saw getting banned are Flores, the very first, the second attacking operator to be removed. Of course, the RC Retiros are quite crucial in Elbow, for example, getting rid of that shield. Also for the top floor, getting rid of the trophy player that might be out there, or maybe even Attic. So Flores does make a lot of sense. Valkyrie to be removed next. A lot of information game off the board. We saw that yesterday to become a theme as well. And Azami, the very last one to be off, of course. Very new defining operator that has entered the fray, but we haven't quite seen the round defining moments yet, but we do see it in the mid game be absolutely crucial because suddenly attackers just walk into a maze and it's like, how do we deal with this?
Now we're just having a very quick tech pause. We will be back in the game as soon as possible. It's I guess kind of good that it happens now before the players start to get into it. They obviously will be into it as quickly as we can. But I'm just going to get everything double-checked and ready to rock and roll. There's some secrets I'm not going to talk about too much because we can actually see the site. We can see some of the operator selection. We'll keep you on a precipice.
What do you mean secrets?
Let me say there's a particular pick in the bottom middle of my screen right now.
I can see, yes.
I'm hoping it gets. It's actually the only one that isn't locked in. Technically, obviously, attackers can repick.
Yeah.
but there's something in the hands of DP Fire. I'm a bit curious about to see if that sticks around.
Something that could be providing us with some entertainment in that first round very quickly.
Yeah. Let's also talk, and this is one that I am going to share because it's something that I think it's worth mentioning because they were played so well yesterday, is J9O on the Zofia. J9O is going to be picking up the Zofia pretty much all the time, you assume, and they have earned the LMG. They have shown great skill yesterday. As I said, they are the only player in this lobby that achieved over a 1.0 rating. The second closest was Tyrant. Solotov even on a 0.93, and then Tyrant on a 0.92 across this tournament so far. So across yesterday's play day, we've obviously, both teams have played 2 games. So that is the data that we have. They didn't really go their way, but it's always, you got to bring the heat that you brought yesterday.
Yeah, you got to bring what you have and see if you can extend on that, of course, because yesterday wasn't quite enough. They need to make that step up, either of these 2 teams, and whoever does that is most likely coming out to be the victor here. And we do have a slight tech pause for those of you that are wondering why we do not see the game yet. It happens. It will be fixed momentarily, and after that we can get going again. So let me just pull up the rest of the statistics that we've had from yesterday. Anything that you fancy that you want to know about?
Statistics?
Yes.
What do you, can I just ask for anything?
I can try and get it. I don't know if I will, but...
Oh, okay.
I can do my best.
No.
No?
I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
You happy?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you want anything?
I'm just going to toss out random things.
I have my own statistics.
What statistics do you have?
I don't know if I can share them with you. No, okay. Here's a
if
fun
you tell me,
statistic.
you have to kill me.
I want to... what do I want to test you on? What do I want to stress you on?
I can pull up average map sites for this tournament so far.
Give me some average Oregon map stats. Give me some numbers on the size of the Oregon.
Throughout the tournament, it has been played a total of 4 times so far. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to know how many rounds have been played in Oregon so far?
I mean, I don't...
You can take a guess? It was 4 games.
4 games?
Yes.
Well, I know one was a 7-4.
Okay.
Because we cast that.
Yeah.
So we'll take... 14, 21... We'll go with 38.
38?
Yeah.
It's 47. It's actually quite a bit more.
A little bit longer than I thought. There might be a couple of quick games, but...
The overall defensive win rate was a 62%, which is quite high on the defense, which actually feeds into what we had for Astralis on their Oregon, which is currently a 71% win rate. So slightly above average, which they have.
Yeah.
And of course, not having played it is going to be hard to tell what it will be like. And the best current site is actually tied, but Dorms and Kids has a higher sample size. 67% win rate, shared with Kitchen and Dining, but that was only played 3 times and won twice. So with that being said, it seems like the defense itself has that favor here. And of course, we do know M&M is starting out there, which might mean that M&M can maybe find themselves with the early edge that they need to get themselves back into that rhythm, get themselves back going strong against Astralis.
Wow. We will update you when we know what's going on. There's a little bit of movement inside the game. Okay, we're back in. We are in. Thank you for bearing with us now as we find ourselves finally able to talk about, yes, I said, DB Fire in the hands of a lady who can get into the top floor very quickly.
Yes.
And I throw my mind back to the very first Astralis attack round on Oregon versus Elevate, where they got into the building very quickly. They were putting pressure on Ebox Hatch within 30 seconds.
Yeah, they did indeed. And, it's always great when you see that happen, but at the same time, M&M has had the opportunity now to look into that fault as well. And maybe they have something ready to try and deny that. Now, of course, some of these serial laser gates are being set up. You see some of the Goyo canisters to be deployed as well. The hatch for now in meeting is still soft, but surely that will be reinforced. No, okay, never mind. They just get blasted out by Solotov. Means that potentially 2 M&M players will be playing up in that first floor.
Oh, are they going to head to the top? They've got the drone there. Users has it. Tyrant has the rotation. They're giving themselves the stretch over Attic. They're making sure they have a presence over all of the top floor. And if they do this, they've got to do it perfect. Neo suffers the firefight, and the drones are rolling their way through. And that shuttle, I said, they get to that hatch within 30 seconds. They're a little bit below pace, but they're above the body count there. The first is Astralis's. J90 is trying to apply some flat pressure over the side of Dining towards the back of Nello, who's playing that connection inside the side of Servers and Zulu. Forest, in the meantime, is heading towards the top floor. They want to try and isolate Tyrant as well, and Astralis are wasting no time.
Neo completely caught off guard there. Didn't even bother checking for the drone. Got shot in the back. So a bit odd how that happened there. Eminem now finding themselves with a man down. Slowly but steadily, the attic is falling. The top floor is being taken into control. And as the rest of Eminem is starting to fall back into the secondary positions, shields are being repositioned as well. And DP Fire will just take down users as well. That was playing in that tower. Was the only Roman left on the side of Eminem. And with that now, it's a 5-on-3 fight directly on the side.
Iconic, stacked up on the far end of Freezer, looking through the Aruni gates. They know there's going to be a player tucked in on that corner ready to swing, but it's not an easy fight for Nello, and it's even worse. Now he knows he's watched. He only has one option, which is to take a fight. Taking the hurdles and slipping his way all the way past. Iconic's down. Tyrant's got the ping there on the player. He's going to move into Pillar. The smoke to cover a bit of movement either side. Tyrant gets DP fire, and Nello pops the shotgun, and suddenly they've got themselves a body balance. Can't quite get the SMG to make the full connection. Solotov suffers on the swing. It's Forest. It's Forest getting a double kill either side on Blue. Gonna see if they can stick the kit. Tyrant is all that's left. Cannot find Iconic. And Astralis get the opening round.
Good first round by Astralis, especially that first kill onto Neo. He took some early damage, tried to fall back towards the meeting. Probably didn't expect the sledge to be following him right all the way through that gunfight. And of course, with that drone, with the information, they knew it was safe to go for that swing, and XSET actually hit it right away. Get that first kill, take that top floor under control straight away, open up all the hatches they wanted to have open up. And Eminem, in the first minute, already lost everything they really had outside of the actual site. So now they decide, you know what, it is time to run it back. Let's try and redo that, because some slight mistakes, some, startup mistakes, basically cost them the round there. Neo dying early, losing the big tower stairs early. Doesn't help you. So if they've managed to find a bit more of a better balance out there, we might see success to come in from the European team.
Okay, well, I said they might go quick. They did. It was a different quick, and that's what I sort of loved about Astralis yesterday on this map, is it wasn't that they were just throwing themselves in. It was behind the back of drones. It was behind the back of a really good catch on intel. They're able to get those opening 2 kills, and then you see them keep the pressure on. They want this to be a sprint. They want each round to be one where Eminem are sort of left sweating, because the longer they can keep that in that uncomfortable position, it's Astralis' game. It's Astralis' pace. There's one. That was all they really were able to get for a little bit, if I recall, yesterday, and then suddenly Elevate started to hit back across the board. Yes, so if they do a second round now, they've already improved on their performance yesterday.
You see him there, the cam not taking it out until the very last moment. You don't want to give away the fact that you're coming, but as some of the fire already pops off, they were aware on the side of Eminem. So you can take out that camera as they try and fall back towards that side. More drones fall, but basically a lot of shepherding is being done currently by Astralis. There's only, one person now taken out, dropping through the hatch. Tyrant still alive, all the way from above, by the way. So they need to get a drone in to make sure he's actually down. He will not be able to crawl to safety if that will be the case. But 2 members of Eminem are setting themselves up to make sure they can go for that pickup and make sure Tyrant still lives.
That's it. They didn't want to risk the swing round. They didn't have the clean intel. Users about to have a fight with DP Fire on the back, and, well, they're very much aware. Heavy hitting. The DMR does half the health, and there's the finish. Users gets the opener. Neo is there for some level of support. You can see them pull back away from Freezer. They're not going to risk doubling it down. Sad. Astralis know when to bite, they know when to fight, and they know when to reevaluate. Try and find themselves a little bit more of a structure. Eminem have that early lead through, and you can see this. The quick pace of aggression, the focus onto the hatches themselves. This one obviously opened. J90 is going to see if he can step in on the back line and try and just hold the rotation, keep the control over the bottom of tower stairs, and potentially push Pillar.
Of course, Users falling in that back tower for the very first round. This time he gets that kill onto DP Fire, who's playing on the Lion, so E1D is off the board. And also a man advantage for Eminem, considering Tyrant was able to be salvaged by the rest of his team. Grenades now starting to come in, though, missing the opportunity of the player onto the actual pillar. Solotov falls. Iconic gets taken out from the angle on top, and that means it is still a man advantage for Eminem.
Users hits the hammer back to take the drop onto E-Box. They're trying to find the player around on the side of Pillar. Malusi gets caught out, but there's the catch over from Nello. A swing round, and Users finds his triple and leaves just Shuttle, knocking on the door of the shield. Gonna break that, push the position, but Nello takes it before it pops. Eminem find the response, find their laundry hold, and now we'll head to a different site.
Knew he had to go a bit aggressive there indeed with that grenade popping in. It was the last player, so why not just go for it instead? 1-1. Equalize that score. Of course, we just said it. Heavily defense-sided so far on the major. 60-ish%. So M&M, you know, they need to get the upper hand here. A 3-3 basically wouldn't be enough to find themselves with the advantage they are looking for. So they hope to get more. And with Astralis winning their very first attacking round, it is a bit worrying. So M&M, they need to make sure that they up the pace. And as they head towards that top 4, I believe we see an extension into the actual kitchen with some mirror windows to ensure that verticality from below, grenades from below, are not going to be playing as big of a deal or as big of a role as normally they would. It could, of course, also mean that you are taking a lot of losses early on from below, from downstairs, if you are unable to keep those mirror windows in check, because Astralis, well, they are going for a slight change of plans. The number gets swapped out towards a Twitch, so the Twitch has the opportunity to try and find themselves in that good spot, in the good opportunity to take out those mirror windows. And by the way, as you just see, there is going to be the playoff probability coming in again from Sprabuni and Raf, and you see a bunch of grey outlines there, and that means that, you know, even if they win here today, they will not be safe depending on how the rest of the day goes. Of course, there's 2 games that you play each day. If they win this one regulation, they basically need to win the next one as well to be safe.
Candela's making a quick approach for the first time here on the side of tower. Nello gets the first drone and is kind of lucky that another Astralis player is in a position. There's one though, J90 finds Tyrant, finds the opener kill, and once again this Astralis quick-paced game is able to punish M&M, who just don't expect so much, so many places so fast. Solotov stepped up inside Trophy. Hasn't quite been able to find a dig into this game yet. Neither has Neo, but he's playing that sort of backline support. Talking of Nello on the rotate, J90 is just going to leave that flank drone here being watched and caught out. Are they aware of that direct movement? They will be if it comes a little bit later. They've got time though, and we've seen Astralis hold a flank for as long as they need to.
But currently not watching that flank drone here. So Nello all the way up already, manages to find J90 into the back and tries to rotate out now. Of course, the Asher DP fire was close as well, but I believe he rotated off all the way before he's now coming in from below, trying to make sure that at least it can strike back. But Nello seems to be aware as he's digging himself in deeper in green.
That's it. He's expecting now this game, and Forest isn't going to risk it. They didn't have the cleanest intel, and Astralis isn't going to act on it. May as well. You can see Shuttle might be rotating a drone a little bit closer to potentially catch off a rotation that Nello does, but with the soft door there on the swing, he's just going to wait. Forrest is going to take it from a slightly different approach, a bit more of a flat firefight where he can jiggle peek doors rather than stairs. There it is. Users has some attention paid towards him. They can try and get into kitchen and play grenades up if they want to. That's sort of the game, but with Nello still loose, they don't want to entirely throw themselves around it. The push comes onto Armory's side, and the stairs, there is nobody, but there sure is an Ash causing some problems.
Yeah, some explosives coming in from below there is going to be creating some of these verticalities that both the defenders and the attackers can use. Users will go down. It seems like Astralis is trying to execute onto the side as they lose a member as well.
Ooh, Solotov and Neo find one apiece. You can see Shuttle went down massively, and Solotov gets the end of it. They were able to get a kill just before that onto Users, but they couldn't quite get the full lockdown. Nello finally finds his head back towards the site, and M&M, they get their second in a row.
Well done by M&M. I mean, I saw a little bit there from M&M what we saw from Elevate yesterday. Nello going up from below these stairs, sees that the space is safe, sees that he's not currently being contested or hunted or anything like that, takes the ground, gets the kill, and instead of falling back towards the side, he decides that, you know what, I can dig in near meeting, I can dig in near green, make sure that there is this pressure here, so if attackers come back to visit this spot, they will be taken out as a result. So well done by M&M there, taking a page out of Elevate's book, of course with that rotation, taking the space and holding onto it, because it worked so well against Astralis yesterday. And with that, they find themselves a second round. Now, heading towards a third tree. And this one is actually the lowest defensive win rate. It was played quite a bit of times, a bit more than the other one, I believe. Meeting Hall Kitchen, 6 times. This will be the 7th. A 50% defensive win rate. So it's literally going to be a coin toss right now. But if M&M manage to win this one as well as we speak, then suddenly they've done a full rotation. And they could be going for a 5-1 or 4-2 scoreline, which is of course what we expect from them if they want to be competitive in this game.
This is the sort of telltale site, isn't it? This is the one where it's not that it could be the little red flag problems, but it spells a bit of danger for Astralis. You're on this tertiary, you're on this place and position where things aren't going to be so easily thread. You're looking at that potentially very aggressive lineup. Shuttle is now the one with the quick zip all the way to the potential top. You've got the Candelas in the pocket of DP5. J90 is now the one on the Lion. They are juggling operators. They're juggling choices quite quick. Make some noise with an E1D. Let's see if Shuttle can make some noise in the face of those players. That gets opened up. The Candelas are going to be the swing through, but Solotov acts fast and gets the heck out of there. There's the movement. There's also the hop in onto the double window. They can't quite find anyone. Users gets one more. He's about to be locked out by... There it is! Everybody, not just a single player. They took the gambit, and the gamble said house wins.
A flawless round coming in from M&M, and I kind of liked what I saw from Astralis, though. They wanted to use the Candela, of course, to blind anybody in there, allowed a Ying to take advantage of that. But as soon as Ying died, Amaru still went in, and, you know, normally it's like, oh, that might be problematic, but I think that was the right choice, because he might be going for that surprise. Unfortunately, M&M ready, though, for all the jump-ins everywhere over the map. They dropped the diffuser first. After that, they were able to shut down the rest of Astralis, and they find themselves on 3 rounds now. A complete rotation, and then on the tertiary side as well. We have to mention it. It is the lowest defensive win rate so far, but with them doing it, they're now heading back towards 2 sides that are a little bit more reliable. Bottom floor first, and M&M, they're on for a potential 5-1 streak here. If they manage to do so, Astralis will have yet another tough game and might find themselves at the eliminated side of things at the end of today.
So yesterday's game,
Yes.
Astralis versus Elevate, they got the first round, and then they didn't get another one. They just need one more to improve. They need one more to break the deadlock. Their fight on their second game versus FURIA, their 2 rounds sort of came towards the end. Came at the very end. Border, very different map. It plays very differently to Oregon. Yep. But they are a team that can still find that little pocket of energy, so they're not opting to take their tactical timeout right now. It was a gamble. A rush always is. You play fast, but there's difference in throwing yourselves into the pit of fire. Here's the fight, and there it is. A very quick, easy catch. J90 is able to take care of Nello, knocked the door, but he didn't quite hear the full audio as he was still opening up the shotgun rotations. They now have the man advantage, and J90 has maybe a bit of surprise, and they're just going to move on out of there, hit the hatch, and don't even play the game.
Neo fell back indeed. He's like, all right, there is someone coming from green. There could be someone coming in from the lobby as well. Don't want to stick around, but a shuttle finds Tyrant. It seems to be all falling apart really quickly here for M&M. The pace that Astralis brings is their strong point. That's how they won the first round. It's how they now have a 2-minute advantage right here. They just need to be a little bit quicker. And I'm not saying rushes, but the hot droning seems to be working out so well for them there. And of course, Nello didn't quite realize that the door had been opened up. He wasn't ready for that gunfight. But it's a second entry to come in as well for the side of Astralis. Now, of course, they do slow down a little bit. There's a minute 45 left on the clock. They need to try and do some preparative work right here before they're going to be able to hit the site directly. But swings are still coming in from the side of M&M. Users almost loses his life. Forrest has jumped into E-Box, but he's completely blind.
There it is. Iconic gets one. DP5 gets another. And there's a flawless for a flawless. Thank you very much. A bit of a response there from the side of Astralis. Hit the pace that they had in the first round. And as I said, they don't need to say their timeout just yet. They know how to bring some of this energy back round. Could still get themselves angled up for an EU and half. 4-2, it isn't the end of the world either. As I said, it's already an improvement on yesterday. The pressure now falls onto M&M. Can they lock in one more potential swing round? Dorms is theoretically where they think it could happen. They do not quite trust their laundry, but if we throw ourselves back to Dorms hold, it was sort of built by the start of Nello being loose inside tower, unexpected. Yeah. We know Astralis can drone a game if they know the game they want to drone.
That's it. That hot droning is very aggressive, very effective as well, especially if you have J90 right behind it with one of those LMGs to just continue firing. You saw the effectiveness in that last round, and I kind of hope that Astralis have realized, okay, this works out. This is how we've won both our rounds so far on attack. Maybe we should continue that. Last time around, Astralis, they attack the same side. It's the same setup we're seeing from M&M. There's not really been any changes, considering we see the mirror windows exactly in the same spot. Potentially will be played by Tyrant again as he's out here. Users is here to defend this time. Nello is as well. But what we saw the last time around is that Astralis got such an early pick that the kitchen was instantly out of play. The defenders instantly abandoned it, didn't want to stick around, so those mirror windows really had no use into that single round. And after that was Nello that managed to bring it back. He again is at that bottom floor in the basement. He might be hunted down by Astralis though if they do realize this.
Well, that's it. They've got themselves the chance to drop onto the hatch. It's making sure there's just a player ready to catch the destruction of some of the cams there. No reveal, no play and no place, and there it is. The player ready to catch DP fire. The slow creep up around. What they want to do is try and apply pressure.
Oh, the feet.
Oh, the feet just tucked around the corner. Doesn't quite know, but Tyrant finds one. J9O gets the lock in. They had the second player ready to pick him up on the rotation. Tyrant is looking for that player, but he couldn't see him with where his aim was set up, looked and locked by the reticule. Here instead, we find ourselves now suddenly a 4 versus 3. M&M, they lose 2 bodies. Iconic is gone on the role of a Thatcher, but, you know, that just means that a little bit might remain locked. With the fact that the wall is soft, they can still get standard breaches. Obviously, there's nothing potentially to entirely lock out the side of Attic if they want that as well. If it's muted, you can just try and pop some destruction from underneath. Instead, they're going to see if they can try and fish for players and drive up white.
Have to be careful here because a prox alarm just went off. There is going to be a Vulcan canister on the top of it. Neo gets 2 grenades, 1 from below, 1 vertically. And Shuttle will shut down another player as well. J9O will get that final kill, and Astralis are able to lock it off with a 3-3. And suddenly where it looked like M&M was starting to build some momentum right there, it is Astralis that fights right back. And now having that even half are definitely favored here on Oregon. Going to the defense themselves. 4 rounds is all they need. M&M, they need to do it on the attack now. It is statistically the harder area to be in.
That's it. It's tricky now for M&M. They just needed to thread 1 more of those to have a little bit more breathing room. What can they bring on their attacks? What is the game that they can try and deliver here? Astralis will now get a truer taste of the 2 sides of their game onto the defense side as well, which we didn't really see in the showdown versus Elevate, but we know what they can be capable of. Down to M&M to see if they can try and prove otherwise. The start down in basement, a site that currently throughout this matchup, Astralis have the upper hand on statistically anyway.
Yes, that is the best side to be in currently. And if you look at Astralis as well, their win rate on average is higher than we currently have in the tournament. Even after what we've seen against Elevate yesterday. That is, of course, over the last 3 months, not just this tournament. So one of them is an NA versus NA game, and the other one was versus the APAC team. But yeah, they need 4 rounds. And statistically, that's what should be able to be gotten at the minimum. But of course, it's all different when you're out here on the major group stage. Suddenly all these games matter, especially after you had such a poor first day. You know that you need to show up now. And every round will matter because round differential is going to be the first tiebreaker in case of you tying up with that second place. Potentially, it could be the make or break whether or not you continue your major story or not.
Users playing the Nook role to see if they can sneak themselves in the fight onto Shuttle, who has J9O as that swing support onto the side of Dining Door. There is a ping, and there's a J9O gone. Shuttle's just going to get out of there before he's entirely locked out. That window's open. There's a bit of a spray through, but the player hasn't quite gotten the position. Oh, there they are. Just got there at the end. Nello didn't quite get the full lock in, and they've been able to take some control and a single player out of it far away. Solotov's trying to make an appearance on the Armory Stairs side as well, putting the pressure onto the side of Attic, hoping they can just catch the width of Iconic. He's not going to overextend for now as Users is actually to suffer next. Top of the white stairs. The pings come out for the player. Users is going to go grenade fishing underneath, but there's a swing round. 2 players. They took the drop on the hatch. They took the drop on the player as well. Shuttle retakes, looks for the fight here onto the final player. They've got another stack up back on the door. Oh, that's an Astralis retake.
A triple kill to come in there from the side of Astralis. Now Forrest will find Shuttle as well. It's only up to Neo all alone. Needs to find 3 kills. 3 more at least, as he has 1 already on the board. He's going to be able to do it. It looks unlikely, but there's a lot of time. DP Fire comes around the corner, just strikes him in the back. And that is going to be Astralis that will still win this round, even though they lost that very first pick, due to the fact that they had such a great retake coming in off that bottom floor to come through. And I believe that a pause is being called. A tech pause is going to be on the board here. So something needs to be fixed real quick, and then we get back into the game. Of course, during this time, the coaches are not allowed to speak to their players. All that will happen is the admins that come in, or maybe the tech crew, to do a real quick cable switch or a keyboard switch, mouse switch, whatever.
Those are technical things.
Yeah, those are technical things.
Those are all technical things.
Yes.
I think one of the things here as well is obviously, regardless of that, that was a really well put together Astralis retake. The technical side of that was just well put. They had the pings, the pressure, the fight came through on the top of red, on the top of white even, first of all. they didn't stick around. Iconic was making sure nobody had the quick slip through.
Yeah.
But the drop on the hatch, the choice to then go for the two-body fight, there was, I think it was a player was already ready. I'm not sure if it was DP Fire or I'm trying to remember now. Either way, there was another player ready there to take that second reaction. As soon as they swung around, it wasn't just that they had the one body come down from the hatch, but the second made a showing as well. And then from then on, to have the energy to push onto showers, to keep going.
They realized who the last player was, and they were like, it's better to just hunt him down now when we are 2v1 before any backup arrives, right? So you have one going through the kitchen dining, you have one going through the showers hallway. You will be pinching him at some point sooner rather than later. And if you time it well, you're always going to come out on top. Yes, you might lose one, but you never lose the both of them. And instead, they lost none of them, which is also great. So Astralis able to, after they lose that very first player, to turn it around due to some aggression over the bottom floor. Not enough communication out there for M&M. Maybe not the expectation that such an aggressive push would be to come down. Finds ourselves in that situation, where Astralis now leads. On the defense, needing 2 more rounds for a point, 3 more to get the full 3.
Well, it's just, as we said, a quick problem with one of the computers, and hopefully we'll be back in sooner rather than later. As pointed out, the coaches are not allowed to communicate. This is just the players can talk as much as they want. They're always allowed to do that, and it's a moment, I think, for Astralis to sort of say, well, it's going well. We're one step ahead of the curve. We're able to put some of this kind of balance in. We're looking towards, I guess, what could be our first set of points. They want the full 3. Anything less than that, it's not that it's not good enough, but it won't be good enough for them because they still want to top this group.
That's what you're saying. It won't be that it won't be good enough, but it might just well be not good enough if you look at it from the end of the day, right? So you got to be looking at it from the perspective of we are on 0. There is no more room for error if we want to make it out. And error is not picking up any of these points. And I know that's rough to say. Yeah. And I know I said 10 points is generally what you need to be confirmed to some extent.
Or 13 if you want to be 100% confirmed.
13 if you want to be 100%.
Is like you're, okay, we're kind of there. Like, we're comfy.
But that either means 3 wins and an overtime loss, or 2 overtime wins with 2 regular wins. So it comes down to the fact that, you know what, we just need to win.
Yeah. And I think that's sort of the blend of everything here is M&M feel the same pressures. And you know, there's no sort of 2 ways about it. They know how hard this group was. They know how hard it was to get here, the vicious sort of fight to find themselves alongside this stage. And, you know, how many teams that they didn't leapfrog but fought past. It wasn't that they were gifted it, and they almost stumbled at the very end. It took until the final play day for them to cement it.
This is kind of the thing about M&M, though. They came in with a bit of a bad form, and I don't mean to harp on them, but they had a great form in the first half of the season, and after that it just slowed down. They still qualify for the major. You kind of hope that they get back out of it, back into that first part of the stage form that they had, but we haven't really seen that. We haven't really seen that same M&M yet, and of course that could still change. And as we do head back into the game just momentarily as the fist bumps are being handed out, Astralis currently are favored. They need less rounds to win. They're on the best side to be on for this particular map, at least so far in the major. And of course the team is all showing up today. Yesterday we saw some struggles from some of the key players on Astralis, not being able to pick up kills up until like deep into the second half. Not the case now. Shuttle on 7, Iconic on 3, DB Fire on 3, J90 will be on 6, and Forest, of course, on 5. It's not much different on M&M. It's just Nello that hasn't currently any on the scoreboard. That's because he rejoined due to the tech issue. So don't worry. He does have some kills on the board.
He has killed people. He has died.
He has. Yes.
I don't know if he's assisted people.
I have no clue either. Probably has.
I would assume, as an IGL, he has assisted people, whether it's the score that's tracked. You would assume.
You would assume so.
You would assume.
Not everything gets tracked either.
No. Okay. Back into it, though.
Oh, that's dangerous, DP.
Yeah, that is very dangerous. DP Fire going for a very late reinforcement. Neo's going to try and cut off some pressure here onto shower corridor window. DP Fire stepped up on the door. They almost caught 2 players as well. A second late reinforcement. That Should have been punished.
Yeah, the first one could have been punished. The second one definitely should have been punished there. So a bit of an oversight from M&M. And of course, Forrest was there to go for a bit of support. You couldn't have gone in deeply, but you can still try and go for a bit of a pre-fire. He will be eventually taken out, though. Not quite sure from where. Was probably Solotov that was inside a split. Now taken out by Iconic, which means the fire can be confirmed, but Users is already going on the chase.
That's it. They're going to have to pay attention, though, towards the swing onto the
door.
door.
Open.
There it is. The grenade goes deep. It forces the player off, catches the kill. There is going to be a bit of a rotation. Iconic's out of there. He's not going to keep that fight going. Neo's putting some pressure onto Shower Corridor, but there's Forrest. Swings round, finds the kill onto Tyrant. Users has kept moving. The Nook wants to be a bit of a surprise factor underneath that hatch, but surprise is a game they play really well. Do they hear the reinforcement coming through? Users does! Catches out Iconic just on the slip pass. They were able to at least punish that one round, but it's a 3 versus 3. They still need to put the pressure onto the site. There's still a lot of work left to be done.
There's only 3 players left to do so as well. You lack a bit of that verticality now, considering you lost your buck. We're on that top floor. Normally Sledge can also do it, but not all the way up to the roof. So Neo only having that grenade to play with here to potentially isolate a single player out of Astralis and try and knock him out. But they're playing on this hard ground, on this concrete. It's going to be very difficult to get a grenade in from below.
Nalo with those Candelas wants to try and apply some pressure here. The buzz of the Banshee isn't going to entirely stop them, but they're going to see if they can try and place some grenades underneath that opener. Shuttle doesn't quite take the full knock. The explosion wasn't quite the full catch. Neo and Nello rolling out some pressure at the top of White and the back of the bunks. They're going to see if they can just pop the kit down in and amongst the blind on the far side. The cover comes through. Nello stopped up just to get that last little bit onto Shuttle. He made sure he stopped, but there's Nello now down. Forrest is the one that instead gets that swing round a little bit too wide. 30 seconds. The players are in a tricky spot. Users gets caught out. The only one standing isn't for very long. Astralis locked down across the side of bunks. 5-3.
Nala made the right choice there, first of all, to get off, try and take that gunfight, finds himself the first. However, a player inside of the bedroom able to shut him down as he does so. And that is going to be the part where it fell apart for M&M. But you also got to go and look back at the very start of that round where they were unable to deal with the man reinforcing. Yes, of course, the injury came through after a quick push through the little split area into meeting. Came out quite clutch, but you lost your player right afterwards. And you didn't really gain anything from it. Mostly lost it. And Astralis now on 5, needing only 2 more rounds to find themselves victorious, find themselves with 3 points, and have to go to the tertiary site. Again, to meeting towards the kitchen. We have seen this one won by M&M on the defense, but it was mostly due to a shutdown rush that Astralis wanted to go for. It wasn't really like a methodical clear that Astralis tried to accomplish when they were on the attack. So let's see if M&M will bring that instead. The operators definitely look like it. You do not see any operator that tells you, okay, this is going to be a rush, this is going to be quick pace. Always the opportunity, of course, that some of the Gun 6s in mind, but no Finka, of course, banned, no Lion on the board. Operators like that, just missing, so this will be methodical.
Has to be. 1 more round and Astralis has guaranteed themselves a point. 2 more, and they've guaranteed M&M at the bottom of the board at the turn of the half with only a 3% chance at that moment forward of getting out of groups. Just going to burn through the Mossy Drone and take it out pretty much instantly, and now see if they can try and put pressure here across the top. You do need this vertical control, especially if you're going to try and lock down maybe pressure over kitchen itself. It's one of those sort of quick plays here. Forrest is about to be on the wrong end of an explosive, but he wants to move in. Trick learnt from Elevate. He's very quick. The drone gives a bit of a reveal, but nobody's there to punish it. That's another moment where Astralis, if it was on the turn of the half, there was usually always a gunner backing up that hot drone movement.
You need to have someone behind that drone, or at least in a position if you want to open up. Tyrant will still find a beautiful hatchet onto Forrest, though. As before he tries to go for the chase, he will find the kill as well. Brings it back to equal. Shuttle was already downstairs to reply as well.
That's it. Iconic's in a bit of a scrap at the top around the side of Attic. Shuttle's pushing and pushing and pushing, and he's hoping he's gone unchecked here. Nello with the kit, if he gets caught out, could be devastating. He's got to make sure he gets the feed on this right player, but Shuttle, he's rotated, moved off towards the dining side. Iconic suffers a little bit more here as Solotov's got the drive through across the top line, and Iconic just slips away behind the side of the heart. He's not going too far out, but he's making sure that he's still a problem and a presence and a pressure to be known. A minute 13. This C4 is looking for that charisma. It's gone a couple steps further away. Neo starts the smash and grab down towards the kitchen side. Can't quite get the connection on the player who's drifted their way in towards meeting.
And with that C4 used, they only have 2 smoke canisters left. That's a good ping, by the way. To know where someone is used, you could just go for a wallbang attempt right here. Instead, waits for him to leave, and DP4 is allowed to live as well. That is a massive mistake coming out from M&M here, and you just see this kind of things. You have the information, it's just not being acted upon time and time again.
There it is. Users does find Iconic in the meantime. There's a fight up white stairs. Nello gets one more. 30 seconds. That just leaves J90 and Shuttle to see if they can try and clutch this out. The grenade gets dropped. Doesn't quite get the rock onto Shuttle. They're able to slip away, but the bullets sure almost do. Another near miss. 20 seconds. Users finds a second. They've just got to get that kit down. Users has one more there. May have missed the slip on the classroom, but learned a lesson. Thankfully studied and found another couple of players afterwards. 5-4. Both teams do still have their time out, but they just want to have this game keep it rolling, it seems.
They want to keep it rolling indeed, but I really will touch onto M&M there. You first see that drone, they know someone's in there, no one's able to be in a position to reply to it. It happens multiple times now. Then you have hot pings coming through, but no wallbang attempts, and of course, if you miss the wallbang, it's very likely you will get a return there. So, you know, you could hold the exit, you could try and pick up the kill that way, but you need to make sure you hit your shots. Luckily, M&M managed to turn it around. Luckily, M&M was able to just pull the trigger still and find themselves that response. But Astralis, they seem like a bit more of a team in the early game. There's always someone ready to strike from an alternate angle, so at least you're fighting it from 2 fronts at the same time. And yes, of course, at some point you do start to get isolated. At some point, M&M is able to get back into that round. And at some point, M&M is able to find these gunfights to go their way. But if Astralis continue to play like they have, especially in the early last round, where they got that first kill onto Tyrant, that is going to be when they are at their best. That is when M&M will be struggling.
5-4 still on the board. Astralis. They are so close to being able to pull some of their first guaranteed points of this tournament so far, and knowing they have Elevate later on, a fight that sort of rocked them and rolled them a little bit. They've got to make sure they make every round count here in a game that, again, so close. M&M, they're still a step behind. Steady approach. Solotov suffers, I was going to say a little scrape, but it followed up by a much bigger one from a C4 underneath. Potentially. Or was it just impact explosives? There's a lot of those left and less instead. And everybody still has a C4, so it was impact hoid and thrown towards him. It's not going to entirely stop him, but it does hamper him.
Will definitely make him think more about the actions, about the kind of gunfights he will be heading into. By the way, 4 and 5. 2 minutes left on that clock. Astralis, all they need is to lock in this round and they find themselves with an opportunity to fight further down this major, further down to potentially make it towards those playoffs. Tyrant, though, is coming quite close. He's taking out some of the utility, but he needs to be careful of security. And also a white stairs player there. That grenade will take care of the very first shuttle taken out. And now he needs to focus himself onto security. But J90 already drops. He doesn't want to stick around.
Oh, well, there's DP5 finding Neo on the slip back round to the site. They're still keeping a bit of presence here. Iconic, he's got all of it. We've posted the Batman memes before, but do they know that he is lurking up there on the top, waiting patiently for that? A free kill onto Solotov, and that siren starts to blare. Wee woo, wee woo. Oh no, somebody's on the top floor far away. At this point, you try and focus the pressure, the time, and the energy to try and get that man out, or you see if you can instead trust that you can take the pressure onto the site itself. You know it's a 3 versus 3. You also know it's a 3 versus 1. You also know you only have a minute.
You kind of just have to put a flying drone in place with the amount of time that's left. Leave him be, try and hit the side, and then struggle, or at least fight with him as soon as he comes in from the back, as soon as he does start to move towards you. But it seems like M&M want to go for a bit of an E-box push here. It might be risky. It could work out. The Candelas are being tossed in. The Execute is upon us.
There it is, rolled all the way through. Not quite a catch there. A C4 pops. There's the player inside Freezer to your right behind Nello. Doesn't quite get the sight on them, but they're going to see if they can stick the plant. J90 gets a freebie, gets returned by Nello. Iconic is making his movement here, but with Tyrant the only one left, waiting for just that. He's not even going to throw himself entirely all the way into the site. Doesn't have to. The kit is cold. 20 seconds. There's a leg. There's a Ninja Tyrant. There's a fight either side. The 3 apiece. And, well, it doesn't get there. Astralis, they've guaranteed themselves a point. Can they make it 3?
Leg sticking out there due to the way that he leans. So allowing the Hatch to find that kill, or at least push him into a bit more of a fight. And yes, as you said, it is going to be that 4-6. And now a timeout to be called by M&M because they realize that it is now do or die for the rest of the tournament. If they lose this in this next round, it is more than likely to be over. If they manage to bring this back to OT, they can still win it. They can still pick up those 2 points. And yes, it is starting to look unlikely that they will survive here in Berlin. But there is a possibility. A possibility that's higher than just 4%. And that is what they will be fighting for.
Oh, it's tricky because there's these moments of quick reactions from the side of M&M. There's these moments where it seems like the comms and the clarity on where people are is so sharp. But then there's those big glaring sort of holes of an Astralis player slinking through. An Astralis player getting themselves into the position, whether it's T3, where we had Iconic, whether it's J90, holding onto Freezer. The fact that they dove themselves so deep, it's not that I think they thought it was entirely clear, but maybe they thought they could be a bit more of a surprise factor, just running across the open sort of bow, the width of that site.
Yeah.
Sure, Nella got the kill almost instantly after, but it's still that sort of moment of where did they think the players were? Something we only really know if we're in the comms.
I think it's a bit, it's tricky, right? Because you know that there is someone above, someone who will be coming down upon you at any time, so you need to make as much ground as you can, as quickly as you can on the actual site. So I guess they hoped that someone was going to be deep in Freezer, some other player was going to be in that cubby, and another in or near elbow. And then you need to make sure that you either clear the Freezer player as quickly as possible or you get past his line of sight as effectively as possible. Because if you go for the E-Box hatch and you know someone is in Big Tower, you kind of have to just go for the other side. You need to make your way all the way through towards Laundry. They failed to do that. And with the Astralis finding themselves onto match point. Iconic again up in T3. Looking to find yet another free kill, maybe 2 free kills out there, hoping to not be challenged and shut down M&M his own way. There's an opportunity, of course. Grenade starting to come through. J90 rotating past. The grenade just not tossed in time. He goes aggressive, loses a bit of HP and gets wallbanged right afterwards. Tyrant takes his head clean off. It's a good start for M&M in a round that they need to win if they want to be pushing it to OT and pick up points themselves.
Tyrant has started to be a little bit sharper on these recent couple of rounds, taking some bodies and utilizing grenades well, which hasn't always been a big thing. Do they know a player's on the door? Oh, they just see him, Neo! Either side, there's the fight, and there goes one. Iconic has the cover from the top window. There isn't quite another response there from the side of M&M, but Forrest is gone. Maybe he expected his life to be forfeit sooner rather than later and just sort of played them onto the hand. Iconic is looking for the slip by onto Zulu, but they are already gone. DP Fire is looking for the same thing. 2 boats crouching. Only one of them can win, and Usus is the one that passes in the night. Finds it. Solotov gets one more. There's a fight on the top of White Stairs. Iconic pulls back. There's the cooldown onto Pit. And there's the take onto the Pit player. The C4 is just able to get one more. Usus, here's this Iconic doing Iconic things. Sees the barrel, can't connect. M&M, they pull one back. They still need to get one more, though, to get to OT.
Saw the barrel, unfortunately Tyrant just a little bit quicker, and out of timeout will be called in by Astralis because they realize 3 points on the board in this round, and this round alone. And we will have FURIA and Elevate looking at this one, Emmy. And they are like, M&M, please win one more round because that's good for us, right? If they struggle, if they fight themselves, they are both losing ground upon the top 2 that is currently out there. And if both pick up points, that means that there is a bigger lead for those 2 teams that are yet to play. Now, M&M also having a talk, of course, their coach has the opportunity to discuss at the same time Astralis can.
Yeah.
If you call a tactical timeout, your opponent can use it as well. That's basically how you have to see it. Both coaches are unmuted. It's not just your own. And the fist bumps get given by the side of M&M. They know what they need to do. They have a task they need to complete. And of course, overtime is not ideal in terms of the situation both these teams are in. But a straight-up loss is way worse. And thus M&M will be fighting for it. They will be trying to get themselves up to 6 and 6. and see if they have to go all the way to either 14 or 15 to find themselves a victory. They will want it. They're hungry for it. The first day, definitely not one to write home about for neither of these two teams, and they both want to start it off with a victory. But a full 3 points is what both of these are looking for, and only Astralis can achieve it. Only Astralis has the opportunity to truly put up a fight for the top spots of this group. Now,
5 seconds to go.
M&M, 1 round time to talk, and what's the time, Solotov? Zip time. We've seen takes with pace, we've seen obviously a fair bit of Amaru in this game alone. It's not the most uncommon thing. Are they going to see if they can try and find a fight of a potential top 4 player? Baited the drone. Yep, there, pulled back and sort of played a guessing game of audio. It did get taken out afterwards, so now they don't know. Solotov wants to get a bit of a zip down there. They've stacked themselves, but Nello finds the first. Forrest is caught out. That could be a bit of a blow. The mute on the rotate. DP Fire is going to try and rotate more aggressively in. Takes a bit of damage just as they're dropping the soft. There's a swing round. There's so many players stacked up in this environment.
where's the drones? There's no drones coming out. It's just an E1D. And they're starting to push right behind it. They have no clue. DP Fire comes in. Fully flashed, though. Twice. Well done by M&M. Tyrant will find that kill. And suddenly it's going to be a 3-on-5 situation. Iconic is still in the tower, Remy. Not really near the site, but might find himself into a gunfight soon.
M&M, they've been able to find the opening 2 kills here, and without a response this time, Astralis, they're sort of trying to weigh up just where this pressure's coming from, seemingly. A lot of different places at once. Iconic is keeping the lockdown on the stairs on the far side. And now they're going to see if they can try and at least get a steady approach from the side of White and Shower. There it is. Lock the man out. Oh, no, don't. It's a bait. Maybe, yeah, just see if they can hold off the spot. Users is setting up a flank drone, so it seems like they don't even want to put the pressure onto that side. Instead, get underneath.
I mean, there's no need to put the pressure down there, right? Because if they manage to take the site from White, if they do manage to take it from the big window, Iconic needs to come back from the attic to try and head towards the site. Now, he has closed up attic, so they want to make sure that no attacker that might be left there is going to be able to do anything with it. And they are starting to hit it from the normal directions. They want to go up White, they want to go in from the bedroom here, and you see these attackers slowly starting to take that position, but there's still a shield, there's still a mirror window, and those will be problematic.
That's it. Trophy becomes a real tricky spot to just try and drive through. Tyrants with a grenade underneath does a little bit, but not enough to Iconic. He's able to keep himself steady going. About a minute's passed since our last engagement, since our last kill, and M&M have been able to slowly creep towards the chance of it close down, but the stop out on the top of White Stairs means things might get a little bit trickier. Stacked on the double window, this is going to be a 3-2-1 go moment. You got to make sure you have an awareness on the site. There's the pop, the grenades, the damage, and they're in. Round on the backside, going to see if they can get the plant down. The smoke gets caught out. They've gone for the rotate round on the backside. There's Tyrant getting shuttle on the swing. The C4 doesn't quite make the full connection. It's a post plant. Iconic and J9O retaking the side. Tyrant goes down. Solotov with the swing is able to get the lockout. It's just down to Iconic. Locked and loaded, looking towards the back of the dorms. Gets the first. They have themselves control of the attic, but they don't have control of the round. We are going to OT.
We're going up towards at least 14 rounds, potentially 15 here, Emmy, and both these teams will be confirming themselves at least a point. And now the fight is on for that second point. In the next 3 rounds, we will decide who is going to be awarded that point. Whoever wins 2 out of the next 3. But we have to highlight it. It is not the ideal scenario for either of these two teams, especially Astralis, who had a couple of match points to go by.
No, it's not.
Losing out on it. FURIA and Elevate, they are both smiling right now. They love it that this game has gone to OT because it removes pressure from them. It removes pressure for them to perform in that next game. And with that, Astralis start off on the defense.
Laundry is where they're opting to go, a site that across both their attack and their defense has been massively in their favor. In fact, the 5 times we've seen it, it's only gone away from them once on their attack. If M&M can do the damage here, if M&M can pull this round, it puts them in such a good position to lock it out. Not only because they've taken what is statistically for them the least likely site that we've seen to take, but then it puts them in that mindset of we can just lock this out. Still 2 points is possible. And in the difference of what they need, just a drop, please, of water and precious points to be able to carry them through the desert that is the D group at the bottom of it.
Every point will help at this point. M&M. How are they going to be approaching this attack? Now, we see some top 4 pressure to come down. M&M out there with Solitov, with Nello as well. Repel starting to come in, drones as well, leading the way. They're trying to figure out if there's any utility, if there's any players out there. And of course, Iconic and DP are. We have Shuttle and J90 playing on that first floor. There's multiple layers to this defense currently, and just the bottom one, the one that matters, only has a single player in it. It's currently not being realized by M&M though, as they do want to take out these multiple different layers. The grenades come around the corner, won't be able to hit anything. A stray bullet does hit DP Fire though.
That's it. It's rotate on the far side. E1D pops off, and so does J90. Finds users for the first time in a while, it feels like. Astralis have been able to get that opener, that early hand and that early pick. Solitov is caught chasing a bit of a ghost here on the far side, and Forest is showing Ghost to Tyrant. Sends it to the afterlife and gets the swing round onto the top of Freezer Stairs. It's a tricky drop that they're opting and angling to take themselves, but the players already slipped by, blinded with the Candelas that moved in far and afterwards. But otherwise the pressure comes through. They've entirely pulled themselves back to side. Fair enough. A minute 20 left. You're in a 5 versus 3. You want to make sure that you have the positions to trade the pressure. Ooh, is on M&M. A heck of a take from Solitov round into the back line. They've got 1. Just another 4 to go.
Just another 4 to go. Some utility being taken out by the Twitch drones here. You see some of the Vulcan canisters to be removed, a proximity alarm as well, and it will eye up a possibility to go for an actual take through the laundry. Smoke canisters are being tossed in, but won't be able to smoke off at least every single thing they wanted to. Shuttle going quite aggressive, and Nello already all the way through on the Freezer side.
Clever bit of movement there from Nello. Went behind it there on the default plant, and Neo finds a grenade onto 1. Do they know how close the swing is of that player just tucked around where Shuttle is? Could be massive. A bit of a dead heat and a dead bit of movement here. They have some of the control, but remember, Nello's the one with the kit, and he does not have a smooth route back. That's the risk of him getting into such an aggressive position. They know Freezer Door is ready to be watched, and they don't have pillar control, so they can't make the movement. It's not like Neo can stick it. The pressure is still on M&M here. They've got to move past the dead heat, and Solotov's got his slip through. There's the kit cold. They've now got to go for the 2 versus 2, push right round onto the fire itself. The firefight is coming out. DP Fire round on the back of Blue. There's Shuttle with the shotgun for 1. There's the second! Astralis once again sitting on game point.
They bring it back towards another match point for themselves, but M&M, they made it quite close. They were able to fight back, even though it was that 5v3 on site. And with that, there is hope. There is opportunity. They're starting to grow into it. Just, are they going to be able to find 2 in a row now? They head over to the defense next. Laundry supply again to be called out. M&M want to bring it back to 7-7 here. They want to make sure that this goes all the way to 15. And as they will be facing Astralis, there is that one crucial thing they need to pay attention to. It is the quick hot droning that they managed to be so successful with. 2 out of the 3 attacking rounds Astralis won were on the back of a very early entry that was happening in the first 25 seconds. Suddenly, the meeting under control of Astralis. Suddenly the hatch that you open up, well, they can use that now to start putting pressure onto the side. You need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. You need to stop them dead in their tracks. You need to fight them before they enter the building. And of course, it is going to be difficult. That's unfortunate. Shotgun Blast is going to be hitting 1 of the Goyo canisters, unfortunately from Solitov. So that is 1 piece of utility less they can use. But to get back into it, you need to make sure that J90, who is currently spawning one of these players on his drone, is not allowed to have that early entry within 25 seconds, either in the kitchen or the meeting or anywhere else on the 1st or 2nd floor.
Astralis, so close once again, and that's when things, I'm not going to say fell apart, but you started to see a little bit of, not quite the energy that we've had. And that's, I guess, the tie around. Because if we throw ourselves all the way back to the beginning, Astralis' attack, it was sharp, it was aggressive, even the rounds that went against them. DP Fire, he's going to head his way up to the top. They've got the double stack of Tyrant and users keeping some attention, but the drone game has never really been in question from the lockdown here. They're calling, they're poking, they're prodding, and they're prying themselves towards the take onto T2, T3. Look how many of them are getting stacked up and ready. Although, they are sort of opting it.
It's a big bit of a quick check coming through, but a drone passed by, so users thought You have been spotted. Sends some shots down through the actual wall and then decides to fall back. Doesn't want to stick around longer than he's welcome for. They don't want to lose those early entries, as that was the key to them losing their defensive rounds. And if you look at it now, 1 minute, 15 seconds gone. They haven't lost a single person yet on the side of M&M. That is great. That is good. That's what they need to hold on to. And they're all back at the site now. It will be a 5-on-5 scuffle.
It does. It puts us in a position now where, for the first time, maybe the M&M plan has worked. Whether they wanted to hold on a bit longer or not, they're all still alive. And as you said, Astralis were very good at making sure that wasn't the case before. The pressure starts to come down from Freezer. They're looking down onto, obviously, E-Box and Hatched Stealth. Still some canisters, still some hold, still some ideas and impressions. But otherwise, Astralis, they're doing what is the slowest take we've seen from them so far. It's cautious. And it has to be paid that way. They know the guns of Astralis and M&M are both pretty equal at some moments. Forest takes a drop onto Pillar. Iconic suffers on the far side, but wins it out onto Laundry in the bottom right corner as they take the top left too. It's a drive-through. Forest is still standing with the kit. They lose the player onto the side of blue. It's all down to Tyrant. On the top of the hatch, he's going for the drop. Do they know where the player is? There's the catch onto one. They'll have the call of location, and Forest is just going to stick this plant. The cover comes through, the hot pings. They've got the swing round. It's covered! It's Astralis!
Astralis able to pick up the 2 points here that they did need and also deserved. They were a slightly better team than M&M throughout this game so far. And with that, they continue to fight for their chase to the top spots, of course, of this group. But because it went to overtime, it's going to be slightly harder. Suddenly, it is going to be an even harder fight than it was at the start of the day because they really needed those 3 points. We said it before, but they're in it, and that's most important.
We'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down. Welcome back here to the post-game of what was an OT, the first OT from this group as well. Astralis, they're the ones able to take the win, but it was 2 points, not the full 3, and that means that this competition is still oh so tight.
is definitely going to be tied for sure. And with this as well, it is, of course, FURIA and Elevate that looked at that game and now know, okay, that means that is one less point we need to worry about that Astralis is not going to get and thus will need to chase us down. But with that being said, more about the game itself. It was pretty even in terms of the house, 3-3, 3-3, and after that it was Astralis that was able to get 2 rounds in a row, of course, during that overtime situation, which eventually locked them out for those points.
And that's it, and that's sort of that tough pill now that M&M have to swallow is, sure, there's still 3 games ahead of them. There's still a total of 9 points that they can grab. I have to quickly do that.
So there's 9 points, yes.
I was like, yeah, it's 9. 3 times 3 is 9. There's still a total of 9 points that they can take, and obviously the top teams currently only have 6. Now, the game that we have after on the stream is to decide if there is anybody with that perfect start to this round, and something where as those sort of perfect 3s turn to scrappy 2s and 1s, it becomes closer and closer to knowing who is going to escape this group.
Of course, and the team that will be winning their next game most likely is going to qualify, maybe not today, but otherwise tomorrow. But it's also going to be the team that is going to be feeling the safest at the end of this. Whereas M&M now a 9% chance of making it, which could still diminish based on the next couple of results that are going to be coming in as well. So let's just quickly talk about the rest of the match, about the statistics, about the percentages, the KPRs, the EPSs that we have seen. And as you see the summary to come through there, I mean, the 3-3 first half, the 3-3 second half, that's fine. But after that, Astralis making a true difference there, we have to say.
I mean, that's sort of it, isn't it? We had Iconic showing up really for the closer to the first time. Obviously, there's always going to be more in the canister of these players, but it's nice to see that aggressive side, the guns of Astralis start to fire a little bit more in tune of what we want. At the same time, M&M, it's, as I sort of said before, we've generally had a balanced performance. The way Nello puts it is if he's at the top of the scoreboard or near the top, then M&M isn't properly doing their game plan. And he had a great game, but it's still slightly missing that little bit of a wow factor. There's still just that very close to a 1 KD, just under, just over, which isn't really that full factor form M&M. So I still expect more from both these teams to come out over the remaining games and groups.
I mean, if everybody's close to a 1 KD, that means it was a decent game from everybody, right? It's just not that player that stepped up to the mark. You didn't have that, 20 on 10 kind of person that really, brought the edge towards the other team. If you look at Forrest, for example, he's +5 on kills. That is the difference maker eventually if you start looking at the numbers between these two. And rightfully so, will be the MVP most likely of today's game between these two. Of course, he was the highest rated player in the NAL of this team itself, and now will be again for this matchup. So, well done by Astralis, but there's still a lot of work to do.
That's it, and I think that's sort of the thing to take, because coming up later on in the day on the A stream, Astralis go up against Elevate, go up against the team that they've already played, and they were, in my words, not prepared for games that Elevate play. And Elevate play a hell of a game. And that's something where you need those big gunners, those big fraggers to be ready to try and meet that metal with their own.
Yeah, for sure. And with that as well, how much have they been able to learn? Of course, they played them quite early. There has been some time off, which they could have used to go into a bit of VOD review, see if there is anything they can change. But of course, a new map ban phase will come through. They don't know the map yet that they will be playing, so there is going to be a very difficult kind of prediction to go for, except for general playstyle. They like to attack the space. How are you going to be working against it? Because both M&M and Astralis did the same here today and were effective when they did it against the opposing team.
Well, talking of Elevate, they will be on this stream versus FURIA after a very quick break. We'll be back here to find out how this group will settle at the halfway point. welcome back here to the B stream, and we are going to finally find out how the D group ends up. Elevate versus FURIA.
Yeah, it's not going to be the complete end yet, but just the end of an era.
yeah.
Let's just put it up like that, right? It's the first round robin that will be done. And after this, we will have a clearer picture of how this group will shape up. Because every team would have played every team at least once in their group at that moment in time. And of course, the very last that we still need to play is Elevate up against FURIA. As you've just seen, the two teams that are currently on the top and are looking very happy considering the result that we've just had between Astralis and M&M.
Both of them undefeated. Both of them a full 6 points from the two games that they played yesterday against M&M versus Astralis, who just settled their score, and it wasn't a full 3. It was a 2-1. So whoever pulls points from this is going to find themselves rocketing ahead of not only the person behind them, but also the two at the bottom that couldn't quite bridge the big gap. This could be a huge decider on who is going to be one of our first teams close to confirmation from Group D.
Give some Yaz in the background there as is being incited by our observer. But either way, I was just talking to Justin, their CEO, of course, and he was totally not trying to bribe me.
No.
With stickers.
Yeah, there were stickers given.
I do have them on, but that's fine. I'll be hiding them. But he's like, you know, the best is going to be if we will be overtime, because then we both win a little bit, especially with that last result. So he's looking like he wants to get FURIA along with him as Elevate also continues through playoffs.
But enough about that.
Okay.
Let's have a look at the map pick ban. We're
Shall
going
we?
to get into this as quickly as we can.
Oh, wrong step.
Theme is where we're going to find ourselves here. Border was the first removal. Elevate learnt a lesson watching yesterday. They're not going to play that game.
No, they're not going to play that one. I said, like, surely you ban Border first. That's exactly what they did. Don't want to go there because FURIA looked absolutely on a rampage right there. And they don't want to be a victim of that same fate. So instead, they are going for Theme, which is a map both of these have played. Elevate has, of course, beaten M&M there with a 7-4 scoreline earlier in this group, but they've always also played it before. So overall, they have a 100% win rate in these last 3 months. Whereas FURIA, well, they've played it 3 times, but have only won it twice. So there is a little bit of a weakness there that can be exploited if that has been properly prepared by Elevate. But overall, I think it's going to be a very exciting match. You also saw Cafe, by the way, there as the last map to be removed. That's also a very 50-50 map for both these teams. So
I'm so excited about this game.
I think, indeed, that we have a really good map to see these two teams go head-to-head on.
I mean, that's entirely it, is we watched their game yesterday, we see what they're capable of, and I don't want to waste any more time, Hap.
All right.
Time? I don't want to waste any more of it.
Okay, no, totally fine.
Let's get in to FURIA versus Elevate here. As the music kicks into gear, so are the two teams. 10 players. Elevate is the audience's preference, but I think this is going to be anything but easy for either team.
It's definitely not going to be easy, no, and both these teams will have to give it their all if they want to be coming away with a victory here. Because FURIA, they looked absolutely terrifying on Border. Elevate, while they really like to attack spaces that are open and left unattended, and that is something FURIA needs to keep in mind. Now, first bans to come through. Surprise, surprise, it is Finka. Again, to be removed. Not going to see any adrenaline surges to come on the board this time.
Get her out of here. Remove
Again,
her.
yes.
No,
Keep removing her.
No Finka play allowed here. And the response is a Thatcher. Fairly standard, I think, for Theme Park. Theme Park is one of those maps, obviously, that it has its hard walls you got to break through. It is, in points, a very structural, a very hefty map, a very thick play space to try and push your way through. Azami, again, pretty high ban rate for the tournament in general, I think.
Yeah, and now I think it might be a Cade even, considering there is a Thatcher ban on the board. It's a bit more difficult to play. No, the Valkyrie. Okay, so we're continuing with the no information on the defender's side. If they want it, they need to be a bit more obvious with bulletproof cams, evil eyes, maybe the Mozzie drones that they need to hack, but generally you would have an idea of you losing one of those drones. And thus, even though the Dokkaebi is being brought out here by FURIA, it is Elevate that starts off on the defense. You know, if we look at Theme Park, historically speaking, very defense-sided map. So Elevate definitely have had a good opportunity here to pick it. But if we look at it, because it has been played quite a bit throughout the majors so far, 3 times, you could take a guess at win percentages. I'm just going to give the first
Am I
30
doing this game again?
No, it's fine. 37 rounds, 70% overall defensive win rate.
Okay.
But then the throne room, you can take a guess on, it's not being played now, but what the win percentage is.
And I think that's one of the things that will, I guess, get the taste of, is win percentages aren't eternal. Win percentages aren't forever. There's a lot of noise coming from the other side. What is the other game? Rogue versus NIP.
Oh, that's definitely going to be a loud game that you'll be hearing right through. Both these teams a bit more, well, not both these teams. FURIA was very loud yesterday.
FURIA was very loud. Elevate, they've got an energy. There was the sort of, I mean, it's Elevate. They're always happy to play, always happy to be throwing themselves in. And it's going to start here. FURIA on the lead-in on their attacks. Now, yesterday, both teams were big. Both teams found themselves towards the top of the board. They might not have expected it. Their opponents seem to have lacking of expectations on, to be honest, Elevate more than FURIA. I'm curious to see if FURIA are going to have the same lessons or if they're happy to put the pressure and the stress onto Elevate's game. It starts here. Just runs past Miracle there. He was rappelling up to the top. Didn't want to sit around in case they were rocked from a grenade, potentially from the window. And we'll see if they can have a bit of a growth.
So with that Fantasy now trying to go in, some long angles he needs to be careful of. Of course, he just saw Inagiri trying to rotate out, and look at how open this is. There's no way he can sneak through or in anywhere. The drones come through, and it's going to be the first kill, and Inagiri drops, and that's going to be the entry for FURIA. He continues, though, towards the waiting room. Might find one in the back, but he finds the flick on DCH instead. Now towards the initiation he goes, but it's only 2 members left on Elevate's side.
I mean, that was just terrifying. The side there. Elevate's taking a bit of back. Mark is able to find the first. SDK finds Mr. Punch and leaves just Mark. Well, not alone for very long. FURIA open us up furiously. Take exceptional control over the top of the lockdown on Dragon. Just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. In Elevate, there was nowhere for Elevate to go.
No, there wasn't indeed. There was nothing they could do, and as attack pause is currently on its way, Elevate will have some time to, not with their coach, but between themselves, figure out what exactly went wrong. And I can give them a pointer. It's the fact that, you know, they had these long angles all set up. They knew that an entry would be coming in from the side of Cash, but there was no one there to stop that from happening. There was no one there to try and deny it. And with all these long angles, but they're not being contested, you find yourselves on the back foot real easily there. And FURIA made good use of it at that time. They made sure that they were able to get those entries, and then another, and then a beautiful flick onto DCH, and then you find the isolation onto initiation as well. And suddenly that round is already over a couple of seconds after it started. And as we're getting the tech issues resolved, Elevate thus has the opportunity to talk, to see if they maybe need to be a bit quicker on their setup. Maybe play a bit more together, more aggressive, potentially. Or Roamer downstairs to deal with that situation. But it seems like they're very quiet so far.
That's dangerous. Yeah. Sorry, I did forget. Now, this is one of the things that I want to talk about of danger here as we find ourselves. Mark, I believe, and you're the stats man, so you should be the one
It's wearing your pin.
to check it out. Oh, yeah!
It's wearing your pin.
That's the pin that I made.
Well, you paid for, right?
Yeah.
That's the joke.
There's wonderful pins that Pericote,
Yes,
the artist,
designed,
and I've been giving them out to people. It's nice to see one. Dev, I think, is wearing one as well. Anyway, my point is, Mark was, I believe, the MVP of the whole day. Yesterday was the top-rated player.
It was Kanto, actually.
Ah, it might have been Kanto.
Yeah.
This is why you're the stat person.
It was Kanto.
He was definitely in the top around the middle of the
Orlanto.
day. Orlanto.
Yeah.
Love it.
But he was definitely up there. High rating, of course.
Oh, no, that was it. He was the top-rated rookie.
Yes.
That was the stat that I remember. He was the top-rated rookie of the game day yesterday.
Which is very difficult with Spoid and the way he performed. So that really says something about Mark and his performance as well. And you need more of that right now. As we head into round number 2. Again, the bunk is being used. Same site that we saw before. You see the same long angles to be set up as well by the side of Elevate. But the last time they just punched right through it. They just got the kills and no one was there to reply. Only Mark able to put a kill on the board. And that is something that they need to change. Be more aggressive around initiation, around the offense. You have all these long angles. Use them. Make sure they cannot just walk in, because that is exactly what they let happen last time.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
FURIA. Will they step it up now? Obviously a quick tech pause, but it seems like all the players are happy, and to be fair, it didn't really slow them down in the previous round. But we want to make sure that everybody is dug in and stuck to this game. Elevate, as you said, the eyes are sort of on their response here. Theme Park does play well towards defenders at this point, but FURIA play well towards any game that's ahead of them. A very quick movement, and Fantasy somehow wins it out. Sapper does a big bit of damage on a gear. He suffered in the meantime as well towards the long angle onto the far side. Doesn't quite get the scratch onto anybody. On the opposite end of it, there are pings coming through, but the Nook is just being hot drawn Fantasy further and further. He seems to go towards the side of Elevate.
It's problematic if this continues right here for Elevate. They need to make sure that they stop the aggression of the attack that FURIA so far been able to bring, because they have been looking quite well in those 2 games on Border, now at the start here of Theme Park. Of course, it's quite early. It's only round 2 that's currently on the way, but them finding the entry again, no real punishing factors coming out from the side of Elevate. It's never really a good sign. DCH is still trying to go for a bit of a contest right here. Argus Chems are being shot up. That didn't down Fantasy. Don't worry, there was an Agiri with the DMR right behind it. It's going to be able to bring it back to a 4-4, taking out the one player that was a little bit low on FURIA's side.
That's it, but Fantasy already got that opener and took a lot of territory very quickly here, so let's see if Elevate can try and make some of that back, the game that they love to play. They have the control on the yellow stairs. You can see some rotation that's coming through underneath it, but it seems like SDK thinks better of it and is instead going to potentially pop his way up towards Cafe and try and get a little bit more of the flat pressure against the teams itself. Still over a minute. They can get themselves broken and breaking in. Mark's going to creep his way down the arcade stairs and keep, again, a little bit of arm's length. There it is, SDK, as I said. A little bit more of a secondary angle that they can try and pinch and put pressure onto the site itself. Miracle's just going to roll his way up, but the opener there means that he's not too comfortable. The drone's heading up either side from Mr. Punch. There was one that was hitting the stairs as well, so Mr. Punch is just going to get out of there and tuck in on the site.
Player inside a Cafe as well is going to be the true issue here for the side of Elevate. As SDK taking out go, aggressive gets one, Handy finds one as well. DCH gets mowed down, it's only up to Mark again. Is he going to be able to clutch this out in a 1v4? He gets the very first. The plant goes down, he's not able to find a second. Rare will shut him down, and FURIA is going to be able to get their second attacking round in a row.
Well, there it is. Slightly better from Elevate, but FURIA, well, they've been able to pull 2 in a row. They've set themselves up here for what is turning into, I guess, a bit of that energy that they had yesterday. And it was something that we sort of talked about with them. We talked about the team and the differences from the FURIA that we've seen throughout this tournament and the FURIA that we've seen from other tournaments, from the other ones, because they are one of the few that has had multiple, let alone every single one, that they've been present for. And one of the fun things that's been quoted, one of the fun things that's been thrown around is FURIA had a lot of skills. They could do a lot of things.
Yeah.
But one thing that the GOAT Julio coming over has taught them is how to press the 5 key in drone.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Droning is very important.
And this was
You
something
see
that
it here.
FURIA didn't do too much. Julio, he comes over. Obviously, we all know him. Especially, I'm sure the Latin American fans in chat. You know the GOAT Julio. Came over
To go.
and taught them how to use their drones. Taught them how to press the 5 key. Now, FURIA might be unstoppable
5 seconds to go.
because of what Julio has done there.
It might be. I mean, the drone is definitely coming in. The guns behind it are on point as well. And that is definitely one dangerous combination here. A lot of people are actually quite afraid of FURIA after they've seen them play in that first day. They've just made mincemeat out of their opponents. They just they just completely ripped them all apart. There was nothing they could do against them. And right now, Elevate seems to be suffering that same fate, at least for now. As the first 2 attacking rounds went FURIA's way. And you just saw, by the way, their probabilities as the first bound of pressure comes down. Even with a loss, as Fantasy gets the very first again. Mark to be taken out first. DCH drops. It's all just falling apart for Elevate time and time again.
Oh, this is it, though, FURIA. The combination of that intel, the pull of the drones, and that confidence to just move behind it. Take the firefight, trust that we have this huge ability with our gun skill, and then all that is leading towards Elevate being a little bit lost. Defense was generally Elevate's better half as well. It was what we saw the most of them previously, and here there's room for growth, that's for sure, because we're not seeing that growth that they love to sort of propagate. They pushed themselves out further and further and further previously on retook ground. FURIA is just wiping them off the map and then moving in an unstoppable force, is meeting what is currently a movable object.
Elevate, they definitely need to step it up a little bit here. Missed the punch close around the corner. He needs to come in clutch. Gets one. Miracle off the board. Rotates back towards the side, towards Armory Throne. 90% win rate over this tournament so far. That must be a salvation for Elevate. They must hold on to this one to at least put themselves into a bit of a fighting position for the rest of the half and maybe even the game. Because if you do not win any of these, well, any mistake is going to be costing you crucially. SDK getting a drone ready, seeing if anybody will be moving out on the Elevate sides that can respond whenever it's necessary. You see some utility being used. An exothermic that just popped. An opening has been made. A door has been created. And they're about to open up a second one here onto the yellow stairs wall.
That's it. It's just going to get burnt through. Remove the mute jammer, but maybe just play off of an angle on a Giri. He's trying to find feet on the other side. Doesn't quite get it, but we've just seen a body move towards the door of a split as well. They know where they want to try and put this pressure. That's not wide enough. Bit of damage done on the top, and that will pop off. The mute jammer got caught out there. Great rotation, great move, 30 seconds. Can they try and follow that up with a great end of round? They're looking now with this drone. The catch on Agiri finds the fight, gets the kick cold. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. Suddenly it's Fantasy inside the site. Pushes his way around on the side of split. Sapper gets one on the back line, spotted by the camera out, but it's taken, and Sapper takes one more. He's starting to whir with the LMG. Sapper gets the end of the round, and Elevate cling on to their first.
Had to, as well as his teammate, just been DBing out there. So Elevate, they win Armory Throne, but now the true challenge will be to bring it to other sides as well. You cannot rely on just that single site, because that will be a 4-2 scoreline, not what you want on a map like Theme Park. So as they do, they head towards the lab and storage room. It's a site we see them playing against M&M as well, and I wasn't too sure about it the very first time they played it. M&M kind of wiped the floor with them. They were able to just punch through, completely clean out whoever was on the inside of it, and after that Elevate, they went a bit more adventurous. They were outside the site. They were able to bring the fight towards the attackers of M&M themselves, and that's how they managed to win it a second time around. It's just, which one are we going to see? Elevate that gets wiped the floor with them in just like the first 2 rounds, or is it going to be them fighting back in crucial manners?
I have a little bit of excitement happening.
What is the excitement?
My little bit of excitement is Sapper pulls a 3K. Okay, Sapper came into this tournament as the highest rated player. We've mentioned that. Highest rated player for APAC South. We've mentioned that.
5 seconds left.
We didn't see it yesterday. Now, sure, the team won 2 games pretty handily. They got a full 6 points. They didn't massively need to see it, but now they're down a little bit of rounds for the first time, and this is when I want to see Sapper activate. This is why I want to see a player who, when you come into this and you watch a couple of VODs, you see statistics, you want to see them come to life. No more important game than right now. DCH trying to grab as much intel on the approach here on the far side towards the top of Cafe. They obviously have some use and utility towards a couple of C4s, but FURIA, they're not going to mess around with their droning game. There's a spray through, and there's a Flores drone trying to say hello.
Just turn around a couple of times. It's going to be dislocating that player from the actual table. And now we need to be ready to catch him if he does go back. DCH, however, below will be giving out those pings. We'll tell them, hey, there is someone currently on that door. It's going to be watching your position. You have to be careful there. And as the next RC Retiro is about to be coming in, is going to be looking to find another denial. Is going to find the shield somehow as the player goes aggressively towards the window.
Oh, the Candela's the upside down rappel. DCH is trying to feed that as much as possible. And Mr. Punch somehow wins it out. Tucked around on the arcade corner. There's still the upside down rappel. The shotgun's popped and locked. There's nobody else to really offer any direct support apart from that pulse below that is doing the most important job of all. Rare is taken out on the side of arcade. Onigiri has the bottom covered. Arcade stairs isn't a route through either. Suddenly Handy's trying to go for the drive pre-fires, but it's Fantasy that gets 2. Handy gets 1 in the mix as well. The body balance is flipped over to Furious in the blink of an eye. Sapper retaken Cafe. Do they know? Well, they're going to find out sooner rather than later. Miracle's tucked around in the corner. He's looking. He's on his drone. He's a freebie. Sapper puts the 2 versus 2. Doesn't see the one on the far end. Just sees the sliver of Handy, but escapes his way round onto the rotation. Handy takes out the cam. They've got themselves the control of arcade. They're looking for the loose threads and the loose players. A minute on. Plenty of time for them to go for the rebuild.
DCH playing with that famous shotgun onto that poles, hoping to put some pressure down upon one of these players that is looking to create some verticality. The RC Retiros are being used to do exactly that. Fantasy is on his drone trying to figure out where the Vigil's just gone, where the second player is. Pulse has gone unspotted here. Will be taking out the drone though, so they do know where he is. And of course, with that shotgun, doesn't have any capability of fighting long range like Sapper does with the K1A.
Sapper, are you going to swing? Are you going to swing? There it is! DCH gets the pistol pop at the same time. And Elevate, they've brought themselves back into this with a bit of excitement and fervor. I wanted a game. I'm hoping this continues.
After the first 2 rounds, they were completely wiped out of the map right here. Fury was not having any of it. Fantasy, not having any of it. Just opening it up time and time and time again. And now Elevate is starting to fight back. And suddenly it's a 2-on-2. And yes, they need to have at least 3 rounds, Emmy. That's the limit, or that's the bare minimum I'm putting upon them. The 4, that would be great. That would be considered a good defensive half compared to what we've seen so far. But 3, that is something you can work with for sure. And Elevate will decide to go back up to the top floor. This is the site they have lost twice in a row. It's the long angles that didn't work out. It's FURIA that continue to be able to knock them out of their positions, even though the second time around was a lot better than the first. They need to be a bit more effective. And of course the player in Cafe, that was eventually the decisive factor. It was Rare coming in with the LMG from Cafe, running through, getting that double kill onto the side. That suddenly shifted the balance from that 4v4 into a 4v2 in favor of FURIA. It was almost unable to be lost at that given moment in time. A lack of information, perhaps, but we'll find out as the round continues now to see if they will face the same problems or if Elevate have found a remedy to the issues they were facing.
FURIA, and that's the thing, it's still far from over for them. They're a team that keeps digging in. Famously, they're a team that, well, every round's a 0-0. Every round is a fresh palette for them to try and throw themselves into here. That's my excitement. It's not just that Elevate took a couple of rounds, but I want both of these teams to put on a sort of masterclass of fear into each other and into every other team in the tournament because they can. They are both massively capable. Ooh, it's exciting here. FURIA. Can they try and stop the roll of Elevate? Steady droning is still coming together. Slightly different positions this time around from Elevate. They've tucked themselves a little bit further away. They're not giving them an immediate route through into the side of the head of a player that's happened once or twice before.
Nagiri was droned out, but decided to just run out. It's not going to take any much damage there. The P90, was that? Yes, it is a P90 on Sapper. Swings wide. There's a little bit of damage towards Rare, but nothing too major. Yet they're in, though. Fantasy finds the first again. Sapper locked off. The mirror window pulled up a little bit too late. Fantasy able to shut him down before Mark strikes back. Finally, they need a bit more of that. They need to find yet another kill. And then Nagiri is in that vault on a long angle. Might be able to strike back and find Fantasy when it's needed most.
Well, they're more focused on the site, and Mark takes the wing off of Mr. Punch, who takes the breath of SDK. Suddenly thrown across the board, and there's a slip pass. Miracle cannot quite get the end of that loose player, a 3 versus 2, and it's back and forth game. The dance between Elevate and FURIA is beautiful and very dangerous. It's about to try and crack its way through onto Bunk. Onigiri is still in that loose position. Do they have an awareness? There's a big rotate coming around. They're holding off the vault angle. It seems like they've got the call of where he was, whether it was because he sprayed through, but they want to try and isolate that single player. He's moved all the way back. He's popped his own mirror window at that point, and he's just giving themselves a little bit more, I guess, of surety.
Bit on indeed, you popped that one, but maybe there's a reason for it that they want to go for it. Provide a bit of safety, I'm not quite sure. At least above the yellow stairs will be opened up. That's going to be an angle that now gets used by Mirror. A couple of pre-fire comes in, and Nagiri will be hitting in with the MK14, and it looks like Elevate might be able to put themselves into the lead here with 3 consecutive 1 rounds, if it's not for Handy, who gets shut down as well. And Nagiri with the MK will be pushing in, will be taking out that kill, and Elevate 3-2 in the lead right now. Are we going to see a timeout potentially? Don't think so, but it could be a moment that they call it.
It is a moment, and there it is.
Oh, called it.
Oh.
Called it.
Why do you say that like a New Yorker? Hey,
Hey, yo,
they've got a
I called it,
timeout.
mean.
I'm
walking
walking
here. According to medics.
Oh, they have called a timeout, and it makes sense. The thing is, FURIA are still not knocked. The bite back there from, obviously, Fantasy being able to get a couple of kills in and amongst it, it's still that. But this is, for my money, the first time FURIA have been tested and stressed Elevate were as well at the beginning of the game. Neither of them have had as sort of back and forth a first half. It's not that they didn't drop rounds, but this feeling of a game at this moment in time is that it's only going to get more and more intense. You gotta try and find a way to stop that momentum. You've got to try and find a way to just calm things down sometimes. If you're the one that's suffering with the slightly slower pace, blow the whistle, get out the safety car, bring everything a little bit closer together, and then races off.
It's definitely closer together now. It's Elevate that is leading, though. As if you just looked at the scoreboard, by the way, Fantasy on 9 kills already.
I mean, if we're going to talk about wanting to see Sapper show up, Fantasy as well, you just love to watch him play.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing about Fantasy.
But he's always there. It's like he's so consistently good.
Yeah.
It is insane. Like, the man is, every single game he plays, he's near the top of the scoreboard.
And it's just a joy to watch.
It is a joy to watch.
It's one of those things. Obviously, the rest of FURIA, they haven't quite hit the game as hard as he has. We haven't quite got the full 5-pronged sort of caliber that we had yesterday from FURIA. It's the first game of the day for them. It's the first time they're playing in the morning, actually. Both their games were the afternoon games yesterday. Takes a little bit of getting used to sometimes. Early morning.
You can ask Eminem about
it.
it.
Ask Eminem.
Yeah. Still yet to win a 10 a.m. game, by the way. Haven't been able to do that.
Oh, dear.
Possibly, maybe soon. Either way, FURIA on their last attacking round looking to make the difference here because they started off so strong. They were uncontested for these first 2 rounds. And then Elevate started to fight back. And now Elevate is on a point where they can actually win this half with a 4-2 and really put themselves up in a good spot. Drones are being taken out. Mark, he is playing quite aggressive right here. Needs to be careful to not be wall banged out. Decides to dig himself in right behind the mirror window. Lets them know, hey, I'm here. Is that going to reach?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. All right, that's literally just a pixel, I think. But it is going to reach, and it is going to be making sure that that side of the wall is going to be electrified. So no need to worry about that for now, except for if the verticality comes in. Also, yokai drones.
Yeah, they're looking for intel. They want to start playing a game where they're saying, you're droning us so well, let's see if you can handle the heat too. They're trying to find a response, and if they can get a 4-2, well, they've got themselves a standard theme park, but it didn't look likely after the opening 2 rounds, and it's even still sketchy at most points. Big bits of control here over the side of Dragon. FURIA aren't hunting players anymore, and I'm wondering if that was the topic of discussion, is yesterday all of them were pretty much winning their ones. Today, not quite the case. So instead, let's focus in a little bit more. Let's try and minimize just how much room and how many engagements we're giving to Elevate, and instead focus on putting some pressure onto the site itself. Force them out of positions and force them into more awkward fights. A minute 20, and we'll start to see potentially the wall pop to the pressure, and there goes the mute jammer. A bit too high? No.
He doesn't know. Echo doesn't know. There's no call out. He's still on his drone. He's going to be picked up there if they're going in with his drone. That's a free kill to Sapper. You just missed there. He was literally on his drone just until 2 seconds ago.
You saw Onigiri come around the back. You assume he gave a visual call there, like, man, you got to move. There's pressure onto barrels. Mr. Punch wins it out, though, through the window. Onigiri gets the deep kill, and, well, his Sapper's almost caught again. Slips past. One more engagement and one more moment. They did get Onigiri on the backside of
the top floor.
They're going for the retake, but there's Miracle. Like his name says, over the top, saves the lives of his team. A 3 versus 2. Massive damage done to Mr. Punch and to Sapper. They have a little bit in pocket, but it's dangerous to use it, so they're going on an adventure. Do they know that Sapper's slipped here? Oh, this could be huge if they time it. There's one. There's almost the second. Pre-fires the angle. Expects to fight. There's the kit. There it is, Sapper! And Miracle finds the fight on the far side. 20 seconds. It's an Echo who's just going to get out of there. He knows he can play this on camera. They know that they've got to hunt him. The calls come through, the flashes and the blinds. What can you do when the man has it? Doesn't have the kit, doesn't have the angle. He just has to wait. And there is Sapper.
A massive round from Sapper, and now the plant goes down. The yokai drone will move it. No, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the yokai drone in the right position. The plant's going down. Maybe. Yes. No, Miracle somehow clutches it out. That was a round that you could not lose, Elevate. It was supposed to be yours. The timer ran low. You didn't have the yokai drone in the right position. And the miracles just happened there.
I am beyond words, Sap. I am beyond words. Miracle. Okay. How often do miracles happen?
Not often, but that was definitely one of them.
I count twice that round. Coming round to save the players on top of Dragon with no awareness.
Yes. So there's two people retaking the top floor. Miracle finds out, cleans them up. Then Sapper goes. First of all, Sapper should have been dead probably at the start of the round.
He should have died like 3 times.
You should have died 3 times there, right? And he survived. And he manages to basically go on a giant flank. He digs in right behind the statue, gets that double kill. The time is running low. It's on 0 seconds. You have 2 yokai drones, but they're not in the right position. Someone should have seen that as well, by the way. The yokai drones were up there. They could have seen the player run in, and yet the information didn't seem to be there. Slightly wrong call made, going to the left instead of the right. All these tiny mistakes. As soon as the timer hits 0, cost them the round right there. A round that shouldn't have been lost.
I'm going to need a health check on XR Troika.
Yeah. Okay.
Big FURIA fan.
He definitely
Big FURIA fan. Just someone...
Need to know if he's still okay
Someone
after
just
that.
check that he's okay after that. Amazing. I mean, it should have been Sapper's round. There's no 2 ways about that. He did great to get where he was and be in that position, the movement, and then to win the second fight out. I was sure it was his. 2 seconds left. You're an Echo. You have drones active. You're watching the plant. And it's just...
How often do we see the cameras? I mean, it's Onigiri we're speaking about here, but it's not. How often do we see the cameras?
Pretty much never.
No, it's the CA we always see.
It's maybe the only time I can recall seeing it. They're up against the Clash, SDK, just doing a little bit of drone removal. The Clash was played by FURIA on border as a bit of a powerful house on the retake. It's going to be potentially a buffer here against the approach of Elevate, a 3-3 half, which on theme does play itself well for FURIA on their defense at this moment in time. Elevator's trying to find that loose thread. Spotted the Clash there, and, well, there's a gun that I don't even think... You're probably hearing that.
And what is that
and
gun?
you're like, what is that?
Is this a sound bug? No, it's just a camera. You don't really hear it often. Sounds really cool, actually. So, forgotten about the sound. By the way, 90 seconds. Sapper about to go on a bit of a strike as well. Grenades to come around the corner. Take out a lot of utility in ADS and the Mute Jammer there. C4 comes in, though. We'll take out Mark. Fancy with a good strike. That's going to be the thermite of the board, more importantly. It's going to be restricting the heart breach to just Onigiri with the heart breach gadgets, and that's not really too ideal. Elevate will have to fight some horizontal fights here into the direct doors, and that is going to be a struggle.
Well, there is Onigiri finding Fantasy on the swing round. The Clash is just forcing Mr. Punch a little bit further away. 54 seconds, and SDK is going to start trying to cause some problems. Slow down the wheels and see if they can try and put a beat on it. There's a fight handy. Is able to take the head off of Onigiri. The pings, they both seem to wear. There's a little bit more pressure. SDK, again, they pull back. They don't need to overextend, and this is what FURIA can do very well with the Clash. They cause problems. There's a player ready to swing either side if they need it, but Mr. Punch is alone. There's nobody else really here to offer any direct support. They're trying to catch the loose player inside the bathroom, rolled all the way through and popped. They're just going to get the slip by. They're looking for them. Tucked round. He's round one more corner. Well, there's a pre-fire.
It's an LG as well.
And there's a pre-fire. There it is. Finally finds it out. 3 versus 3, but 13 seconds. They're going to try and break through. Mr. Punch, he's hoping he can get the catch over. 10 seconds. He's the man with the kit. They're just going to have to run through and find a fight. They're locked out first. Sapper gets one more. 4 seconds. Where are they going to find the dive? There it is. Sprayed over the top. One goes down. He's just got to hold F at this point. You assume it's theirs to take. Round the corner. Out of time.
There was no time to go for that rotate there. I think it would have literally been a better choice to just stay around Dragon at that moment in time with that kit and then just pushing from those 2 different sides, especially with the way that those kills came in from the split area. And now FURIA leading here as they get their first defense. It is an armory throne. It's a very defense-sided side, and it did get quite close into the end here for Elevate. So there's definitely some potential they can work with. They've also learned a bit. They were just before playing the Thermite. They got C4'd when they got too close. Now it is going to be the ace that comes out. It's, of course, a different size. The different strategies do apply, and you will want to get some ranged heart breach in as well. But that might have to do with the fact that, you know what, we just did get C4'd. We do not have to be right on top of that wall if we want to open up. So let's just make sure we play a bit more differently this time around as they head over towards the second round of the attack. We see Nash, we see the Sledge, we see the Yana. Those are, of course, your explosives that will be used in either grenades or breaching charges. get rid of shields, all that kind of stuff. You have to buck for some soft breach to get it with the sledge as well. No, never mind, a complete repair comes in. I'll just stop analyzing attacking lineups before the
Yeah, I
repair's
think
done.
just relax, you know.
Relax that one.
You
So the
know-
Monty deck comes out though.
Yeah.
That is also interesting.
Are you allowed to use that word?
Intriguing. Sorry,
Intriguing.
Miloš isn't here yet,
Miloš
so
is so angry somewhere. Interesting's a fine word to use. Miloš doesn't know words.
see, I don't use it as in I don't know what's going to happen, but more of a I'm
Yeah,
interested to see how it will play out.
This is not interesting. Mr. Punch is using a sledgehammer to try and smash open a bit of soft. There's an intriguing roll down of intel, hot droning on Agiri to see if he can just pre-fire player, but nobody's home. See if they can try and find a bit of that hope behind it. As he said, Throne was the round that they took. So, if Elevate are going to want to try and stick a spear into this game and see if they can carry it all the way to the end, it's going to be here. The fight round onto the secondary and potentially tertiary. It was a 3-3 half, but they don't want to drop anything, and it's going to be told potentially on this round. Sapper, he's taking a sort of aggressive swing round fight as it was reinforced. Yep, he's trying to get the catch, and it's locked in. FURIA, they're not going to play any games with the Monty. They pull themselves back, a bit of a pre-fire round, but look at how they've stacked themselves up. They're controlling on the side of yellow. This grenade should get caught by that ADS.
Nitro. Yeah, Nitro to come through.
Okay. It gets rid of the ADS. There's a Wamai disc.
And that's not going to get it. Oh, look at that. 4 pieces of utility taken out with that one grenade. And this one flies far. Just not finds Furia. Handy, though.
Yeah, that grenade was perfectly played, just exploded on the precipice. And now that means that they can try and keep forcing themselves across. They're calling out the Jaeger there, holding the angle. Rare suffers, and Rare suffers. DCH is able to get the connection, finds their second of the game. The Monty driving themselves further forward and slightly further back because of the smoke canisters. But look at the angle they now have. And the one that they just lost, Handy, he's able to get that take, that bite round, and retakes Cafe. Might put a bit of a hole behind the Monty.
Monty will definitely have to go and check that, make sure he doesn't put his back towards it. Miracle will find Mark as well, so Elevate losing a bit of their advantage right here that they might have been able to pull up early on. Denigiri gets a trade, an important one at that as well. They need to find 1 or 2 more before they can really go for a bit of a plant. And with that, we have the ECH that finds SDK. That's huge.
They've dropped. They've gone for the rotate. Fantasy's not going to find the fight here. He thinks he can get more comfort elsewhere, and the Monty's rolling in. 30 seconds. There's Handy. He's been holding that spot for the longest time, and I said FURIA are more than happy to play that game. There's Fantasy, who went for the rotate, and as I said, he found somewhere a little bit more feasible. It's a 1 versus 1 once again. Sapper, the Monty, he's going to stick it potentially. He's waiting for the call on the intel. He's just on the other side of the heart. If he can get this up and round, he just finds a bit of a shield, gets the full extension, and runs and runs and runs away. And Handy has nothing else to really offer at this point. He's trying to find the weakness in the armor. Goes for the bait on the soft. He's going to try and force them out. He's going to have to pop it. They've played these positions before. There's the soft. There it is, the bait round. And there it is, not the full break. The Monty, he's stopping that truly go through and puts some of the damage in. Goes for the first knock. Goes for the second. Goes for the swing. 16 seconds. You've got to go for it now, Monty, at this point. There it is, the play round on the corner. And Sapper, he's not making the same utility mistake before. This time I'm confident in saying this is an F8 round, but at least Handy gets the final kill.
It must be so annoying to play against. I mean, he tried everything right.
He tried everything.
I think Gary's smiling at that. He's like, that's funny. It's like, what do? You don't even have to watch cams. You just stay. You just continue watching that Monty at that point. Well played by Sapper there, by the way. Perfectly played out. Got that first kill going aggressive with the ADS because he knows if I stall this down, I will be swarmed with the both of them. There's nothing I can do anymore. Then decides to, you know what? I need to stick it now. I need to go for that plant. And after that, perfectly kites around the last member of FURIA, making sure that even though the barricade gets popped up, that he puts up that pressure instantly back, and there's nothing that FURIA can do against it. And we are 4-4. We are still equal. And I'm going to say it, Emmy, unlike the last game where overtime was basically dooming both, an overtime here is basically letting both these teams win a little bit with that previous result kept in mind as well. Of course, both these teams want to get a full win, right? Let's just say it like that, because that brings them close to being confirmed. But in overtime, for these two, not too bad, because they're both the top team in their group. If they take points away from the other, that's already a big win for either of these. So with that said, if this gets this 6-6, I think both of them can still be quite happy about it.
I think one of the things as well is with sort of messy points at the bottom of the board. I know that they said 13. Sabrina said 13 is the number.
Yes.
But 10 is close to confirming. It means that over the remaining 3 games, there's a chance that if you take the full 3 on this, you might only really need 1 more round to be able. You probably want more than that, but you might just need 1 OT. And it doesn't even have to be an OT win. And that is huge. I kind of want this game to go all the way, but I'm selfish. And it's going to start here. Sapper pre-firing with the LMG, really making sure nobody's going to swing. There's a bit of concern of the player that was loose around onto the side of Throne, but FURIA is going to tuck themselves in. They were potentially going to go for something quick with Candelas, but the fact that they had a glimpse at Ying means FURIA is now probably very aware of this chance.
Aware of the fact that there might be some cams or someone up on the top. That is a good camera right there. They know exactly where Rare is. Around the split area, some pre-fires coming through, but won't be connecting. Rare's falling back towards the actual hallway. And that means that Armory and Throne might now fall, might now be taken under control by Elevate, which means that this verticality that right now is in the hands of FURIA needs to be all decisive. They need to make sure it will be enough to stop Elevate, because if Elevate just decide to hit the side, there's one player there. What are you going to do about it? You need to start dropping, you need to start going back horizontal, but they would be ready for it.
Mr. Punch is going for the fight over the top. Where, as you said, most of the bodies are currently stacked up. It's a bit locked in. They have some of the control. They have some of that understanding, and it's Sapper that suffers down the corridor. The fight versus Miracle, who also suffers out of it. They have the little openings. They've kept a lot of it soft, which means that he can't quite confidently move up as much as he would like to. Another Candela pops, but that's 2 for 0. We haven't had a single body taken out of the end of the wrong engagement. There's the catch on the Invisible Woman, and there's finally a bit of movement. He's inside the site, just misses the head. He can't get the rotate. There's an angle above him that he doesn't know about. Drops it on the floor. SDK. He's just going to smoke the back of that. Onigiri finds Miracle. In the meantime, they're putting pressure onto the site, and DCH itself. Mark gets 1 more. They're inside the site now. There might still be that single player. The pings are all hot and heavy. Handy is able to find one. Onigiri finds one back. Mark's going for the stick. SDK over the top is able to get it, but he can't quite get the angle on the planter. A post plant. Once again, a bit of a spread out here from the side of Elevate. The Smoke is hoping for an angle. Handy's hoping for it too. There's pings on the player. They're looking for them. Does scratch damage to Mark. He's looking for the fight back, and he wins it out. Now it's just SDK moving in amongst his own smoke, but Mark pushes Elevate into the lead.
And this is exactly what I said before, Emmy. I'm kind of worried what happens when Elevate decide to go for just a horizontal push. Because what do you have? You have some players up floor, like top floor. They got a kill out of it, fair enough. But you cannot cover every single entrance, as you just saw right there. They get in, they get that plan down, and suddenly you need to start dropping, and you drop right into the angles that are being held by Elevate. And they find themselves on 5. And if they get 1 more round, they will be taking the point away, at least from FURIA, looking to go for a full 3. But we're headed towards Throne first. Throne is the side that FURIA managed to win on their defense, but we have to say it was quite close near the end.
Yes, it was.
Sorry, I was like, did I say something wrong?
No, it was close. It was close both times.
It was close both times. No, yes, it definitely was.
There was 2 very closes in a row.
And, you know...
that was my sound.
Slight mistakes were made on either side. Huh? We just continue. But with Elevate right now not facing a clash,
5 seconds to go.
they might not have that same worry they had before, because the clash was super oppressive. The clash was super effective as well against the sides of Elevate. And now it's gone. Will that open up the avenue? Or is that extra gun that is going to be active constantly the difference maker that FURIA needs to make sure it won't be as close as it was the last time around?
FURIA, now they find themselves on the back foot once again, but last time they did. They then threaded 2 rounds in a row straight after. The difference is this time they don't have their tactical timeout to take. That might have been a bit of a change of face, so they're going to have to definitely hope that they can try and find the repeat of the success over this map, regardless of how slim it was. It's still a scratch on the board, and it keeps us pace for pace, potentially 5 apiece. It keeps Elevate off of map point. Onigiri once again with a heavy hitting cameras.
If you can get any double shots out of it. It's the beauty of the DMRs. You only need 2 kills, and if you just see a tiny slither of it, you're taking them down to about 40 HP, which is really easy to clean up for any other gun to be on the board as well.
SDK, he's getting a bit curious about Arcade Window, but pulls himself roughly around. You see a drone does get caught out. So they know his rough positioning. They know the window's open. Oh, they know that they can do a bit of damage. Is
Drone
that the
hole?
drone hole? Yeah. It was the drone hole underneath the arcade cabinets. There's a pre-fire to cover Rare. There's a C4 ready and ripped to go over the top. It's pre-ripped so they can... Oh no, mess it up, unfortunately. It was pre-ripped so they could do it without noise, but the false start means that they have all the safety in the world.
And this time, not losing anybody to that C4 is crucial, because the last couple of, like the last round, not the last couple of rounds, they lost their heart breacher to that C4 that just got tossed over. Grenades now being sent in to get rid of any PC utility right behind that wall. That will allow Mark to get into a position to start opening up. Now the big question is, are they going to be dealing with these roamers? DCH finds Miracle, Grade, Handy still inside Drug Lab though on that roaming position, but it seems like Elevate not wanting to attack that position, that could be like just the right choice to not go for that clear.
Fantasy finds DCH back over the back line, and they're going to rotate and try and retake the side of Yellow, but they get revealed. The Candelas start to pop through. They've got the breach open towards the site itself, but they don't quite have the confidence to move behind it. They're finding themselves closer and closer towards being in the middle of a bit of a FURIA sandwich here. Sapper has to be so delicate with their movements. One heavier step, and they're going to be entirely rocked and dropped. There's 3 players. The pings come through. The hatch gets broken above them. Sapper with the rotate now around onto Drug Lab. Do they know that he's been able to slip his way through? Does he know that there's a player? Do we know there's 20 seconds, Elevate? You've got to start to make a little bit of a move here. All the attention is played around the back of Yellow Stairs, but one of the breaches, there's still that player behind the chassis. There it is, the roll through the rock, and suddenly Elevate's got to try and get drived on. Mark gets one, but there's a down upstairs. It's a technical 2 versus 2 versus 1. Mr. Punch, all that's left with 1 second to pull it out, and we are back balanced.
They had the right idea there, but I think Sapper might have made a slight mistake. He wanted to attack the side as well, but he didn't know that there was 2 players around him. He had one in barrels, he had one in the Drug Lab. If he would have just stayed alive there, he could have been destroying these people as they rotated back towards the site. If he would have stayed alive, if he would not have tossed in these Candelas at the moment he did, he could have been making sure that round would have gone to Elevate. But we find ourselves at 5-5 now, equal scorings. And Lab and Storage is going to be the next one we head to. And of course, the Armory Throne is the only side that has been won by FURIA twice now on the defense. Means that something needs to change. The last time we were out here, it was a horizontal push to come in from Elevate. They did not really pay any attention towards the verticality. And that is something they need to pay attention to now on the side of FURIA. Maybe not just play 1 player onto the site directly. Maybe get 2, maybe get 3 around. Make that top 4 hold a little bit weaker, just so you can stop Elevate as they start to push in. Because they only need 1 round to take a point away from them. And you only need 1 round to take points away from them. It really is a very important round, round 11 it is. Who gets the opportunity to fight for 3? That's literally the question we will be answering in a couple of seconds.
5-5. And I said I wanted a game, and we've definitely started to be handed one, but who will be that one? Who will be that precious point taker that guarantees themselves at least something? Because at this point it could be either of them. It's been a back and forth between the 2 teams consistently across the entire face of theme. And now it's down to see if Elevate can try and drive it through. Little missed moments have pulled away from them. They're going for quite a quick cut through, concerned. But as the pop comes against it, Sapper is once again in this aggressive position. He was able to take the pressure down onto the site.
Yeah, last time, of course, they got into that early gunfight with Miracle, but not really either of them take any damage. They want to take control of the actual Armory Throne, but they've just figured out someone is in control room. An impact got used. They saw it get opened up, and that means attention needs to be split, potentially. As I believe a rotation came around, and Sapper already finding himself on the top of the yellow here, trying to cut off any of the rotations. There he goes, gets the first Fantasy locked off, and that's a huge and important pick.
That's it. He's gone for a slightly different position that he was in before. Last time he tried to keep the corridor unlocked, and this time he's got the first. Onagiri finds Rare, and the second is starting to fall. The throne wall gets cracked open, and Onagiri slips his way into split with deep eyes directly through onto the heart of the site of Drug Lab. There's a player, a single substance on the back of the site itself, but a bit of a retake over the top of Yellow Stairs. If SDK can cause a surprise party the same way the Candelas did, this could suddenly explode the round back up once again into potentially FURIA's favor. Miracle's doing everything he can. SDK doesn't quite get the gift as of yet. DCH is going to roll this drone past, and they're just going to let it go and hope that they can get it. A swing round at the end. Was that the true reveal? As Candela's in pocket and the smoke canister popped off. There's the blind. Are they going to push it in amongst it? They do. The player cannot see anything. Safety first. Safety first. And it's somehow SDK. Mr. Punch and Miracle find one apiece on the backside. 50 seconds. And they've got to try and bite their way through to the two remaining players.
SDK still alive. He's rotating all the way around. It's just Miracle onto the site now. He needs to hang on just a little bit until SDK is able to return. There's a little bit of damage to Onigiri right here, but he gets taken out. And that means the side is now open. SDK comes in from the back though, finds Onigiri. Not quite to confirm yet. It's with the SMG. He needs to reload both his weapons. And Markino go for the plans. The cover not quite there yet. Mr. Punch, he needs to get into the right position. These pings continue to come out. SDK, he needs to run for it. And that's exactly what he's doing. He wants to get into the side, but he gets taken out. Mark will get the kill. It's elevated at 1 point on the board. And the opportunity to fight for all three.
It's still so close. Every round is turning into a bloodbath between these two teams. Elevator the first to hit map point, but as I said at the start of that round, it is just as likely to see both of them at it. FURIA, 1 round separates them from taking some points from this. 1 round separates Elevate from rocketing to the top of the board, unbeaten in their first 3 games. Their chances turn into something roughly around 96 to 98% of escaping groups. We'll get the full confirmation of all of that at the end. For now, all we need is the confirmation of this. Do we go to OT, or do we have it end here? Both are just as likely. Flip as many coins.
As many as you want. And with that, Elevate. A little bit of pressure on you now. But I think they are underdogs in this tournament. Of course, we know Elevate. We've seen them before. We know what they're capable of, and unfortunately, we didn't see them play in Charlotte. They could have made some upsets happen there. And it's definitely what they want to do here. They want to be coming in at the top of that group. Show 8-Back is here to play as well. Whereas that one, Kia so far has been failing. They are 0-3. It's Elevate that is looking to be 0, or 3-0, rather. The complete opposite. Drones get tossed in. Miracle is positioned. His attempted spawn peek will be given away, but at least he will find that piece of information. Stops it from being utilized any further. SDK decides to hide behind the desk and cash. Now if a drone goes a little bit wide there, doesn't quite spot that player, it could be massive opening for the side of FURIA. However, with everybody stacked around him in that current position, it could be a clear point of contact for Elevate. Something they try and encircle, something where they try and isolate the players. I believe a Brazilian team just won 1 round, or maybe even a complete match on the other stream.
You never really know.
You never really know. But we have an important match ourselves here. Opening the hatch here, making sure no C4 comes through. Indeed did not. Elevate. 2 minutes left on the clock. They need to start isolating these players. Still, SDK hiding behind the desk, hoping to go unspotted, but it seems like Cash is not going to be a point of contact here for the side of Elevate. They don't want to go there. As I said, of course, someone jumps down onto the balcony. Monty starts pushing in. Sapper will surely be able to get a bit of a clear, especially with SDK running up, now running away. So his hiding has not paid off.
There it is, the spray round and a bit of the cover. Sapper's tucked onto the corner, and the smokes will just sort of put a bit of an element of waiting down. Gives FURIA time to rebuild, restructure, and do this. Fantasy, he's retaken a bit of territory. He takes the second. The kit's cold. They find a fight on the site itself at the same time. Sapper's inside, but without the kit, FURIA can rebuild around it. Important that they were at least able to take out a player, but there's still a fair few ahead of them, and Fantasy is one of them. Sapper's on the board. Mr. Punch and DCH have their moments to try and offer either side, but a bit of a break and a lull as they try and reevaluate positioning.
No hard breach to go through any of these walls as well, so they need to go for a push through the choke point, through these doorways, and that is not going to be crucial. That is going to be a lock off there. Fantasy, though, gets completely flushed out by Sapper. With that, it's back on 303, 40 seconds. It's plenty of time to work with. The diffuser has been recovered. Grenades are being tossed in from below, but won't be able to connect as of yet. There's still 3 more to go, though. Mr. Punch below. We do have DCH with 2 on equal levels. It is going to be a nitro to be tossed in. No damage done to Sapper. Well done. A PC utility
Monty taken out. Nothing left but guns now for the side of FURIA. Mr. Punch coming up from the yellow stairs. Look at the first recover, gets the kill onto Miracle. It seems like Elevator turning this around, even though they managed to drop the diffuser this early on the side of FURIA. Now a player right behind onto the balcony. The plant seems to be coming down. Is the cover on point? Yes, it is. It is going to be Elevate that win it against FURIA. They take 3 points. They are on top of the group, and look at how happy they are. They deserve it, and with that, most likely will confirm themselves today.
I mean, everyone in the room in Berlin can hear Justin and can hear the team. Elevate, undefeated, full 9 points, top of the board. FURIA made them sweat, which we will break down after a very quick break, but they will celebrate as they have earned it. See you in just a moment. Hello and welcome back here in the post-game and the post-group energy, at least the halfway mark of Group D. Elevate versus FURIA. It was a heck of a game, but only one person or one team can win. Elevate 7-5.
A 7-5 victory as they managed to outdo FURIA on the attack on Theme Park. I didn't think I would say today that Theme Park was going to be attack-sided, but apparently this game it was. Great use of the Monty, I have to say. Just flushing out these players, even if they're 2 men down, somehow being able to turn it back around and win that very final round. But it wasn't just that round. It was also other rounds where the Monty came in. It's other rounds where Elevate realized, oh, there's one person on the side. Why would we take top floor control? Their attacks, dynamic, unfortunately unable to win Armory Throne, but that's the only real downside we saw.
And I think that's it, really, is FURIA put up a huge fight. We expected it. We wanted it. It's still halfway through. Everything can still technically shift and change, but Elevate taking the full 9 points when earlier on in the day we saw the other team struggle. Well, let's see how that shaped things up in the group itself. We can go through a couple of them as well, because obviously the other games have been playing on the A stream, 2 of the groups. Yep. I believe now we're at that confirmed. So let's get the first one up, shall we? Group A. And this was Rogue, NIP, XSET, Damwon, Kia. So Damwon, Kia played their first game this morning versus XSET and lost it by the looks of things. And Rogue and NIP, with Rogue, I think, losing theirs versus NIP. So
7-5, they've lost it.
7-5. It's a pretty intense fight in that group. Damwon Kia, unfortunately, find themselves a bit struggling.
Yeah, unable to really compete yet with the other teams in this major. So who knows, it might still turn around. There is still an opportunity for them to get into that top 3. I don't know if they're completely out now, because 9 points is the maximum they can get. The other 3 are already on 6. This is a group where, which Benny said, 13 points confirms you.
Well, this is our group here, Group D, Elevate. They've just taken that 3, and as I said, put themselves onto 9 points, a huge round difference. M&M, a single point. And as you said, there's a total of 9 more points to grab. So technically, there's always still the chance of a screen back to the top. But Elevate have done a lot of the busybody work to put themselves so close to qualifying.
Yeah, just a single point, maybe 2 to get themselves secured, but we'll get back into that later today. Of course, when those matches start coming down, and if we just look at the summary right here, Onigiri and Sapper pulled in massive shifts for the side of Elevate, but we cannot forget Fantasy. 14 on 12. He managed to get so many entry kills onto the side of FURIA, just unable to finally drag the rest of the team across the finish line.
It was a big showing, and that's the thing to take away from this FURIA is they had their 2 wins yesterday. Technically, this has been their toughest opponent. Is the only one that I think has made them properly sweat.
Yep.
The FURIA game yesterday's where they were in direct control. Even though they lost a couple of rounds, it was still a FURIA game. This was both of them. There wasn't really a single team that ever once said, this is ours, the same way they did yesterday. It's everything we kind of wanted. Because they're going to meet again towards the very end, and I have a feeling that's going to be just as spicy.
Who knows, it might even decide if one of them will be making it or not. I mean, at that point, maybe Elevate will already be confirmed. Maybe FURIA not yet, because they just lost out here. But who knows? That's all just speculation. But I think it is going to be time to toss us to a quick break, because we've got a new set of matches coming in. New groups that we will finally finish the first round of Robin before we start the second. So get yourself some snacks, get yourself some drinks, stay hydrated. It is warm. That's important. So see you soon.
Welcome back to the B Stream, guys. We are here for yet another match in the group stages of the Berlin Major, and it's teams that are on their last legs at the moment, Mandy. SANDBOX really has struggled, and to be frank, Soniqs not a lot better.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one, SANDBOX. We had high hopes going into this major. They have a new and rejuvenated roster, but it feels like they need a little bit more experience, a little bit more time to fill it all in together and get those details ready for international events. On the side of Soniqs, it's a completely different story. These guys, they've been together for over a year now, but still not showing up in the server.
Well, let's take a deeper dive into the Soniqs, right? This is a team that has generated pretty high expectations. They managed top 6 at 6 Invitational, like you said, but they've dropped off recently. What's been going on?
The Soniqs, we're not really sure. They also seem to be one of those teams that go through those cyclical periods where they're doing really well, they don't do so well. After 6 invite, they came back into stage 1 and they ended up finishing 8th, which is a very poor finish, only to come back through to 2nd in stage 2. It just feels very up and down. It's very turbulent for this team, and right now seems to be a period of adversity for them.
Well, everyone is also talking about how Super has announced his retirement after this competition. I have no doubt that Soniqs want to go out with a bang, and they are capable of that. We saw that at SI. They were just knocking teams out left, right, and center. But here, they're the ones who are on the verge of elimination. They've only got a single point. But if they can win this game in regulation, they can guarantee that they won't be eliminated from the groups today. There's still a chance that they could make it into the playoffs through to tomorrow. But let's take a deeper dive into the Koreans, right? SANDBOX. There was a lot of hype behind this team in stage 2. These roster changes, Arakusa looking so hot.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype going back into it, especially the new young gunners. That seems to be the theme of this major so far, is there are so many new players that we look towards, a lot of rookies that seem to be performing very well. On the side of SANDBOX, though, it doesn't feel like that synergy is fully developed. It doesn't feel like this roster of 5 is so mature that there's an ebb and flow going throughout the team that the rest of the teams in this major have.
Yeah, you mentioned experience before. Like some of these players on this roster, like Envy Taylor, for example, have so much experience, and then a guy like Arakusa, he might have been one of the best players globally during stage 2, but he's actually been one of the worst here at the 6 Major Berlin. He's never played in a major before, perhaps a little bit of nerves getting in there. And that is the story of it for SANDBOX. They don't have a single point, and it doesn't get much better from here. Like, if they lose this game, they've lost to every team in their group, and it's going to be a really grim run. But Soniqs, you know, they have to give it their best as well. If they are to make it out of playoffs, they've got to win as many games as possible. But let's start talking maps, right? Let's get into that map, Vito. And to me, I'm looking at their history. I think these teams have only played back at 6 Invitational, and it was a 2-0 win for Soniqs. So in terms of head-to-head history, Soniqs are looking like the favoured team.
Well, that being said, it is a 2-0 history, but this is a brand new roster, Dev. And for the team of SANDBOX, they're going into this stage saying, okay, we need to learn. This is the first time that we're as a 5 at an international event. I think they're going to cut themselves a little bit of slack and say, we need that growth, we need that mentorship in our team. I don't think they're going to be too upset going against the Soniqs roster looking back at the history. I think they're just seeing it as a new reset type of game.
Well, let's look at that map, Vito, and determine where we're going to be heading. Goes through the bans, 9 maps in the pool, ban. Oregon is where we end up. I trawled through the history books today, and I saw that at the 6 Invitational, when these two teams played, and Soniqs won quite convincingly 2-0, one of the maps they played was Oregon. It was a 7-0 for Soniqs.
What?
Yeah, that is...
Damn.
That is rough for SANDBOX, but I mean, credit to them. They had the choice between that or bank. Is this a mistake from SANDBOX? Are we hoping that they've learned something in the last couple months?
Well, like I said, these guys, brand new roster. Maybe Oregon works out for this group of 5. Maybe they've scrimmed it and they're feeling happy with it. On the side of Soniqs, though, this is a roster with history. They've been together. They've probably scrimmed Oregon hundreds, maybe thousands of times even. I can only imagine that perhaps the experience is going to get the better of SANDBOX.
It feels like this is a big mental game, in my opinion, though. Like SANDBOX, we know what they're capable of. We know how well they played throughout stage 2. It's players like Arakusa who can't seem to get in the right headspace, and as a team, like that chemistry, that's what's been letting them down. And it feels like a bit of a similar story for Soniqs, right? Like they lost that G2 game after being 5-1 up. Where is the mental?
The mental is in the bin. That's what I can tell you. Once you get reverse swept like that, there's only that crushing feeling of, we were so close, you know? And it's so hard to be able to come back mentally from that. But today is a new day. They've had their rest. They're going up against SANDBOX, who are in the same point in the standings as they are, essentially. And it's their chance to come back into it and show that, yes, we do deserve to be at this major. Don't count us out just yet.
Well, Oregon is our battleground. Let's jump into it. Let's get this game started. SANDBOX and Soniqs, both teams with so much ahead of them, so many stakes to this match. The verge of elimination for them both. Let's see what you guys reckon. Wow, a very split community vote. Soniqs just edging out 57%. A lot of hope still held, it seems, for the Korean roster, who are yet to find a single point.
Oregon will be the battlefield of choice for these two teams. One that's supposedly unknown between these rosters. We don't really know how SANDBOX will play out against the experience of the Soniqs. Ban phase will now start out. The Soniqs starting out on the defense, of course, will pick up that first ban. And it'll be a Hibana. This one's pretty interesting.
Looking back throughout history, Soniqs banned Hibana only once during Stage 2, and that was against TSM on Clubhouse. So I don't really feel like that bears much weight onto this one. This must be that Soniqs have seen how SANDBOX play, and they want to get rid of that Hib. It's going to be more ace play instead for the hard bridge.
Fascinating though, the second attacking ban to go out will be the Nuke, which means that things like your Thatcher, your Maverick, your Flores, lots of options are open to the attacking half instead. Hibana being banned out does mean that some of those hatches may be a little bit more tricky to get open. We see a lot of teams bring it to try and open all three hatches going into the basement, but having to lean into that Maverick to trick the hatch, Thermites, Aces, can be made a little bit more challenging through that mid-round.
Azami, wow. I'm a big fan of Azami, and we've seen some excellent use of her for anchor positions, for retakes, for aggressive plays throughout the competition here at the Berlin Major. I personally haven't noticed SANDBOX specifically using it. I don't know if there's a particular reason Soniqs want to get rid of it, but it does leave Mira in. If we go down to basement, we might see some teams decide to use that. We saw that a lot from Kina yesterday on XSET, and it worked like a charm.
That being said, that we are being taken to the basement by the Soniqs, and they are not choosing to take the Mira along with them. They've just got the trusty smoke shotgun, as well as the rest of these players supposedly going for what is an extended roam. I feel like this is the MO of Soniqs, if you'd ask me. They have their one anchor, soft roam, trying to hold on to as much map control as they possibly can.
Seems to be the style that they're looking for. In SANDBOX, we're going to be looking at players to get on these entries. Couple of repicks, and it looks like they might well be locked in. It's not often you get to see the big old blitz come out. MV Taylor is taking a trip back down memory lane. It was 2018 where MV Taylor used to be a bit of a blitz main and a menace back in the days. Is this rush going to work?
Now, hang on a moment. It definitely does look like a rush. There's a pre-placed drone actually on top of the bomb chassis, seeing into that long hallway of the bomb site, but three anchors actually holding onto it as of now. Maybe they've seen the operator picks on the default cams or something like that, but the Soniqs, they look so ready for this rush.
Nade to try and take down the barricade. Soniqs so aware of it. MV Taylor to try and go in. Shile with the opening pick. MV Taylor on the blitz, spotted, taken low as well, and the gas traps these players right into the meat grinder for SANDBOX. The Soniqs coming away with such a significant advantage. Static, though, with the backstab immediately traded. Soniqs not going to let that happen. Yeti, fantastic shot from him. It's not over yet.
Supra's gone down now. 2 versus 1 situation for Good Boy with that
God.
LMG. Kanzan and Good Boy now in the 1 versus 1 situation, but Good Boy, he's got intel.
It's the youngest player at the tournament. Good Boy now. So with a huge task ahead of him to clutch the opening round against Kanzan. There's information for Soniqs on that bulletproof camera. No nades left. What's Good Boy going to do? That's a bit of a heal from the Thunderbird. He's listening. Can he hear Kanzan creeping up from the hallway? Kanzan knows he doesn't have to make the move. The clutch master himself. Can he get it done against Good Boy? But there's information for Good Boy, and he lands that shot. SANDBOX kick it off with a bang.
Good Boy, thank goodness he came in with that LMG clutch in the 1 versus 2 situation there. It felt like Soniqs had such a good read onto the rush that SANDBOX were going to go for. They reconsolidated 4 out of the 5 players back on the bomb site. They held that elbow shield for dear life, but eventually Super went down to the hands of the Blitz, and then Good Boy was able to come in and clean up the rest of the bomb site to take out the round for SANDBOX.
I've always wondered, why is it that Super wears the towel on his head? Like, is it really that hot?
It's warm. It's toasty.
It is pretty toasty here. But it's going to heat up further in the server if SANDBOX keep that up. Certainly setting the pace early And from the game that we watched yesterday, Mandy, with the XSET and Rogue teams in the server playing Oregon, we saw how strong this laundry supply basement site is. Off the top of my head, I don't really remember any attack rounds won on that bomb site during that game. And in contrast here, SANDBOX already setting the pace with and setting the standard for this match. Finding the opening round, attacking onto this bomb site, it really puts a lot of pressure onto Soniqs, in my view.
That being said, Soniqs are going to repeat the bomb site, and this time will choose to bring the mirror along with them. We've got one left in the pocket of Rexon to try and make a sort of flexible anchor push once they've figured out what SANDBOX are going for. SANDBOX, they've repeated the pick on the blitz as well, so it would indicate that they would want to go for a more explosive type execute onto the site, but taking it a lot more slowly through this early round.
It was a bit of a gamble for Soniqs to go back to Oregon. Now, they did destroy SANDBOX on this back in SI, but SANDBOX hasn't actually played this map in a very long time. Haven't played it. I mean, they played it once in the National League, but they haven't otherwise played it in all of Stage 2. So these blitz strats, like, this is something that's been hidden. And now Soniqs is going to have to do some mid-game adaptations to try and keep up.
Soniqs once again are consolidating their plays back on the side. I feel this is very uncharacteristic of them. Usually Soniqs, they're all up and about throughout the map, but they seem to have a very good read that SANDBOX are just literally going to do the same thing that they did about a round ago. There we go. Grenade to open up, the barricade to be destroyed, spearheaded by Taylor.
Oh my god, and Static kicks it off with a nice pick. The gas, though. You can see the way Cans is playing that shield. He does not want to forfeit the position, in fact. We're going to see an eruption from Soniqs. 3 picks, and Envy Taylor harassed by the gas even further. It's just Static and Envy left, and they got 4 players to find. That diffuser cold on the ground.
Static, though, starting to creep his way through lobby down the laundry stairs. Is anybody watching? He opens up the barricade, gives away his position, and takes a heap of damage for it.
Oh, so hard, but oh my god, they line up! Envy Taylor finally deals with the smoke, but a C4 is more than enough to finish the job. Just Static now looking straight onto a mirror window. They know exactly where he is. 1v3 is a very tall order. We've seen the damage that Static can do. He puts his cap on backwards and he says, "Come at me, bro."
But the Soniqs, they're just so disciplined, not willing to give anything away. 3 players are trained on this double doorway, and none of them are peeking, all of them holding these passive angles. Static, which fight can he take? He can't take any. Grixer to take him down and win the round for the Soniqs.
Great discipline from the Soniqs in that 3-way crossfire, not looking to give anything up. And they indeed did read into that rush, right? Second time is not the charm, it seems. SANDBOX, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
And I love the genius as well from Soniqs. They went, all right, you did something silly that round. We know how to deal with that. We'll pick the mirror. We'll pick some shields. We'll make sure that the warden is up, and we'll use our smokes very effectively as well to stunt that rush as soon as it came through. They had all 4 players on the same page, playing those crossfires in a much more, what I would say, a much more calculated, on the ball way in comparison to the last round where they continuously got caught out by Good Boy and eventually lost the round, right? So Soniqs, they're back on it. There is nothing that can be taken away from them. They're just not rattled at all by the first round.
And remember, there's a lot of ammunition behind this game, right? The chances of each of these teams making playoffs, you can see on your screen right now. A regulation win for both teams. Well, in this case, for SANDBOX, 29%. For Soniqs, 38%. So really only marginally better.
And the most important thing about this graphic that is currently being shown is that for the Soniqs, they have to win in regulation if they want to guarantee that they cannot be knocked out today. If there's any other result and the games in this group might not go their way, it's possible they could be knocked out here.
Because there are a lot of games in this group, right? And if the teams above these guys manage to qualify, then it eliminates these guys. If these guys lose their following games, then they might not make it. But yeah, for Soniqs, destiny is in their own hands. They will make it to day 3 if they can win this in regulation.
SANDBOX, though, they will begin their attack onto Master Bedroom and Kids' Dorms. Good Boy will be the first point of contest just outside of lobby, looking for any possible spawn peaks. Meanwhile, Yeti in the basement. He could be met by Envy any second now on the Jackal. Does he see his feet? No, he doesn't. There's nothing down here.
Yeti's on the other side. He seems to have read into this. Perhaps a bit of odd work from Soniqs has caught this. They're aware that Envy Taylor goes for a lurk like this. I mean, it's seemingly common these days. Envy Taylor spotted on camera, and now Yeti knows he's going to try and trap him out. Is Envy Taylor? Oh my God, the cross. Is Envy Taylor going to be holding the right angle as Yeti rounds the corner? Oh my God, get flicked on. Envy Taylor flexes his muscles on Mr. Muscles himself. And that's an early pick for SANDBOX.
Grenades follow through on the floor as well for Shyle. It almost connects. Kansan taken down to a slither of HP and a second one to follow up. Will this one connect as well? Oh no, it doesn't. Just meters off the mark. A player inside of security as well, but all 4 of his reinforcements are protecting him. That's Super. Super, though, he's trapped in a pinch right now. He's inside of security. He can only escape through the hatch, and Envy Taylor is in the basement.
Wow, it's not looking so hot right now for Soniqs, and it's just gone from bad to worse. Look at SANDBOX. Might have taken a couple of games to warm up, but they might be able to get their first points on the board if they can keep this up.
Envy creeping his way through the basement as well, afraid that Super might drop the hatch at any time, but it doesn't matter anyway. Arakaze to take him down.
Oh,
now,
flawless.
Oh, wow, a flawless round for SANDBOX, going in on this attack, perfectly read into the way that Soniqs were playing this.
Perfection from SANDBOX in that round. They are nailing it. And they have taken the advantage here over Soniqs. This is a damn sight better than their Korean brethren on Damwon Kia did earlier today. And it's also a damn sight better than SANDBOX managed to achieve yesterday. If I recall correctly, only managed to achieve 8 rounds so far of the 2 games that they have played. They got 3 rounds against G2, managed to get 5 against FaZe, which is pretty respectable. But here against Soniqs, it looks like SANDBOX could even be poised to take some points away from this matchup, which would be huge because not only is that keeping their dream alive of making it through to playoffs, but it's a bit of a sweet revenge against the team that knocked them out at 6 Invitational.
And I feel like from that last round, it's really obvious that SANDBOX have voted this particular map quite well. They knew that Soniqs, they do a big 4 reinforcement hold inside of security. They might place somebody there, and knowing to send someone through the basement to cut off that freezer hatch drop, meanwhile the rest of the team pushed through small tower, it really broke apart the Soniqs roam straight away. They had nothing to deal with it, bar Yeti in the basement, who ended up getting taken down. Well read once again. It just feels like SANDBOX are so prepared going into this matchup.
And that was a risk that Soniqs decided to take by going to Oregon. They played this 3 times the NAL and played it once yesterday against FaZe. So there are VODs out there. There's plenty of research for Nova and the other support staff from SANDBOX to do and prepare for this game. And it looks like SANDBOX, they've come into it ready to go.
Now, though, the Soniqs will take us down to the kitchen and dining bomb site once again.
Oh, no.
It's a site that we've seen be pretty new. Actually, they're doing a small tower hold to go into it, supported by Kansan. Spawn peeking from that big tower window. He has been droned out. The Ossa shield could pressure him out here.
Yeah, but you can see how aware SANDBOX are of it. Now, this is a hold that we've seen several times from Super. He had a pretty phenomenal performance in this position. That said, you can see SANDBOX have voted this. They know the exact way that they want to deal with this, and they've got this Ossa shield just being held up with the player watching. Oh my God, good boy. That's a hell of a risk. Thankfully, SANDBOX able to trade that player back, but Soniqs get the last laugh. They find 3 kills in the meanwhile.
And the diffuser as well, cold outside of the building. Envy Taylor and Shyle, the last 2 to try and clean up this round and pick up the pieces. But like you said, that was a Sonic special right there. That is the MO of Super, his last dance with the Soniqs. And I mean, what better way than to hold on to small tower like that?
Looking good for Soniqs now. SANDBOX's strat just wasn't quite it. There are cracks in the armor, and Soniqs is looking to even this up. They're going to be able to execute onto site, though. Still got the Osso, 2 shields in pocket. Shile's got a fair share of utility as well, let's not forget.
Oh, but he has been taken down by Rexon, now leaving Envy Taylor in the 1-on-4 situation. Super has gone down, thankfully, from that small tower position, so he has one less thing to worry about, but it's looking pretty dire once again. Soniqs, they are so disciplined. Even in this 1-on-4 situation, their experience tells them, okay, we should not give anything away to these guys, and they will take it and run with it. If they get anything, Yeti taken very low, it's a bit dangerous from him.
Yeah, maybe don't keep peeking that, Soniqs. I mean, we sung their praises for the discipline, but for here, I mean, this is a dud round. Envy Taylor looked to bait picks, but Soniqs realistically shouldn't be giving him anything. They played this so well. Attempts at going in. Surely it's not going to work. No, can't quite land those shots there for good boy. But regardless, it is a good reply there from the Soniqs. They've managed to even up the scoreline now, Mandy. It was looking a bit rough, but something I will say, these teams are going back and forth, having dominant rounds on both sides.
Absolutely. This current game feels like the story of these two rosters in the format, like embodying it. Don't you think so? Soniqs, they are playing their Oregon, the Oregon that they're so experienced on, the Oregon that they've pioneered strats on, the way they play it. Meanwhile, on SANDBOX, it looks like they have prepared for this. It looks like they are bringing the new to the old, but the experience of Soniqs is catching them out on some rounds. They're just so proficient at their strat book. They're so proficient in their positions.
I mean, that's it. I mean, SANDBOX clearly had a pre-prepared counter strat to deal with Super in small tower. And yet they still lost the round, you know. 4 players still alive on the Sonic side. And it goes to show that, yeah, Sonic, like you said, they are so good at their strats. It might be strats you've seen before, but they're really good at them. So even when you prepare something, it might not cut it.
And it really just comes down to a lot of these gunfights as well. The good boy we saw in that first round, he was so good at being able to clean up the 1 versus 2. But all of these players on the Soniqs as well have also incredible mechanical prowess. They've played their positions hundreds, thousands of times, right? You cannot count them out even though you know exactly what they're going to do.
And Soniqs looking to contest this entry. SANDBOX, for the first time, not going for a blue rush with the blitz on this basement defense. Instead, they will try and address this roam, but Soniqs, like you mentioned, are very keen to go for this roam. This is what they want.
Yeti will be the first point of contest on the Wamaya, holding on to Zulu. Meanwhile, Good Boy, in tandem with his team, trying to pinch out this position, some through Garage, some through Small Tower, but the rest of the Soniqs, they don't want to deal with that. They think that they've wasted enough time now, and falling back down the freezer stairs, just being droned out. Now SANDBOX know they have this ground claw control in their hands.
Logic bomb to detonate. And SANDBOX done a decent job clearing the roam, but Soniqs, I mean, it was really of their own volition that they fell back. Now, Shyle, is he able to find anything from Freezer? So many crossfires that he walks into at the bottom of these stairs, all the way deep through laundry, through the closet, through the shirts rotation. Looks like SANDBOX trying to take as much of the map as possible and prepare and feel out where this execute might be valid.
Well, Taylor is the only one with hard breach on his particular roster, and he's committed both of those hard breach charges, one to the hatch inside of meeting and one inside the hatch in lobby. So that means Freezer is staying closed. It's no biggie. They've already cleared the roam is going down at anyway. And it's up to SANDBOX to start to drone out the site and pick apart this anchor setup that the Soniqs had. Now, last time they played it, it was very successful. This time, there is not the mirror in hand, but the Warden to directly counter the Ying pick that Envy's got. If they don't give away the life of Grixer, this could spell disaster for SANDBOX.
This is going to be so difficult for SANDBOX onto the execute. Good util clear, though, for the Koreans. As the American roster holds steadfast on the bomb site, there's going to need to be more bite to this attack, because funneling through these choke points isn't going to work.
And it seems like Envy will be that wild card of the attack on the Ying, dropping through that meeting hatch. Only 40 seconds left to go and no casualties in this round so far, but the canal has come out. It's all happening.
And Grixer is the perfect player to counter that. He's got the Warden with the smart glasses, but what a play there from Static. He gets down, but he retains the numbers advantage for SANDBOX. Soniqs not going to lie down, not going to let it go easy. Kansan with this SMG-11, we know what he's capable of, but it's MV Taylor and Arakuza with 15 seconds left to try and hunt down these final defenders. And MV Taylor's found one, they're hunting for them. 2v1 and Rexon's on for the flank, but he's got the diffuser! Surely there's no way MV Taylor can get back onto site. He's forced to plant. The clutch could come through from Rexon. It's all up to Arakuza to cover! The rookie! With a pistol!
I cannot believe what SANDBOX just managed to pull off there in that execute. I thought that Soniqs had the grip on that site. I thought they had the perfect operators, the perfect positioning, but it doesn't matter anyway because their explosiveness onto that bomb site to get it down and just the smallest slither of HP to get the bomb down from NV Taylor. Oh, wow. What an explosive round that was from SANDBOX.
That was way too close. That was way too stressful there for both teams. And I got to feel if you're Soniqs, you can't be dejected at a moment like that. They're sitting there, and we were singing the praises of this basement defense bomb site, but now they've lost two. They lost to that rush, and they also lost that round. Which, to be frank, they were looking pretty well favored on that round. In the NAL, this is quite a defensive favored bomb site. 70% of defense rounds on this bomb site are won. And 74% in APAC North, where SANDBOX is from. The fact that Soniqs has only won 1 from 3 attempts is so concerning.
They're going to reattempt through, and I just want to break down that last round one more time as well, because I feel like the tempo in that execute was very difficult for both of those teams. SANDBOX, they came in, it was explosive, it was crazy. The comms on the side of Soniqs must have been completely rattled. We saw through the middle of that execute, they made some small errors in positioning, and the gunfights they wanted to take that eventually gave away their life, even though they had the man advantage, and you can only feel for Soniqs in that situation. You've just been hit with a load of chaos and you've got to recollect the pieces and just, oh, it's such an unfortunate loss when they played such a good defense.
Charl on for the entry. Rexon trying to redeem himself. Oh! Quick slip away. And yet he gets back to sight unscathed. That said, this seems so early. Soniqs, are they scared? They've fallen back and it's only been 35 seconds.
The SANDBOX, they're setting some really fast sector times through the map right now. Good boy, he's already down 2 minutes and 15 seconds left as well. It only took him about, what, 45 seconds to get here. That is some incredible pacing. And Soniqs now left at an even worse position than they were last time. SANDBOX have even more time to consolidate their thoughts and figure out exactly what they want to do and execute it more cleanly. But,
oh wait, there's a player hidden. Have a look. Who is that? Who is that outline, Easy? You got to tell me. Yeti going for a cheeky play. Oh. He does find the down and the finish onto Shile. So Soniqs, they do at least get back to sight with something to say for it.
The Soniqs, the tiniest adaptation, maybe is what they're going to need going into this execute. Last time, there were no casualties going to the execute. This time, they are in the man advantage. They're going to be feeling more confident about their crossfires, more confident about their refrags, because they know all they needed in that last round was composure. The strat was good, the timing was good, and now it's just about pulling it all together, and they want to achieve that in this round.
Grixer takes a hunk of damage there, and he's such a pivotal player in this position. When MV Taylor has the Candelas, he is the playmaker. And that means that Grixer is the one for Soniqs that's got to disrupt that, that's got to be steadfast in the moments where SANDBOX needs the defender's blind. He's got to survive.
Utility starts the ring out on the side of SANDBOX, as well as the first smoke canister from Camden, delaying that freezer push, but he can only delay for so long. 50 seconds still left on the side of SANDBOX if they want to bait out more and more and more utility from Soniqs, choke them out of any of their resources.
Candela goes out, another one. How many is Envy going to dedicate here? He's telegraphing a push, but he's not dropping. Is this a bait? Soniqs don't seem to fall for anything. And SANDBOX desperately trying to find an in, but the ADSs, the magnets, there's just so much utility to hold on to for SANDBOX. So Good Boy's going to take matters into his own hands. He finds the pick, and Atakuza traded back immediately. That leaves Good Boy on the ground and just 2 players from SANDBOX to win this half out. It's MV Taylor and Static who've got to step up. Static does. Good Boy managed to get revived, but it's all on MV Taylor now. He's caught on the camera. 1v2, Kansan and Grixer. They should be able to lock this one through. And Soniqs tie up the half.
Composure was the name of the game for Soniqs just then in that round in particular. That was so clean from them. They didn't overcomplicate things. They let SANDBOX have the site like they did last time. They said, all right, you guys have got it. You got your way in with the yin. You got your way in with the finger. Fair enough. We're going to play adjacent to the site. We're going to let you run into those crossfires. They played that perfectly. Last time they gave their life away. This time they were a lot more passive about it and found exactly the right timings to take the fight onto SANDBOX. 3-3 half going into SANDBOX's defense. I just think Soniqs, they've just done so well in terms of strap box. SANDBOX, they've done so well catching them off guard. This is going to be a tight one.
It really will. And that puts a lot of pressure on both these teams. The stakes are elimination. Now, I'm pretty sure, I'll double check, but neither team can be eliminated based on the results of this game. But if SANDBOX lose it, their chances of making playoffs, it goes down to 5%. So realistically, both these teams gunning for as much as possible out of this game to try and make playoffs. SANDBOX haven't even found a point yet on the scoreboard. They've been the embarrassment of their group, unfortunately, and Soniqs not doing a lot better with just 1 point of their own.
Soniqs, though, this is their home turf. This is Oregon. They're happy to go to this map, and I think that if they get a win on this, that will instill some confidence into them where they go, okay, we are still the Soniqs. We are the Soniqs from North America. This is our map, and we know how to play it. Envy will be the first point of contest inside of Zulu. He's going to get aggressive, but falls off. Soniqs, the roam clear from them has been a little bit slower than what SANDBOX were able to achieve, but SANDBOX are being so aggressive about it.
But not lost a player as of yet. A lot of strong anchor utility for SANDBOX. You look at the Mirror, which we didn't see Soniqs play. The Clash, we also didn't see Soniqs play. And the Smoke. These operators, phenomenal for holding choke points. And if there's anything that I'm looking at for Soniqs to try and trump that utility in the execute, it's this Ying. We saw Soniqs themselves on defense play Warden to counter it. We don't have that from SANDBOX. So there's a real chance here that Soniqs could leverage that Super could be the difference maker in this round.
2 minutes and ticking down for the Soniqs to make their way in. Still plenty of time, although an impromptu mirror window will go up for Good Boy, reading into the fact that Soniqs might be looking for a freezer-sided take rather than going for a back take. Now, SANDBOX, they do have the Clash in their hands, but hang on a second. The Twitch trying to come in and take down one mirror. Ooh, that could really stunt the push. I mean, that could really add to the push for Soniqs if they want to go for this freezer take instead. But the time is ticking away. It doesn't feel like they're being very decisive as of now.
That said, it's early days, relatively, for Soniqs. They still have over a minute to realize this push once they continue to work away at this utility, opening up a lot of hatches. That meeting hatch has stayed closed, and there's no more hard breach. So that's actually going to be a huge distinction between these Soniqs attacks and the SANDBOX ones. That meeting hatch is not going to be open for them to use.
No, problem with that is that because they left it closed, it is telegraphing the fact that they're going to go for a front take. And we can see Yeti being the only player on the back side of the map to try and distract at least one player of SANDBOX, but the rest of Soniqs have to dedicate that utility to flooding in the front. Now, they've done a great job of clearing that first mirror, and it's just about picking apart the rest of the site.
Oh, what will the Candelas do here for Soniqs? He's going to brute force down into Pillar. Yingy, Yeti full flashed. How does he manage it? And Soniqs do start the equation with 2 picks. It's all happening here for the North Americans. What an explosive start, but that's the diffuser down on the ground. Shyle, low HP, taken down from Kansan. Static and Good Boy to clutch, but there's only 10 seconds left, and that diffuser is going down the C4! Denied! It's all onto the Clash. Static, what have you got to show for us? It's got to be phenomenal, because if not, Soniqs has taken the round.
And Soniqs with the big bait and switch play there as well. I was just saying, okay, they're not opening up the back hatch. They're not even going to go for it. They can't do it. What's their point of entry? In the end, they completely baited out SANDBOX as well. They baited out the utility of the mirror window to the front. They baited out the Clash to go forwards inside of Laundry as well. All of the players were turned to the front. Even I thought they were going to go for a front take, and we have the
Even
head
we
down.
got you baited.
Instead, they brute forced their way down the back. The combination of Grixer and one of his teammates to go through Blue Bunker. Yeti and Super with the Yin Cancellers to go down the backstairs, completely catching SANDBOX off guard, winning out lots of those gunfights. It was so explosive, and it just, oh, wow, that's so genius from Soniqs.
I gotta say, it's not every day that you get to see a team deliberately Ying flashing one of their teammates. Super just didn't care that he was throwing it straight at Yeti. Yeti just sprinted while full flashed to assert an aggressive position behind the pillar. And it worked, so I guess I can't knock it.
Hey, look, it's trust. These guys have been together for, like, since the beginning of time. It feels like we've had this Soniqs roster for a very long time now. Yeti's like, all right, you flush me and you cover me, bro. Yeah, don't let me die here.
You got to appreciate that. And this Soniqs roster, yeah, they have been together for quite some time. It's about 1.5 years since Soniqs, well, Super dropped basically the whole team and picked up 4 of the 5 former E United players after they had a shocking season. And amazing what Super and the Soniqs have been able to do with that raw talent, refine it into a real major level contender, a 6 Invitational level contender. And now they're poised very well. The first round, the context, first half rather, the context of that, we felt like SANDBOX had outshone Soniqs. We felt like those attacks onto the basement were just too difficult for Soniqs to deal with, and now we've seen the reply, and it's got some merit.
And for Soniqs, you have to give credit to the way that this team has formed over the past year and a bit. The leadership to come out from Super, his last dance, it just, I can only imagine it's pretty heartbreaking for this team, honestly. Someone that brought them together, raised them up, It's just how it's all going away. This fast final last dance for him, and they want to go out with a bang. Soniqs, they're going to be attacking onto this kids and dorm spawn site. Now, historically, it's been quite difficult to defend this one. Shyle, though, and Static holding onto this ground floor and basement will make things difficult.
But there's a contest from Soniqs, and Shyle has been droned out now as well. Ooh, Grix are on for the flank watch. Exchanging damage both directions. Static comes away better for it. As the E1D rings out. Ooh, Shile's caught on camera. He might have taken out that one, but there's another one that's now been naded, I guess, by the opponent. So, interesting there. Soniqs not quite having as much bite to this attack as they would like.
But we saw this in the last round as well, right? They take their time through the mid-round, the Soniqs. They don't really seem to commit to anything unless they really, really need to, and they go, okay, we're just going to measure twice, cut once. This is the Soniqs' way so far in the matchup.
They're measuring a lot. They've measured so much that Soniqs only has one drone left on their entire team. There's over a minute to go, and you got one drone left. You start with 9 of those. How do you only have one left?
Well, this is looking a little bit less fortunate now. Not so much intel on the side of the Soniqs, but they look very poised for, once again, another explosive execute. It seems like each Soniqs member is going for a different point of entry to try and get their way into the bomb site.
And Rexon just walks straight on in. The trades, though. A 1 out by SANDBOX, and Grix is not quite done yet. 3 on 3. And this could definitely turn either way, Mandy. Shyle has managed to come back to site and have his own impact. Grix has got pit control, but is that going to mean much? He's now lit up, his position revealed. A couple of quick shots could make the difference, and yet he finds one. 2v2, and so winnable. It's all on Grixer, but he's got to get the 1 versus 1 clutch. No diffuser. Good boy. Is he going to be the best boy he can be, or is Grixer able to clutch up the 1v2? The swing with the F2, he gets it! The Soniqs, once again, stand tall.
We should never doubt this team. We really shouldn't. Every single time they go for this attack, we say, oh, it looks a bit dicey. They're not really going for anything. They haven't committed anything. We can't really see the progress they're trying to make. But look, they have a plan that we have no idea that they're trying to do. Neither do SANDBOX. That attack was, honestly, it was explosive. It was so difficult to follow from the overhead and even in the lobby. I can only imagine SANDBOX saying, wait, guys, they're entering from the double window. Wait, but there's also someone coming up the armory stairs. Oh, someone's just walked up the white stairs and killed me. Oh no, someone hopped in through attic. How is Grixer inside of pit? It's chaos on the side of Soniqs, but this is the team of incredible individuals. They're so good at making their one point of entry and making it their territory just for themselves. And we saw it 2 rounds in a row now.
And you look at Grixer right now on the scoreboard. 13 kills and 3 deaths, plus 10 KD. It's quite something. Soniqs, like, even when... I mean, we want to give them credit because to us it looked like they ran out of drones really early and then they just sent it. Yep. I'm sure there's an extra layer to that I would love to hear their take on. But from the outward perspective, they've got very little info in the late round. They send it inside and win a 5v5, even in the 1v2 clutch. One more round will get them a 2nd point on the standings and steal away the opportunity of SANDBOX getting that regulation win. So really on for the Koreans here, yet to find a defense win to pull something through.
And momentum has really swung onto the side of Soniqs as well, winning out the last 2 rounds so dominantly as well, and in such a fashion that's left SANDBOX scratching their heads. Now Kansan, he looks a lot more confident entering straight into this building. We've seen him just walk straight into the master bedroom, ready to clear this out because he knows that SANDBOX, they only roam on the ground floor and on this basement. They don't do anything more than that. He knows he can take that space for free.
You're going to keep a keen eye on these Twitch drones throughout the round. They've been so impactful for Rexon. Now SANDBOX are not running the mirror this time, but losing one of those mirror windows to the Twitch was a devastating blow. Getting debated by the opening of the front hatches and then going for the Ying flash down the rear stairs was also painful for SANDBOX. And Soniqs have had so much depth in their strategy, so much mid-round adaptation. But it looks like SANDBOX, they don't want to forfeit this map control. Static kicks it off, taking down the top fragger in the server by no small margin. And that's a huge blow for the Soniqs.
And no refrag to come up yet either. And so the man advantage is still being held by SANDBOX. But how long are they going to hold on to this control for? The hatch inside of Media, I believe, is still closed for Static. So if he wants to get out, he's got to go back through the stage. But oh my goodness, he almost landed the wallbang as well. Shyle is there to try and get him out, but he takes an engagement and eventually loses out to Kansan.
A very belated trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. 4v4 now. Soniqs have just about a minute left to make this work. They actually are going to open up this meeting hatch using the AS2 Selmas to detonate. And another avenue open to Soniqs.
Now look, if this is their usual MO, they're going to open up the back hatch and they're going to go to the front. Listen, am I going to get baited this time? Nuh-uh. 50 seconds left. Maybe I am going to get baited. I could call this completely wrong, as I've done for the past 3 rounds. That's very possible.
You can't.
But it does look like a front take. Super is here. Am I finally going to call it right? Are SANDBOX finally going to call it right?
You can't call it until they're actually in the side. That's what I've found with Soniqs. Here come the flashes, and you might well be right. It looks like a front take after all. Rexon and Kansan to file in. But Good Boy here, not flashed. Rexon does find the opener. That's a huge pick. No reply yet. Good Boy can't land the shots he needs to. And Soniqs are running towards match point, but there's Good Boy. What a headshot. It's up to Kansan and Rexon to have the impact that their team needs. But SANDBOX trying to stave off match point. Look at that, the backstab from Rexon. 1v2, can he do it again? How does he keep making this happen? Saved by the bell of the timer. SANDBOX still in it.
What on earth was that from Rexon? That was milliseconds off being a 1-on-3 clutch to bring it back for the Soniqs. And my goodness, once again, another explosive attack from them. But this time, Good Boy was there to hold on. This time, they had accidentally, I don't know if they had intel or that the Warden was there or not, but Good Boy, the one player that they really needed to have the read on where the Ying was, he was there in the right place at the right time. And that Warden really enabled him to take the gunfights that he needed. And just, oh my goodness, what an intense game this has been.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. SANDBOX are really feeling that pressure. The fact that it went from a 3v1 to a 1 millisecond 1v1 where they only won because of the timer. They are going to have to fight tooth and nail to get every one of these rounds that they need. And 2 more and they'll find their first point. If they get even a single more round, I mean, that's just as good as they did against FaZe. But really, SANDBOX need to be gunning for these regulation wins. And if there's any team in their group where they're likely to get it, it seems to be Soniqs.
SANDBOX, though, they've decided to take a different route to their tertiary site. They're not taking us to kitchen and dining like what Soniqs did, but instead taking us to kitchen and meeting instead. With an extended hold through this top floor, Envy Taylor holding onto it with his Valkyrie cameras and Static as well, with the aid of those yokai drones. The Soniqs, I'm not sure exactly what attack they're going to go for this. They've decided to bring along Yeti on the ace instead, and now that could open up a lot of options for them. They could go straight through lobby, open up some of these walls. They could go through big tower into meeting. We're not really sure what they're going to go for yet, but the options are there.
This bomb site kitchen meeting is actually 3 times more popular globally than kitchen dining, so Soniqs will be well used to attacking it. It's commonplace. That said, we're seeing a nice little usage of the yokais to do some early scouting, a bit similar to what we saw from Rogue. Deepak was praised for his use of supporting roamers with those yokais. Envy Taylor on feeling out this position. The yokai gets spotted and retreats on back. What's Envy Taylor going to be able to do on this roam? Is he going to be hunted down?
Now, something that I didn't really touch on is the fact that Soniqs have actually brought double soft breach. They've brought double vertical operators. And so I can imagine that is why they're putting a lot of pressure in this top floor. They want the control to make use of the utility that they have. Envy Taylor, to be the first to go down but not out, will be the in that Soniqs need to creep their way through this top floor. But Good Boy, he takes down Yeti.
And he's going to get this revive off as well. Very risky doing it right in front of that window. The Soniqs are actually not in too shabby a position right now. We saw earlier Super had managed to get one of his 0 SAM cams into meeting by shooting it from lobby, and it can go through the door. There's info though for SANDBOX too, as Rexon's spotted in games. Looking now to try and clear out this top floor. It's Rexon and Grixer. Both have been shining lights for Soniqs, but SANDBOX are pretty well close here to evening this up. Envy Taylor, don't know if they're aware of his position. He falls back and it's a flood into the site. What's happening? Shyle taken out. The plan is going down.
Oh no, Shile taken down with his pants down as well. Now Super to cover the plant for SANDBOX. The retake is on for them. Bomb has gone down.
4v3 numbers in advantage for SANDBOX. The Yokai too little too late, but it might give them the info that they need. Grixer is in a position above. He might be able to flank and cut off any of these SANDBOX players. Soniqs in a precarious position, but Grixer once again, he drops down in the kitchen. And this is a tough ask now for SANDBOX. They've got to find the timing right. They've got to find the players right. But Grixer, he's finally put out and Static can win it! Arakuza to trade himself, and there is enough time for the Koreans to even the scoreline. They are ecstatic.
That was a very swift retake on the side of SANDBOX. They went, oh no, hang on a second, we've just lost one of our players on the site, on cams. So I was like, guys, we gotta go right now. It's all happening inside of the bomb site. And they went, uh-oh, give it that top floor, immediately come back onto the site. The trades went out in their favor in the end, even though I thought the Soniqs actually had a brilliant post plan. They had Grixer drop through that kitchen hatch, try and catch any players off guard. He went through Zulu, was able to take out any players rotating through there. But in the end, somehow, SANDBOX came out on top. And that just goes to show that these two teams are just so closely matched up. When one team looks like they have a grip on the round, the other team immediately swoops in with something explosive, something unexpected to take it out.
And that's one hell of a call from Super as well, based on the information from the zero cam he got in meeting, to go for that rush. Almost got them the round. And by the seat of their pants, SANDBOX managed to steal it back in their side. And there's a very good chance here that the Koreans could find the first point on the standings of any Korean team this tournament. We've got two Korean teams, SANDBOX and Damwon. Both have been so disappointing, so plagued by strife during this tournament. SANDBOX is just one round away of getting there first.
Soniqs, though, I actually really liked what they showed in that last round. They showed us that they know how to change the pace of their attacks. At one point, this mid-round to late-round explosivity is going to start getting readable for the side of SANDBOX. I really like that they were able to be adaptable and change up something new. Hang on a second, though. Grixer, he's got a bit of intel that someone might be roaming down the laundry stairs. I think that's Static, but he's fallen off a grenade to come through, but it doesn't connect. Static still sitting in the basement, and the rest of SANDBOX really holding on to as much map control as they possibly can right now.
Nice little usage of the Maverick here by Soniqs. Starting to put some pressure at the top armory stairs. You can see SANDBOX not really holding much onto Trophy. Really falling back towards that site and fortifying their positions. Still a player in T3 of Tower. What's he going to be able to achieve? Looks like Soniqs might just be able to go for a rush again. I mean, opening up fairly early here, the breach.
I think I'd agree with you. They seem to have a pretty good read on the fact that the site is relatively empty. That being said, Envy is able to take someone down at the top of the armory stairs. That's Kansan. That's your Maverick player going down, and two of your nades as well. So the rest of SANDBOX have keyed into the fact that Soniqs, okay, they're looking to hit the site once again. They're recalling all of their roamers back towards the site to start establishing those crossfires and preventing Soniqs from making their way in.
Bit of a standstill now. Envy Taylor wondering, is it time to go back to the site yet? The real scary thing for me, for Soniqs, well, for SANDBOX rather, is that Soniqs have this guy called Grixer, and he's just nuts. 15 and 5. He's had 5 multi-kills this game as well. Every round he seems to have an impact. If he's the next one to fall, if SANDBOX can take him down, it changes the landscape so much! And I said it and it happened straight away. Envy Taylor shuts down that so impactful player for Soniqs.
Oh, no way. Or my disc inside of the ground floor to catch out the vertical nade too. Yeti has to throw his second, but there's only 40 seconds left. Rexon, he's made his way in though.
He's going for another one. What a headshot. Rexon and Super together have made this nigh impossible for Envy Taylor. He is gonna have to ace as the plant is going down. One of the most experienced and oldest players at the tournament, with the game resting on his shoulders. A chance now to get their first point of the tournament. And he sees the feed. It's a 1v1. Can he ace up? What is that from Envy Taylor? The 1v3 ace.
And the back-to-back clutches to defuse as well for SANDBOX. They do not crumble, even when Soniqs try to change the pace, even when they try to catch them off guard, when they have the hold on the side. They really don't, because you have a SANDBOX player that's there to stab your back, retake the site straight away, and my goodness, these players are relentless. They do not give up. Now SANDBOX at match point.
That's got to be one of the most amazing players I've seen in quite some time. Not every day you get to see at a major a 1v3 that is also an ace to keep the game alive, to keep the chances of this regulation win alive. Now Soniqs call their tactical timeout, but guess what? SANDBOX are allowed to use that as well. So you can see their coach, I believe that's Fanxy behind, giving them a bit of a talking to, letting them know what's going on.
Match point for SANDBOX to finally collect their first point, actually, on that match point of this entire group. That is big for them. They must be feeling really ecstatic going into this possible final round, but they're not just going to settle with one dev. They want all 3 points. And like you said, just as much as Soniqs could be using this, SANDBOX could be using it to talk about those 3 points. They're just so close in reach right now.
APAC North and Korea specifically has struggled so much at this tournament. They've seen teams like Elevate go flawless throughout the groups. They've seen Gladiators get a point against Wolves. And now SANDBOX have finally gotten their own first point. But they know that the dub is within reach. It's so close. And guess what? They're defending this basement bomb site. They have done it before. They can do it again.
And they're repeating the same formula as well as we saw them do last time they defended this. They are going to lean into the mirror, holding onto some of those anchor positions, but this time they've brought something a little bit different as well. They're bringing the Aruni as well. And specifically, they're putting the Aruni on any entry points that those Yings might come through. We've got one, oh, there we go, on the hatch. That's exactly where Candelas typically get rolled through. We've got another one on the freezer angles. That's where Super was coming through last time, as well as the laundry double as well. So they're a little bit more prepared for this utility dump when Soniqs eventually go for it, because they know it's inevitable. It's going to come at any time. And like we can see now, Super back on that Ying.
Still no Warden though, and Rexon is still on that Twitch. So I've got to wonder, is it going to be possible for him to take down some of those mirror windows? It proved deadly for SANDBOX prior. I also wonder how long we're going to see this roam come out from SANDBOX.
That's true. Last time they were a little bit overzealous on it. They overstayed their welcome. Shyle tried to get his teammate back in by coming up to the stage, but in the end, Static went, no, I can hold on to this. Oh, hang on a second. I'm dead. And it eventually came back to bite them because they didn't have that man advantage. This time, I can only imagine it's a little bit more passive. We can see them, instead of playing in meeting, they're going to double up inside of tower instead. Now, this is a much safer place for them to try and fall off.
Pressure now very much on the Soniqs' shoulders. They were in the advantage as they were in the game against G2. And now they sit here and wait. Well, get to work, to be honest, on this map clear. It's been a minute and they've made good progress, but it's the tense moments that I'm worried for them for. It's the late round. When things get a little bit dicey, that's when we need Soniqs to deliver, because there are no second chances when you're staring down match point and yet another 0-point game.
Well, you spoke about that roam, and that roam with just one drone has decided to fall back completely. So all 5 players of SANDBOX now waiting on the site patiently for the onslaught of the Soniqs to come. But they're playing a little bit more aggressively in Freezer this time. They don't want to give as much map control to the Soniqs as they previously could. But Envy, he's the first to kick it off onto Kansan.
And Atakuza decides to fall back as well off of his aggressive position. The 2 deadliest players for Soniqs, though, are still alive in the server. Grixer and Rexon have been so deadly, the double X duo. And as long as they're alive, I'd say there's still a decent chance for Soniqs. And what a play there. No, the mirror stayed alive. That's huge.
Goodness, everything is falling apart for the Soniqs now. The first pick not going their way. Can they make something happen? Can they pull something out of the bag to keep themselves in this series? Only 40 seconds left to go, Dev.
And there's no 2 ways about it. This is going to have to be the Candelas from Super. 30 seconds remaining. The first Candela to go out. Another one through. What is the play? Spamming these Candelas, it's Atakuza. He's had a disappointing tournament so far, but now it's up to him to hold on. And Static and Shyle aren't even going to let him see anybody. Soniqs dropping like flies. And SANDBOX is about to do what no Korean team has done this entire tournament. A huge dub for APAC North as SANDBOX take down the Soniqs.
And all 3 points as well. That's no overtime win. That's no just 1 point. They were not happy with that 6 point. They wanted all 3 points. And that shoots them up in the standings as well. Now they are much more competitive to the rest of this group. And SANDBOX, wow, what incredible performance from all of these. We saw clutches upon clutches, post plants not going the way of the Soniqs over and over and over again. And it just goes to show SANDBOX, they are relentless. They do not give up.
This is huge for SANDBOX. Their chances of making it to players has gone up to 29%. Now that deal still doesn't sound great, but this is a lifeline for them. They've also got another game against Soniqs later, where if they can repeat this feat, they will increase that even more. On the flip side, for our NA friends, for Super's outgoing journey, only 10%. So there's a lot to go. We will break down the rest of that game after this short break. What a game that was between Soniqs and SANDBOX, and we do have the first win for a Korean team here at the Six Major Berlin. It was not an easy one, though. Soniqs really pushed them. In particular, what phenomenal scenes from Grixo and Rexon.
Yeah, absolutely. There were some big highlight plays in that 7, not just on the side of SANDBOX, but even on the side of Soniqs as well. Every single player just showed up today so well. SANDBOX with their, I suppose, explosivity with that new blood coming into it. And the Soniqs, wow, their strat book on Oregon is just insane. I love watching them play that map. It's so fluent. But in the end, the new blood will take down the old guard.
It's true. You can never count out Soniqs, but apparently you can also never count out Korea, even after losing as many games as they have. Let's have a look at the match summary and break down what really went on, the meat and potatoes of that game, because it was a bit of a wild ride, Mandy. It was back and forth at the start, and Soniqs seemed to run away with it, and then it was just all yellow all day.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy as well. I was giving so much hope to the side of the Soniqs. Once they got away with those late round explosive executes, once they were getting into the heads, scratching the heads was the players of SANDBOX as they going, what are Soniqs trying to go for? Eventually, SANDBOX were able to figure out the formula that Soniqs were trying to do. They were able to counter them, but specifically the post plant. That was the big highlight for the side of SANDBOX. It just felt like Soniqs, even though they had a grip of these attacking rounds, they had a grip of the side, they couldn't hold onto them to let that bomb go down.
I'm amazed still at that highlight play from MVTail. I mean, there were a lot of highlight plays here. When you have a play like Grixer go 15-7, I think he had about 5 multi-kills. Yeah, you're going to have some highlight plays, but even though MVTail, he didn't get as many kills as Grixer and he died more often, he got a 1 versus 3 ace to keep them in the game, and they ended up delivering on top of that as well. Honestly, it's just amazing to see. Like, MV Taylor is one of the oldest players at the tournament right now. Of all the players who've dated births, I actually have, he is the oldest.
That's crazy.
And he's also an OG, and yet he can still pull it off.
Yeah. Just goes to show you just can't take down the old guys. They've been around for ages. They've got the experience. All these young Zoomers going QE, trying to peek you. These guys are like, bang, you dead. It's over. And yeah, NV, wow, what an incredible ace clutch that was.
He also played a bit of Blitz as well at the start of the game, which is a bit of fun, bit of a throwback. But what does that really mean for these teams now? I mean, SANDBOX, they've got a second hope. Let's have a look at the group standing, see how it's panning out, because it's shaken up a little bit by this result. Soniqs not quite doing so well anymore. They needed that win over SANDBOX to keep themselves in realistic contention, and now it becomes so much more difficult for them.
And I think it's important to keep in mind, everyone at home, there are still so many more games to be played. We are just halfway through the day, and there's still a whole other day tomorrow of games. Every team still has to do their repeat games against each other. There is no counting anybody out just yet, especially off the back of that SANDBOX win. If they can win maybe 1 or 2 more, they're in contention for that playoff spot, and that would be crazy for Korea.
That's it. I mean, Soniqs, their chances of making it have gone down to 10%, but they still have 3 games to go. They're halfway through their group so far, and now they'll get a chance to replay all of the teams that they have lost to, and if they can win those games, there's a decent chance they'll make playoffs. As you can see, FaZe and G2, they'll be playing very shortly. Both of them have been doing, a lot better. FaZe, obviously, flawless so far. Are they who we're looking most likely to make it out of this group at the minute?
Well, for FaZe, if they're able to clean up G2 in regulation, that puts them on 9 points. Now, I could be wrong in the math, and I know Sprabuni is going to come and see me afterwards and be like, you can't say that. But I feel like 9 to 10 points locks you into that playoffs.
Yeah, I heard
think
10 to 12.
Something like that. Something like that. There you go. 9 or 10 points in that mark puts you very, very comfortably in that playoff spot. After that, you really only need to win 1 more game. FaZe, they look like they're in amazing form as well. And if they can take it to G2, who honestly have also been looking in crazy hot form, it could put them in that playoff spot.
What excites me about Group B is it doesn't feel like there's any dud team. None of these teams are immediately counted out. With that, the Soniqs and SANDBOX result going how it did, it's given us hope for SANDBOX. And with Soniqs playing as well as they have against both SANDBOX and G2, it gives us hope for them further as well. But that is it for that match. But we've got more games. We're only halfway through the day, so don't go anywhere. Stick around. We've got so much more Siege to play.
Bridge. Bridge. Down but not out. Sight. Bridge the wall.
Welcome back. We are here for yet another match in Group B, and guess what? Look at the names of these teams. It's FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports, two iconic esports clubs worldwide across multiple titles and within Rainbow Six Legends.
Feels like a tale as old as time is, right? Against these two teams, both one a rejuvenated roster, one that's been together for a very long time. G2, people didn't even think they were going to be here, but they've come in and they've absolutely swept the floor. On the side of FaZe, they've done just about as well as we expected them to. They've performed phenomenally. Right now, we're going to find out the question, who are the kings of Group B? Because FaZe Clan and G2 have both had a really strong start. Maybe not to surprise of many for FaZe, but for G2 especially, like you said, bit of a miracle run that they even got her in the first place. I think during one of the EUL play days, it was something like 3%, 30% chance that they were even going to make it. Everything went right. The stars aligned for them. It's been a bit of a long time coming for G2, it feels. This super team wasn't quite so super for a while, and then they ended up announcing that Shaz is departing the team. This is going to be his last tournament with them. Of course. I feel like that's a big story of this entire region, right? We got the old guard passing away, going off and doing their own thing, and then you've got the new people coming in, the big gunners, and it's just the battle between the two different parts of history in Siege, and I think G2 is one of those ones that follows into it. But for this roster, I mean, they've done really, really well coming into it. We thought they were going to be the underdogs going into it, but they've blown us away. That's it. But we're about to get ready to get into the game. But first, we have to see what map we're going to. So let's bring up the map veto. Last time these two teams played, FaZe won at a 7-2 in the 6 invitational groups. We're actually going to go to Bank. And if I quickly have a look at the maps that we've played so far between these teams, don't mind that. All right. So far, G2 haven't actually played Bank. Neither team has played Bank in the Berlin Major so far. Interesting. New turf for both of these teams. Could be a pretty interesting way to go about it. FaZe, I like the way that they play. I think they're going to take Bank in this very flexible, fluid kind of way. But for G2, I don't know what to expect. One thing I will say for FaZe, they did beat W7M 7-4 in the Copa Elite Grand Final. So we have had some recent history from FaZe on this map, but no doubt, I think both teams are going to be gunning for the full 3 points. FaZe Clan in particular, they're currently, I believe, on 6. So if they get another 3, they're pretty close to locked for playoffs. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the big story about this team. They want to be the kings of this group, and maybe not just this group. This team is expecting to make it through the playoffs and really make waves into that grand final and try and regain their championship. Well, when you've got names as big as FaZe Clan and G2, we have no choice but to just get cracking, get into the game. Let's get this show on the road. FaZe Clan versus G2. Truly iconic legends within Rainbow Six. Let's see what you guys thought. It's a pretty even split. G2 running away with it a little bit at 60%, but FaZe, former major champions from just 9 months ago in Sweden, they will be gunning for yet another major title. Bank will be the battlefield that these two teams take us to, supposedly unknown territory for both of them. I don't even know what to expect here, Div. I have no idea what they're going to bring on the board, but I just know it's going to be a very exciting game to claim the title as the king of this group. Now, first band to come out is going to be Thatcher. Will any of the ranged hard breach go out as the next one? I feel like that's a big test for FaZe on the attacking half. It's going to be the Hibana. We're going to see Hibana make it on through. Nook. Okay. We've seen so many Nook bans this tournament. People they want to punish those lurkers, reduce the number of nades on the team. Big thing for me, G2, they're the real ones that got to prove this. FaZe, to me, are the clear favourites, even if the community vote didn't swing that way. G2, their history on Bank has not been very bright. Rogue beat them 7-1 in EUL, and Wolves beat them 7-5. That was their first 2 matches of EUL this stage. And, I mean, it's been a while since that. They've had a month and a half to get things working on this map, and I sure hope that they've done their homework. Final bans to go out will be Mira and the Valkyrie. And what that does mean is that we've got some pretty key operators left in for both the attack and the defense. We can see the Izami, who's been picked up by Doki right now, has been left in. Additionally, we've got all of the ranged hard breach, all of the regular hard breach as well, and FaZe actually electing to bring 3 hard breach in their lineup in the form of Ace, Maverick, and Thermite. But G2, they're already bringing us off on a curveball kind of site. They're taking us over to Staff Room, an open area, usually considered a tertiary site, but trying to throw off FaZe.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Funnily enough, this bomb site has started to steal its way into the mainstream very, very gradually. It's still only the second most played site with Locker CCTV globally, stealing the limelight quite significantly. But it's, I mean, it's had a decent defensive win rate. It's actually globally tied with Teller's Archives and higher than CEO. So we've seen a lot of teams win clutches on this site. We've seen teams evolve their strategies on this site. We casted Soniqs just before. Remember that iconic cans and clutch on this very bomb site?
FaZe will shape their way to take around the map. They've gone through some repicks here as well. We're not bringing across all three of those hard breach anymore. We've got Astro on the floors instead, looking to clear some of that utility. I guess, note those keeper barriers can be quite pesky to clear. So sending in Rotero will do the job for you. But Virtue, he's just found the first pick contesting that parking rappel angle. That's not one that you see every day on the 1X.
No, but Virtue, he loves his reflex sight and has made good use of this 50 cal Uzi here. Astro looking to contest, though. A dangerous game to play when Bullet has already fallen.
Oh. And as you say, he takes damage from Virtue. He's relentless in this well. He does not want to give up the control. After all, it is an staff room open area hold, so they want to be gripping onto that top floor, that vertical play for as long as they possibly can.
What is this push from FaZe looking like? They've already taken one punch, losing Bullet early on, droning out Tellers now. Citizen may well be spotted. But it's a bit of a push everywhere. Hang on a second. What's Soul's doing? He's got the diffuser, and he is the hard breach player. But he has managed to waltz into the bomb site. Nobody from G2 seemingly aware of his position. And now he waits patiently while the rest of his team tries to regroup. Such a dangerous game to play for FaZe right now.
Oh, he could actually go for the plant, but he's waiting for his teammates to get into a better post-plant position so they can cut off the retake. We can see Cameraman now going into bottom square. Souls, he's just stalling out this plant to go down, making sure that they're ready. And Souls, he finds one, but two!
What a play from Souls, but it might not be enough here for the Thermite, who's kicked this game off with a bang for FaZe. He's in the site, but G2 highly aware of his position. And look at that patience. Doki holding down the site. Citizen here in Archives has made it, so it's all Souls left alone, and that's a nice spray down from Doki. G2 remain composed and take the first round.
G2, they could have given away more of their lives there, but they took their time to take those 1v1s later on to Souls and to Cyber, who were the last ones remaining. They knew that FaZe was in a bit of a tussle, they were in a bit of a tight spot, and they said, all right, let's just play passive, consolidate all our plays, and take the fights carefully. That's exactly what they did to bring themselves back in. After that attempt that FaZe made to sneak their way onto the side, I really thought that was going to work. I really felt like that was so well planned out and the solution they needed to cut down that G2 defense, but it doesn't work out for them off the back of G2's discipline.
Yeah, credit to G2. They handled that well. I mean, Souls saw an opening, but it just wasn't quite enough. 2 kills is pretty significant, but you need a lot more than that. Now G2 going down to the basement. Globally, this is the most popular site over in EUL. This bomb site, funnily enough, doesn't actually have a 2 crash hot win percentage. Only 36% of defense rounds are won. Over in BR6, it's a whopping 60%. So the Latin American teams, like FaZe Clan, are very happy to go and defend this bomb site. But within G2's meta, they find it much more attacker favored.
Now G2, they've lent into a sort of soft roam, kind of anchor-centric type hold. They still have the utility they need to deny the plant leader. They still have the combination of the Goyo canisters, 2 C4s, the smoke canisters as well, but they're not giving up the rest of the map as a result. We still have Dohi starting out here on the top floor, a hold inside of open area, as well as a very aggressive push at the top of blue stairs. So G2, they are invested in the late round, but not completely. They are willing to stall out FaZe.
What's going on? What was that damage onto Astro and Cyber? Was that some kind of rush attempt? Hello, look at this. You got all these players downstairs, just about in the site. Soul sends it on through. Cyber's found the opener. Astro does manage to find his own. The plant is going down. G2, what is your response? Doki above the vault hatch, keen to drop, but he may well be dropping to his death.
And a 3 versus 5 situation. FaZe are definitely favored in this post plant this time. Doki will drop the hatch, but straight into his own fire. Virtue left in a 1 versus 5 situation. Cameraman will clean that up, and wow, what an incredible round from FaZe.
Yeah, beautiful attack. Took G2 by storm. Send it in, get that plant down, and then lock off the retake. Excellently played from the Brazilian former major champions. Now, FaZe are an exemplary attacking team on this map. They win 2/3 of their attacks on bank. And so managing to match pace early is so imperative.
And it felt like G2 had a very good attempt at defending that bomb site. I thought, okay, look, they're roaming in the top floor. They're trying to contest as much as possible. The one place that it did not contest the entry was lobby. And lo and behold, that's exactly where you saw 3 FaZe players go through. 2 of them obviously ended up dropping dirt to go for that pinch push onto the bomb site. But 3 dropping through Logi, knowing that there were no G2 players to contest there, is just such a genius play from them off the back of some intel, pre-placed drones. I can only imagine there must have been one in lobby, and one of them called out, hey guys, they actually didn't reinforce the lobby hatch. We should just go for it.
Yeah, good eye there from FaZe. A good chance for both of these teams to make the playoffs. As you can see, the probabilities on your screen right now. A regulation win, which is no doubt what both these teams are going to be gunning for, will be an above 90% chance of making playoffs for both of these teams. It is Soniqs and SANDBOX in Group B. They're in hot water, not these two. These two are looking very, very nice. And FaZe in particular are in the hot seat to make this. They've got the full points out of their 2 games so far. G2 lost 1 point by going to overtime against Soniqs. But there's still a chance for them to top this group out.
FaZe beginning their attack onto this top floor bomb site. Seems like a castle setup is what G2 are looking for. They've locked out half of the bomb sites with these castle barricades, and instead of just playing some long lines of sight, standing head height holes for Doki with that 1.5 times to contest, but a grenade to follow through. Oh, that looked like it was going to connect, but Doki, he gets away with his life.
Doki's playing with fire here as the E1D goes down. Doki goes prone. Hits the deck. He's still eager to contest this position, but it's pretty difficult to do so. There's so many active repels from FaZe.
And his castle barricades inside of that reception area have been taken down as well. Now the one going into lounge to follow up. Flashbangs will go on full light, a grenade to follow, but it only takes him down a half health. FaZe, what are you going for? This is a bit strange.
This is a very ambitious attack from FaZe, looking to go for a full repel execute. They haven't even got a breach on the wall. They haven't really entered top square. You got 3 people, 4 people repelling on these CEO windows. The temptation for G2 to try and go for a flank from lobby and take out some of those players in the windows is immense. But literally, all 5 players from FaZe on repels right now.
And now the execute will start to follow through Astro with 2 Yin Candles, but a
C4
C4 to follow. Does it connect? It does not. But Alamau, he's on the Warden. He can see through the smoke.
Doki opens up the equation. Alamau just trying desperately to look through this smoke. He didn't have the full vision, but it didn't matter. And now FaZe Clan, the plan has faltered. It's fallen to pieces. Virtue might be on the ground, but G2 are well and truly in the advantage.
Plan for FaZe has completely fallen apart here. Souls, he's able to claw 1 back though, making his way into lobby, but not without falling to the hands of Doki. He was just so ready for that push now on low health, trying to contest these windows, but FaZe, they're down the man advantage. G2, they aren't giving them anything more.
Astro, desperate now. Only 1 piece of util left. He's going to try and go for a main stairs drop. He does. Prone in the barbed wire. There's a drone just ahead of him. That's something. He's going to use his last Candela to try and flash out this position. Citizens made it a little bit easier for FaZe, taking down Doki. But at least he does even it up, redeems himself, and G2 can steal away that round.
And thank goodness for that. FaZe, they look like they had something a bit special up in their hands, but Doki, he held onto his power position for dear life. For as long as he could, he made full use of those castle barricades, all the utility that was gifted to him inside of that room. He held onto the reception for as long as he could until those castle barricades were taken off. Once his one inside of lounge was also taken away, he still didn't give his life. He just found the timing on the peaks of the windows throughout C4 for pressure. It's such a precarious and difficult spot to play in, but he played it to perfection.
And shout out Alamau as well, playing the Warden in Janitor. He found a kill, but Most importantly, I'm thinking about the fact this is a Brazilian playing on a European team against an iconic Brazilian roster. And what's more, Alamau on the MPX was actually running the FaZe skin. I thought that was a nice nod to his home down in Brazil. Pretty big for him to uproot his life travel all the way to G2, but that's kind of the G2 way. Obviously, Virtue, the only Aussie playing in this tournament. There's no Australian teams, but there's Virtue who's made his way all the way up from down under to the heights of G2 in this oh-so diverse roster. When is it that we're going to see G2 pick up an American? That's what I'm waiting for, like Grixa to go and join G2, just to, you know, continue the trend of them picking up star players, and then you'll have you know, like the arm and legs of Exodia. You'll have one player from each region in the world on G2.
Team Worldwide is what G2 are possibly looking to do, but not for now. They are currently in this lobby with this 5, and they are looking in hot form, 1 round up, currently on FaZe. Now, I want to quickly touch on the way that FaZe structure their team, because something that I love about this roster is that they are so flexible. They have their hard support of Souls, they have their first entry of Bullet, but for the rest of them, free reign on any operator. Astro, the IGL, can do anything he feels like doing. Cyber as well, super flexible player, although often on those secondary entry operators, and Cameraman just seems to be all over the place doing whatever he wants to do. And I really love that approach to this team, and it's just, it allows them for such dynamic attacks, although some of them don't work, as we saw in the last one. This one could.
Once again, Candelas. This time just to clear open area. This is just a bit of a roam for G2. That said, Doki's punished there. He was in a position to try and retreat, but his life is taken away. Citizen able to find one. Spots out the tail end of Cyber as he creeps around the corner, but he's really feeling that pressure, and Cyber gets him right on back. What good team play from FaZe.
Now the roam clear phase done for FaZe as well. They can start to work their way into the bomb site. One of the hatches has already been given open to them, but a few others. Oh, this is an interesting Aruni Gate setup. Because the Aruni Gate is on the top part of the hatch, it's preventing them from opening up the hatch and trying to deal with Prano, but it won't matter anyway. Cyber to take down Alamau. It's really starting to fall apart for G2.
At this point, Virtue's got to do something monstrous from Blue Stairs. He's in an aggressive position.
Oh, no.
Prano? How do you die
Uh-oh.
to that?
Uh-oh.
Please explain. Must have somehow detonated the Vulcan canister, I guess? Ha-ha from Doki, and Virtue's going to try desperately to clutch this one. He's got one, does he? But he's going to have to find 3 more. Flashed out. The nades come through. That should close it. Apparently not, but the Vulcan canister, the flames will lock him out of the sight, and Bullet is catching his rotation. Quite a strange round there, I'm going to admit, but FaZe continuing to demonstrate just how good they are.
Well, that's the thing that I love about FaZe, right? Every single attack they do is so difficult to get a read on. Now, not all of their ideas are the most brilliant in the world. I give them that. Sometimes their ideas have us scratching our heads a little bit in the top-down view, but that one was fantastic from them. They knew that G2, they weren't roaming your top floor too hard. They just had an open area hold. So Cyber goes, okay, I'll pick the buck. I'll make some entry holes that go in to try and slither their way into that G2 roam. Same thing with the combination of the Ying with Astro to take away the attention. They were able to get the 2 versus 1 on these roamers work out for them, and eventually in the man advantage to close out the round. It just feels like it's so hard for G2 to have a formula that works every single time against these FaZe attacks.
And that's why these teams are so good. It's why FaZe has won a major 9 months ago. It's why they haven't made very many roster changes at all, really, since FaZe went through their huge revamp. It's been... It was actually quite a funny story, you know, with the whole MIBR FaZe situation. Cameraman having a stint not on this team, and then Astro being the only member of FaZe that stayed on when they picked up the other 4 members of MIBR. This roster has now been the same for a year and a half. And Astro, the captain, and if I'm not wrong, is he IGLing these days as well?
Astro is the IGL.
Yeah, and this guy, he's been on the team for 4.5 years. 4.5 years. I'd hedge a bet that most of the people watching the stream right now haven't been playing Siege for 4.5 years.
And I really like the way that this team has formed around the leadership of Astro as well. Even though the roster has changed, because he's been here for so long and is on that flex role, he's created such an identity for this team. And I just love it. This is why FaZe is one of my favorite teams, because they always bring something brand new and exciting to the server. Now G2, they will be holding on to this top floor with quite an extended hold at the moment. A combination of loads of mute jammers, reinforcements even committed. Doki playing these very odd Kiva berries inside of stuff. Ooh, that was a bit tight, but the grenade does connect from Bullet, and that takes down Doki.
Quite a strange setup, but Bullet doubles down. And G2 punished a little bit
Bomb located
for that
by
extended position of Doki. Alamal, the nasty little player inside of Jana that can take down one. But Virtue's been taken very low. In the meanwhile, FaZe, though, they don't let him get away with it. And they once again storm through G2. It's all on Prano, and he is not going to get away sneaky beaky like up the stairs. FaZe Clan, yet another dominating round.
And once again, such a strange attack coming out from FaZe as well. You had some players coming through top square. You had Bullet that made such a successful entry off the back of that grenade onto your bottom square play. It felt like the G2 defense that they ran into the FaZe attack was just in the wrong direction. It was facing the wrong way, and it wasn't dealing with them with the right crossfires. Each time that FaZe have been able to pick off G2, it's because they walked in at a point that G2 are not turned their gun to, that they're not training their eyes to. And because they can slot their way in between the roam of G2 each time, it's really rattled the defense and cut off some of those crossfires that they're trying to hold on to.
It feels like the rounds that FaZe have won have been so dominant. The rounds G2 have won have been based on some really early, just aggressive picks that then FaZe haven't been able to execute their plan. Is that the key strength to G2? The fact that they can play that disruptive game? Because it feels like if they fail at that first phase of the round where they're trying to throw a thorn in FaZe's side, then FaZe just roll over them.
Well, the thing is, you can't throw a thorn in FaZe's side. That's not the way that they play the game. FaZe are the ones that throw the thorn in your side. G2, they need to take some time to figure out how to get the read on what FaZe are going to do and consolidate their plays to dealing with it. Now, that's something that has worked twice for them because the FaZe plan has been a bit of a head-scratcher. But I think for G2 to consistently win these defenses, they had to figure out the formula a little bit quicker.
Oh, an attempt to try and even the half now for G2. As FaZe's final attack goes through, and it's once again to this top floor. G2 won this previously. FaZe's all-repel attack just wasn't quite it, but I assume, based on the fact that we've got this Montaigne, it's going to be something a little bit different.
Of course it is. It is this Latin American team where they always bring us something new, and it seems like a lobby take is going to be the way. Astro now pushing his way in with the Montaigne, just like you said, will start to work his way up these spiral stairs, but G2, they seem to have a slightly better read on it. There is a player inside of Elevator playing a crossfire.
He's on his cameras.
Angles. Oh, hang on a second. What's going on here? Astro all the way in the top of Banana. This is a bit awkward.
Yeah, this is very awkward, and Doki loses his feet. Prano's trying to concuss that Monty with the Sonic Burst of the Yokai drones, but it's not enough as the Monty is able to finish off that pick. And FaZe really thrown something back at G2, who are seemingly shut out once again. Virtue, some heroics might save the round, but he's going to have to do a whole lot more than that. Citizen now in lobby, trying to contest these repels. Can't quite land the shot that he needs to. And that diffuser's going down. Virtue can take down Bullet, but the Monty is up and that diffuser is down.
Oh, and the Monty right in the corner of the room as well. Astro has just gone on an excursion through the bank.
You want to talk about excursion? Look at Citizen. What's he doing?
What is going on? They have to contest these repels. He thought he could go for a run-up, but the post plan is just so good for FaZe. Citizen taken down so low. The ever-presence of the Monty in the sight. Virtue, you can see him trying to get these picks onto the repels as well, but it's just impossible. He gets taken down. FaZe, they can clean up yet another round.
It's a done deal for FaZe here. A 4-2 split on their bank. There's nothing that Citizen can do. Even if he finds a pick or two. That was a gnarly shot, but it doesn't mean anything when there's no time to hit the defuse. What a round from FaZe, adapting to perfection.
That was such a strange round, Dev. I was about to sing the praises of G2. I thought, oh, FaZe, they're doing a lobby take, but G2, I've seen their setup. They had a play inside of Elevator. They had the holes to crossfire with the Elevator player from meeting. They had Doki in his power spot, and I thought, there are 3 players contesting this lobby push. There's no way that FaZe are going to be able to get through it, but apparently, 1 Monty and 1 player on cams is all that it takes for Astro to make his way all the way from ATMs into the corner of the site and to plant the bomb down. That is insane. That is crazy work from FaZe.
G2 now, they need to deliver on their attack. They have to. FaZe has already set the pace and been impressing to a significant extent. Like, this is the FaZe that we were hoping that would show up this major. This is the FaZe that was sadly not very present in stage 1. Now that FaZe has come back and they got over the little rough spot that they found themselves in, this is looking like a potential major championship team. Am I getting a bit ahead of myself if I say that?
I would agree with you on that. I can't say that the FaZe formula is very consistent every time because it's so dynamic and changes often depending on the team that they're playing against, but it's also what makes them so dangerous as well. And if teams don't figure out how to deal with this dynamic quickly enough, then they can really run away with games, and that's what we're seeing currently in this matchup. Now, Doki is starting to make his way through the garage. They know that this is a basement defense, but it doesn't seem like G2 are committing too hard to the roam clear.
Well, they're going to have to do something to try and get this back into their side, back into their favor. It doesn't look like FaZe is roaming too much. That doesn't mean there can't be a threat on this side. Look at this from G2. 3 players tempting the idea of garage. Virtue for a bit of lines of sight into the E1 hallway. Try and cut off rotations. Prano, the first one in on the forefront with the Ossa, going in through garage. Drone ahead, they got some info. Now he tries to solidify a strong position, but Astro says,
wow.
hey, we've got positions of our own.
Astro trying to make some architecture of this garage position, but Bullet is actually taken very low in this engagement. Prano, he will take him down, but not being downed by Astro. It just seems like there's such a back and forth push. This is a war zone going through the garage currently. Shields, keeper barriers, everything is going up in the trenches.
And there's a chance, there you go, Virtue's been revived now thanks to the Finker's boost. FaZe Clan had to forfeit that control, and now G2 have taken full advantage, advancing their positions. Doki to play behind this Ossa shield. Alamada backstab from server as well, so there's a lot going for this G2 attack.
And it's forced all of the FaZe players to come back and recall into the site now that they know that G2 are no longer doing the roam clear. What that does mean, though, is that G2 can start to make their way through that ground floor if they need it. I just saw Virtue pull out his X-Karos once more while Doki holds on. There we go. Virtue starting to make his way in the ground floor, can open the hatches while Doki is holding onto that garage control that they've currently got off the back of the Osa shield. And it's making FaZe, it's starting to look a lot more claustrophobic on the site as a result.
It's going to get more difficult now that Alamau's pressuring Blue as well. He's got a smoke to clear the Saruni gate. He wants to swing it straight away. Baits out with some shots. The gas and the spray from Souls is enough to take down his Brazilian brethren. And now, with time ticking away, Virtue has no choice but to cover and try and drop this hatch. Prano's got the diffuser, but he was playing in garage before. What is this play here from G2? It's going to have to be a hatch drop. Virtue to go down first. He finds his pick, but Prano goes down. And it's just the Aussie left. He's down and out. FaZe on for the flank, and they are running away, forcing the G2 tactical timeout.
I really didn't mind that attack from G2. I thought that was very well planned out from their part. They put some perceived pressure onto the site by claiming some ground. It forced FaZe to come back. Virtue even made a cutoff angle for those FaZe players that were going to come back. Then after that, they could use that ground floor space, but by then, it was just too late. They didn't have enough time to get intel into the site and actually plan out the final step, the execute. They spent so much of that investment, that utility into the mid-round that it all fell apart, and FaZe didn't give them any more after that.
And FaZe, during their tactical timeout, I mean, well, it's G2's called it, but they, of course, have the chance to chat with the coach. Look at them. They look very chill. G2, what's the look on their faces? That's my question. G2 have had a lot of pressure throughout stage 2. Didn't even look like it was possible for them to make it to this event. Now they defied the odds there. They've got a bit of work to do to get back in this game. Trailing 3 rounds behind, and a single round loss here means that FaZe at least guarantee overtime. G2 leaking points left, right, and center.
And now FaZe will take us down to the staff room and open area bomb site. Tertiary site, of course, for FaZe. And it seems quite anchor-centric as well so far. They're combining the Maestro as well as the Kaid to keep some hatches and walls closed. Meanwhile, Astro is the perfect player for Azami. Don't you think so? It almost feels like this operator was made from the creativity that this team can bring, not just from Astro, but from literally everyone else in the team. It's just perfect. The way that they've architected each site and holding those keeper barriers in his hand until he needs it.
And with FaZe, we haven't seen them play this bomb site as of yet. G2 hasn't seen them play this bomb site during the major yet. Bank is a first for both of these teams at the major. FaZe do have some history on it in Stage 2. G2 have some history way back at the start of Stage 2. And it doesn't look like, unfortunately, they've done much. Wow! Look at these through-the-floor Electroclaws from Bullet. Down in server, defending above. Let's have a look.
Oh.
3 out of the 4 walls. All 4. I can't tell if they're all done, but never mind. There's some action going down. G2, it's Citizen on the forefront. Trying to take Garage. So many bullets. A near miss of his head. I think that's Cameraman on the other side. Spraying on through. G2. Get Citizen on their side. Do win that opening engagement.
FaZe, though, they've gone for a total lockout type of defense. They've not only reinforced the quad wall, but they've reinforced all of the tellers and archives wall as well. So not playing a horizontal extension whatsoever. What that does mean is G2 need to get in and they need to start working this wall quickly if they want to sneak their way into the bomb site. Now we can still see FaZe roaming down below. They're afraid of that pressure that Citizen have given them. But G2, now they have so much space. What can they do with it?
I mean, you expect Virtue to go upstairs, right? He's got the buck. He can get this vertical game going. He's got some hard breach. Oh, the admin hatch doesn't even reinforce. I guess that's the cost of trying to reinforce all of the walls between admin and archives. You just don't have enough reinforcements left to do everything you'd want to. G2 are looking very well poised here. They're looking so comfy. If they can lock out these FaZe roamers, it should be a pretty straightforward execute onto the side.
I think right now it depends on whether G2 know where these FaZe roamers are. If they know that everybody's in the basement, they go, okay, we just need to cut off 2 bits of stairwell and that's it. We can hit the site. But if they don't know that, they could be really stalled out for time here, and this lockout strategy that FaZe have got might work out for them if they're not ready.
Well, the danger here is that G2 are going to need to use that hard breach. I mean, they have a lot of hard breach for hatches, and Virtue and Doki both have the secondary hard breach. But Prano's Thermite, that's the real question. If he's able to get a nice large breach on that staff room wall, it could be huge. Alana's going to try looking for these Electroclaws, but he doesn't realize they're down below. Completely caught off guard, and now FaZe might be able to swing this in their favor.
That being said, there is one single wall that is not electrified. The furthest right wall is left open for G2. Soprano, he can take out his exothermic charge. Oh, he's actually wanting to go for another wall instead, though. Oh, this could be really bad for FaZe if they don't realize that they're vulnerable.
I think the detonation has now gone off. Prano managed to breach the left side of the wall. Bullet. Oh, he wins the fight on Alamau. And now flanking up the blue stairs. This puts G2 between a rock and a hard place. Desperately spraying on down. It's all on Citizen. He opened it, but he can't close it. And FaZe find themselves on match points.
G2 just once again taking way too much time through that mid-round. They had been given so much of that top floor away, but FaZe, they knew that the mission-critical part of that defense was keeping their walls closed for as long as possible and allowing Astro and Cameraman on the site to set up the anchor, the fortress, with the Azami. They said, okay, those guys need the time and space to do that. We need to keep this wall closed. And what that means is protecting the Electroclaws down below, making sure that Citizen can't come in up the main stairs and try and flank their backs while they're doing that. And rounds. Like, that's exactly what FaZe were able to do. G2, they couldn't identify fast enough that actually they'd been given so much space.
Yeah.
And in the end, 15 seconds is not enough time for a side execute like that.
It felt like G2 just played that attack like you would play a normal attack onto a normal setup. And FaZe didn't have a normal setup, so G2 didn't take advantage of any potential weaknesses that might have been perceived in FaZe's plan. Mind the Freudian slip there. But where this leaves us right now, FaZe match point poised for the most dominant game that they have had so far. Now, even taking down Soniqs, it was only a 7-4. Taking down SANDBOX, it was a 7-5. And this could very well be a 7-2 over G2, who, while they have won both of their games so far, they don't have quite as many points as FaZe. And dropping a game here gives an opportunity to a team like SANDBOX to maybe get themselves in. What is that run out from Cyber? And that's a hell of a long jog.
That is some confidence coming out from Cyber. He knew that, oh no, a C4 to follow as well. These guys are oozing confidence right now. They know that they are 4 rounds up onto G2. And Cyber's like, you know what, guys, give me the pass. I got things. I got places to be. I got things to do. And FaZe is like, fair enough. He gets this first pick. Now G2 left in shambles. The mental must be so tough for them right now. But actually, maybe it's not. Citizen, he looks very confident on this entry.
I'll tell you what's happened here. G2 are like, all right, you know, we've kicked the bucket. Time to get in there. And Citizen says, it's my job to stand up for my team. And he is looking for something. This is a top floor bomb site, and he's already in the top floor hallway. Just around the corner from several players. Virtue could also meet him halfway up on the stairs. Doki finds a pick. Suddenly an opening for G2.
It seems like this Citizen entry has gone very undetected as well. He's only just shot 1 bullet, but it doesn't feel like anyone is trained on his line of sight. The Gon6 to clear the Siri gate, but Doki just around the corner. Ooh. Can they play the refrags onto this janitor position? Astro, he just slips away, getting wallbang taken down to a slither of HP. FaZe, they're starting to fall apart on this defense.
Virtue got the dagger in hand and can't land the shot. They haven't been able to spray him down. Astro, how has he survived? So low on HP, but what a shot from Bullet. Straight between Doki's eyes. He admits himself it was a fairly nice shot there. And it looks like G2's shot in this match may be coming to a close. It's up to G2's 2-star players, Alamau and Citizen, to stand up. But it's not going to be easy, even for the Brit himself, who has been so phenomenal on this Finker. Citizen, to round this corner, he needs to win this fight. He lands the headshot that he needed.
Now the 2-on-2 situation as well. This is winnable for G2.
Oh
such
my
HP.
God!
And Citizen to take out the final kill of this round. G2, they are still in this match.
Kept alive in the 2v3 by the wonder child Citizen and his Brazilian friend Alamau. Fist bumps in the G2 camp after that one. Look at Doki.
Yeah.
He's wondering what happened in that round and thanking his lucky stars that his teammates managed to clutch it. Still a shot for G2.
The LMGs, they combine forces Super Saiyan style to finally take out the round win for G2. That is
LMG diff.
LMG diff, apparently. It left FaZe in just... they were so in such a strange position once that sneaky entry had come through from Citizen. All of the G2 players went, all right, let's just try our own thing, see what we can find. And ended up working out. FaZe, they weren't really in a position where they could deal with that entry all that well. I think they were, I don't know what they were doing. They were running around the map, doing some fun stuff. We saw Cyber having a good go at it. But in the end, G2, they punished the overconfidence.
Yeah, and I really respect that from G2. We were talking about mental game, right?
Yeah.
FaZe, they win. They get onto match point against G2 in a round where G2 were just way too slow. They didn't read into the strat. This was the open area attack. And then right on the back of that, Cyber's running out, going for a massive jog on the Mozzie and finding a pick onto a repelling player. That is some outrageous confidence from FaZe. What did G2 do in reply? They say, look, we can play that game too. And we've got Citizen aggressively in the building early. We've got a clutch. That is the kind of thing that brings the mental back for G2.
And Citizen is just such a superstar on this team, don't you think? So not only he's on the entry, he's also the primary IGL of this team now. I know that G2 are going through quite a big leadership change at the moment, but the person who makes the majority of this calls, if I understand it, is Citizen. And to be on that entry fracking role, but be able to think for your team like that, just requires that's so much brain power. It's just, I could really give props to him. That's an incredible role to be on.
And it's so hard to do the shot calling and the in-game leadership while also fragging out, while also getting yourselves into those positions to try and make plays and leverage the round to your advantage and look like the star player. So you got to respect the GOATs. Citizen has certainly earned his stripes as one of them.
G2, they've got quite a lot of map control now. FaZe, they didn't go for the extended roam. Nothing too aggressive that we saw from them. They've essentially given up total map control to G2. Goodness. Bar the ground.
Wow, look at this play.
Side. But yeah, this is a little interesting. They've decided to barricade up with the keeper barriers. It's a tiny slit in the top of that dirt tunnel hole. Oh, this feels like such a defender side of hole, but it's all going to get taken down with just 1-6.
Yeah, it does force Cameraman to fall off the position where he was trying to protect that Syria gate. The exothermic will now open up that server hatch. Cameraman in a bit of a pickle now, hiding behind the server. He has a magnet to try and protect him from any flashes or grenades, but it's not going to protect him from that one. Fortunately, he survives. Goes for a spray, but the final nade will take him down. That's a good one from Virtue on the top of server. And FaZe Clan feeling a bit extra pressure now.
Cameraman just really overstaying his welcome inside of server. Once that hatchet got open, he had to get outie there, but he did not, and now it's leaving FaZe with just in the man disadvantage. But for G2, they still have 45 seconds left. That's some time to bait out this utility of souls, plan out the execute they want to go for. It's just, oh,
look at that!
Hang on a second, though. Citizen, he's able to claw it back, though, and now G2, they look like they're in pole position to take the round.
Cyber's gone for a flank. He finds a double! Cyber! He doesn't keep on running. He goes straight back to side, but G2 have sent it through. That diffuser is cold on the ground, but it's a 2v1. Cyber! An ace to close the game. And the double spray down brings FaZe through. What a phenomenal showing. You just don't see that.
That is incredible. That came out of nowhere for Cyber. I thought G2, they had the hold of that round. That was so explosive, but you can never count out these FaZe plays. You can never count out Cyber, the superstar of this team in this matchup. What an incredible clutch from him.
I still can't believe it.
Neither can I.
1 HP. He'd already found 3 kills in the round, 2 of them on that flank, and then he sprays down the last 2 players. I feel like FaZe are as surprised as we are after that. I honestly could not believe it. What a game from FaZe, and what a way to close it. They have asserted themselves as the undisputed kings of Group B.
And in such a dominant fashion as well. That wasn't some tight game where we were seeing this back and forth. That was FaZe all in, all up, every single step of the way on the attack, but also on the defense. Just so dominant from them.
Still coming to terms with that one. We're going to need a minute, but we'll break it all down just after this.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on a Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pyjamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad.
Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yavle.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm?
They have a rematch.
This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm still catching my breath after that FaZe G2 game. It was a historic match, big names, but FaZe were clearly the better team.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe were dominant every single step of the way. We thought it was going to be close. This is 1 and 2 in their group, respectively. It still is 1 and 2 in the group, respectively. But FaZe showing that they're just so much more dominant. They are the kings of Group B.
Well, let's dive into the match summary, because we saw it kicked off with a bit of a bang. And G2 fought hard for it, but FaZe ended up the better team. G2, in fact, opened it up with the first round and got a 2-1 lead early, but it was pretty much all FaZe from there on out.
It absolutely was. Once FaZe had started to get a flow into the game, in true FaZe fashion, they do take a little bit of time to create the formula that goes into the game. But once it's down and it's set, they can really, really run away with it. And that's the FaZe that we know and the FaZe that we love. They were absolutely just so on it. On these attacks, it was dynamic. G2 couldn't figure out what they were going to do each time because it was so different. And it really caught them off guard. Eventually, FaZe, they ran away with it.
It's ironic that G2 were caught off guard by FaZe's bank, because FaZe have played so much bank in Stage 2, and yet they're still bringing these new strategies. There's Electroclaws downstairs, these kind of crazy, unusual roams, unusual reinforcements. And on top of that, when you got players like Cyber clutching up with an ace, how do you beat that?
You don't.
You don't. There you go. That's all it is. Let's have a look at how the group has shaped up now with that result. Group B is looking to be Group FaZe. 21 rounds to 12. 9 points, haven't even dropped a single point so far. For me, they're the highlight of this group, but I'm also starting to think, should we get worried for G2? SANDBOX have finally won a game. Is there a chance that they could take G2's spot in the playoffs?
Well, I think you can be worried, but not too worried. In the end, we saw the statistics from beautiful Sprabuni. We love you. We love your work. Even though G2 did lose this matchup and it was in regulation, that doesn't count them out. That doesn't lock them out, even if they lost this game. And so if they can bring it back in the rematch to the rest of the teams, they could still hold on to that playoffs position.
And we are truly at the halfway point in the group right now. Every team has played 3 of the 6 matches that they're going to play. Everyone's played everyone now. And now we're just up for rematches. Any thoughts before we finish off this group? Who do you think's going to make it?
Well, I mean, FaZe, those guys are the favourites going
Easy
into
bet.
this group for sure. Easy bet. Between G2 and between SANDBOX, I don't know. Soniqs losing out that game, that puts their percentage very, very low to make it through. So I really think it is that battle between 2nd and 3rd place.
The thing is, Soniqs are clearly a really good team as well, and there is a chance that they can make it.
There's a chance.
It's just a very slim one, and that's the case for all of these teams. It is a well and truly alive group. Hell, even FaZe could technically not make it if they drop the ball in in their 3 following games. We're halfway through Group B in the 6 Major, and we've got all kinds more games coming to you on the B stream. So stick around, have some fun. We got more games coming up soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the B stream with some new faces. We're back. It is me, Devmata, and I'm joined by Manny. You'll see why in a second. Damwon Kia versus NIP. We're back to the top of the board and rotating our round.
It's getting very heavy. It's just very slow.
Hey, look, it's me, Devmata. He is Mandy. They may have accidentally left Mandy's box down here.
I'm going to stand now.
You can stand. This is how much extra height Mandy needs. If I step off...
Well, it's just as tall normally.
Mandy, you're so little. Okay, we'll start talking about the game now.
Yes.
Good game. Good game. Damwon Kia, bad game. So far, if you're unfamiliar with how things have gone for Damwon Kia, not great. NIP have just come off the back of a bit of success earlier this very day. Damwon Kia, unfortunately, their story doesn't quite go as well.
No, definitely not yet. And these two teams, of course, met each other before as we are starting the second part of the round robin. And back down was a 7-1 victory to NIP on Clubhouse. So with that said, Damwon, there is a lot that they need to do. And even worse, there's almost not a single opportunity for them anymore to qualify.
That's it. So we'll have a quick look at the rankings, though, because we're also at the top of the board for everything. So let's have a look and see where we settle. Now, Rogue in Group A currently sit at that top point. Ninjas in Pyjamas and XSET, both, though, on 6 points. Damwon Kia are the only ones not there. So in a strange way of looking at it, it's almost like we've had a full reset, but now the race is between 3 teams, not 4, for those 2 spots.
Yeah, there's 3 teams that are really competing for it, but you still have Damwon Kia in the mix that could maybe upset some people. Play a bit of a gatekeeper here or there. And, you know, you might be thinking, well, there surely is a way that they could still qualify. Yes. I don't exactly know what it will be, but it was like, if they win this game with like full regulation, a 4% chance of them making it. It's not a lot, but G2 did it before, so...
They have.
It is definitely possible, but it's looking very unlikely. Like Damwon is going to be outdoing themselves compared to what they did in Sweden.
I believe we do also have the other groups as well, so we can start potentially cycling through those. Are we doing the full caliber pickup on all 4 groups?
We could, but we could also go for the percentages, for the probability of qualifying for each of these groups. Strabuni and Ref do update these every now and then. So as we see, if Rogue managed to get an overtime regulation victory in the next game, which is now 93%. But of course, the game we currently have is Damwon Kia against NIP. If NIP managed to get a full 3 points, they won't be up at the 93% like Rogue would be, just a 79, which is still really good. Regulation loss, still that 44%. But Damwon Kia, those don't look good. They could be eliminated after this game.
They could, and it is pretty close to impossible for them to try and pull it back in. We're not going to look at the group standings, but we are going to look at the playoff chances of the other group. And here it is for the side of the FaZe clan. Took their victory against G2 just at the turn of the half, and they'll play a little bit later on in the day. SANDBOX took theirs against Soniqs as well, so slip above them in the competition and the pressure that they might be able to apply elsewhere. G2, they could find themselves confirmed as one of the 2 heading out of this group, but it's still sort of a bit half and half for SANDBOX. If they can pull a win later on today, the race is still afoot.
Yeah, for sure. SANDBOX needs that win. So the Soniqs, so does G2 and FaZe, well, they're just sitting there basically almost ready to go. So as we then head on towards Group C, the third group of our major here, we have W7M in the lead. Regulation win or overtime win, both will confirm them to be qualified for the playoffs. Wolves is a little bit below that after their loss just recently. Oxygen still in the mix as well, and Gaimin Gladiators as well has an opportunity. Just 25% though is not looking very likely for them, but it is definitely possible. And then the last group is going to be Group D, which we'll also just quickly pull up with Elevate. Surprise, surprise, looking to qualify themselves possibly at the end of the day.
I mean, that's it, isn't it? The Elevate story. It was kind of huge, kind of powerful, and kind of surprising. Astralis being around that sort of third echelon M&M. They're also playing for their life at the other stream as well. And FURIA, well, they're playing to end it. They have a chance of putting themselves also close to that situation.
Yeah, for sure. And we don't get to see that, at least not now, because we are headed into a different game. NIP Damwon Kia, like we have just mentioned. So that is where we will put our focus on. And as we said, these two teams, they met before. And back then, Damwon Kia didn't really have anything to show for. It was just a single round victory that they managed to put onto the board, whereas NIP managed to get the full 7. So as we head towards the maps, it is going to be Skyscraper. This time, attack chosen by NIP. So let me quickly see what I have on Skyscraper of NIP. Oh, 50% win rate these last 3 months.
Pretty good. Damwon Kia can play the game. They can bring a good Skyscraper together. They've been able to play it outside of this major.
Yeah.
But that's maybe the problem, is inside of this major, they haven't really been able to play any game. Some of the most common problems that we've seen and been told by the people that have been in-depth casting the games is they just haven't seemed responsive. Even earlier today, they took a handful of rounds, but by the words of those watching and analyzing, that was not even entirely true, and that was a bit lucky on their side. So we're going to have a reset from them, from us, and I guess we'll see if they've had that as we go to the map fly, find ourselves heading in to Skyscraper.
Good to see whether or not Damwon Kia is going to be able to outdo themselves, but the social polls believe not. 70% of you think that NIP have this one in the bag, compared to the 30% of you who still believe in Damwon Kia being able to turn this around, find a victory, and fight for that 4% or 0.09. So with that, we are getting in. The band phase first. Is it another Finka to be removed? Maybe a Monty, sometimes an operator we see gone. Are we going to see completely different kind of bans to appear in this matchup? First one off the board is going to be Ossa. Okay, that is not an operator we see banned very often.
I mean, I think it's sort of positional. It's a directional operator for teams. What I mean by that is, if you've got your compass of the ways you like to go in this game, she's one that can sort of stop that off. And I think Damwon Kia, they need all the pieces of the puzzle to fall into their favor as much as possible. They can't entirely keep finding themselves sort of throwing to the wind. And again, for everything about NIP, the one thing that we're sort of being told to take away from the earlier performances today is Pino was unbelievable. Literally couldn't stop clicking heads if he tried.
You start firing at him and he just flicks you out of existence.
Apparently, yeah. So I still think it's eyes on Damwon Kia. What can they do to change the forces that have not been on their force?
It's a big question. Of course, Damwon Kia was that team that surprised many during Sweden, found themselves in a top 4 spot, just a 1v1 away from making it to the grand finals. And I still to this day would say, if they were the ones that won that 1v1, if they were the ones that played that grand finals, they would have been the major champions in Sweden. And ever since, they haven't been quite the same on the international stage. They haven't been able to make the same mark. Maybe because teams start to figure out Damwon Kia. I mean, they are a scary team to play against, but there's definitely ways to counter them. And we do start to see that during this major, during previous majors and international appearances as well. And now they're coming up against NIP. Renewed roster. A roster that has been world champion against a team that they have played before once.
Now, as someone we're getting the test of being able, or the taste even, to start to cast some of these players that we haven't quite had the energy or ability to, as we've been wrapped up in another group, I'm excited about Wizard. Because Wizard is one of those hot new players. Wizard is one of the hottest new players who's been able to have a fantastic tournament so far. And when he joined, he wasn't the biggest statistical drive for the team. But this showing he's had throughout the games for NIP so far is exceptional. And that's sort of some of the stuff we were seeing in the other group. So give me some good rookie play as we lean in here. They're starting off on their attack. The pressure over towards the side. They're just going to get the top of the close stairs popped in.
Oh, that's
There's the bandit trick, and there goes the thermite.
That is always a bit painful when you lose one of your extra thermics like that. Only just one left now, and you need to make a decision. Are you going to be using that? Are you going to try and still open up the VIP wall? Are you going for the triple wall? Or are you just keeping it in pocket for some complete other strategy? Look at it, you do have Wizard, you just mentioned it, with the Ace, with the Selmas available, so there is always that redundancy. And Pino, of course, onto the Maverick. So Heartbreach definitely not going to be an issue. It's just that big hole that you want to have, that really need to be, you know, careful of if you hit the sides or not.
Now they're having to go internal. They've sort of read the fact that the Clash likes to swing out on the balcony, as Damwon Kia do, and it's kind of impossible to get confident and put that pressure on. Pino gives himself a line. The eyes around to the top of the stair set to kind of get the lockdown here, as they're going to steady their way across. But look at this. Woogieman, he's got the rotation. He knows that there's not really pressure coming directly towards his wall, so he's going to see if he can step up onto the top of the dragon stairs and then pull back behind the dragon when the pressure starts to get a little bit too hot. It can come over that open space behind him. They're able to try and get a little bit more control of drum, of the split, and of the drop down, but for now it's NIP step by step and row by row. They are steadily cleansing this map.
Just a little bit steady, yes. Damwon Kia is still around. Our own potential is still there. Someone could be coming up these main stairs and strike one of these NIP players in the back. Now, the Clash is the big worry. How are you going to be dealing with this? Katzing, in the meantime, does take a little bit of damage elsewhere on the map. As we continue, it's NIP that is just knocking on the front doors of Damwon Kia right now. Trying to find an entry desperately. They want to find a way in, just not been given any as of yet. As a C4 from below, that's what we're talking about. Yes, with a flank now going up the back stairs. Might be able to find more, as he is going to be finding a couple of them right here. A couple of red pings. He's going to find 1, 2, potentially 4 even to go forward. Misses that opportunity. Has a second attempt though.
There it is now with all the damage done on the back line. There's a bit of pressure. There it is. A quad kill for Yas. Pino finds 1, but the Clash is very quickly going to replace a gap. And one of the things about Skyscraper is the rotates over the top. They are not quick. There's no real way for him to get that kit in time. The first round, well, I'm going to say it's Damwon Kia's. There's really 10 seconds, and anything can technically happen, but you assume nothing else really will. Pino gets the free exit kill, gets 1 more. But there's still 2 other players. Damwon Kia take the opening round.
Yeah, I just wanted to go for the ace there. He's like, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to try and see what I can do. Hope that I find that ace on that very first round. But a quad kill is going to be good enough. A righteous flank. C4 comes up, gets the first, and he sprays down 3 with the MP7 as it gets red pings at the exact right moment. NIP members were looking for the camera that was giving away their location, and instead they lost their lives rather than finding what they were looking for.
Bedroom bathroom is where we're going to head to next. Not the most common scene site, usually never seen as a site. There are some sort of teams from some sort of regions that have it as a bit of a pocket play, but for Damwon Kia's sort of sake and for APAC, you generally don't see it too much. It's a lot of kitchen barbecue instead, and the swing round obviously on the 2-second story site. So I'm kind of curious to see if this is them sort of reading against NIP's game and trying to play something that maybe is a little bit less predictable, a little bit more caution to the wind, and pull some victory out of that amalgamation of chaos.
I was going to check if there was anything in a major. Definitely not, because this is the first time Skyscraper is getting played during these group stages here. So I would have to dig in even further back down the line to find out if there's anything known about it. But instead of doing that, we'll just talk about the setup. It is very top-heavy, as you can see. At least there's going to be a couple of roamers around. There's some castle barricades that have been tossed up to at least slow down the attack, which shouldn't be slowed down too much, though, if you look at the utility out there. They have a sledge, they have grenades, they have gun 6s, so those castle barricades should be disappearing quickly. And after that, they can start working down on that verticality. That's going to be removing people from the bathroom or the bedroom itself.
Steady, quick approach here once again towards the same sort of place. There's not a bandit to trick it out this time round, and that wall will get cracked, but it's not as much of a direct line through to the site itself. There's a lot of dangerous soft. That's the big potential problem here for Damwon Kia to keep an awareness of. Sure, they've got the chance of a rotate and a roam, but NIP will probably be paying a little bit more attention to that. There was obviously their play that they're very familiar with, based on their love of sort of tucking themselves in round corners and pulling off big flanks and roams. They have an awareness, they have an ability to react to it. The preparation for the destruction on that side, this grenade is going to get played underneath. No, it gets caught out by the ADS, and well, they're just going to pre-fire the window. Another set of grenades comes through. By the time they loose one of the Finker, you assume that ADS will kick back into life. So a cost of potentially 3, unless Maverick does this.
Yeah, a smart choice right here. Just opening up underneath, creating that way that you do not have to deal with that single ADS. And now the top floor has been opened up on multiple different angles. You also do not see any of these defenders out here directly anymore, hoping to contest it. And that allows the rest of NIP to start working on that verticality. Start sledging open this floor. Start working on some verticality right here. As Wizard is doing something horizontally, you kind of want to start moving these players around.
Pino trying to take some of that vertical control. As I said, it's all a lot of soft. And so is the body of Muzi. Katsang drives through. Rin finds Wizard as well. And that little dabble dance we had on the front door before, all the way from the back. And suddenly it's just a little bit of verticality is all they got. Apart from one of them, Psycho. Caught out by a C4. There's a quick pop round. Yas cannot quite get the full connection with Pino, who finds himself 4 after a success of 3 on the first round. It's between him and Kamikaze to try and get the final 4 as well. Double the kill tally for the team throughout this game as of yet.
And these last 2 players, a beautiful swing from Woogie. He takes a lot of damage there, but that's fine. He gets that kill. Instantly, Coda taken down, though, from the floor above. Pino drops down into the staircase. There's going to be 3 members surrounding him. As soon as he steps 1 step down onto that ground floor, he's going to be met with 3 different guns aiming at him at the very same time. It's going to be happening soon. Woogieman with some pre-fires with the UMP, but it's Rin that gets that final kill eventually. And that is going to be 2-0 for Damwon Kia. They've already outdone themselves compared to their last meeting with NIP.
It was a really good 2-0 as well. What we saw from Damwon Kia there was aggressive. It was talented. It was 5 good fraggers. It's an NIP timeout. Already they're trying to sort of go, okay, we cannot let this team build confidence because, to be honest, at the start of the day, we assumed they had none. And they kind of played like it. Here, it's maybe the first time this whole tournament we're seeing Damwon Kia.
We are indeed seeing the Damwon Kia that we usually do see during APAC North, trying to find that control, trying to be in control. And NIP having to go for this timeout this early on does give you the idea that they are indeed onto something, because something is clearly going wrong. They're not able to deal with the aggression that Damwon Kia brings. They need to find a solution to deal with it now. And that's why they take the 45, to have that discussion. Is there something we do not see that the coach does see and that we can use directly now to try and improve on our game?
I mean, Pino's the only player with kills. Pino's the only one to find any kills over the 2 rounds so far. The rest of the players haven't pulled themselves in. And you're looking at, obviously, at the start of this, the one fun fact about this team was, apart from Kamikaze playing, obviously, that support backline role, every player was technically positive. Yeah, there was a 0 from the side of Psycho. He was perfectly balanced, 22-22. But Muzi on a +5, Pino on a +7, Wizard on a +17. For those guns to not be connecting with the game at all, even just getting 1 or 2 on the way out the door and still losing the round, that's something that the boys need to sort of set themselves down, reset that and go, okay, let's go back to 0-0. Let's see where we can find ourselves.
It's a good thing to go for indeed. You gotta reset yourself. Make sure that you take this next round as it is a new one. Put those last 2 results behind you. And with that, we get going again. It is NIP that is attacking from the west and northern side mostly, as they are headed towards, I believe it's Barbecue and Kitchen that I saw. Not 100% sure. I think it is.
The site?
Yeah, I thought it was Barbecue Kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's just confirming.
Thank you for also confirming, Observer, but yes. It was Barbecue and Kitchen. Sorry, I thought you were losing your mind and
no,
really
I was just confirming, just to make sure. The verticality is going to be quite important here, and
yeah, 100%.
especially Geisha. It's often somewhere or some place which receives a lot of attacking. Well, not really love, but attention. We have to definitely say so, because as soon as you get rid of that player, as soon as you get that hatch, it is going to be quite safe to go for a bit of a plan. Now, there is some information that is going to be key. They might be able to send one in,
they don't
or
need
just
to
go for the wall bang onto Yas. Take him out. He's not going to be of any trouble anymore.
Yeah, that was an absolute freebie there. Yas was caught sleeping through a couple of softs. They just rocked him from a window, and that's a bit of a blow. You can see they were stepped up. I was about to say Psycho was around Shrine and Dragon. He could have pushed from the back, but they just ended up not needing to, and, well, caught on the rotation back round, and, well, having a second player from NIP find a kill netted on the board, that is going to be a massive boost of confidence. That's what the team talk is for. Let's see who else can get one before the end of the round. Boogeyman ready to try and swing out on the upside down rappel, but they're ready to have the fight just the same way. Coded has some of the cams and the idea of this approach. It's a minute 10, and with Katsang isolated on the top floor, he's just going to sort of stick out, hold out, and he has the long line of soft underneath him to put some pressure down if he needs to.
Yeah, so as long as he lives, Geisha is still under his control, and that means that the attackers do not really have everything they want. However, what you can see is that every area above Barbecue is starting to fall slightly, so the attackers have something to work with. They just need to find out a way to horizontally clear out the player that's inside the kitchen. If they do manage to do so, there could be an opportunity for a plan. If it wasn't for Woogieman sitting in his current position, might be able to put up some dirt into the food of NIP here, as he's looking to swing around the corner. Skoda that falls, though. There's a bit of pressure that comes in from behind. Psycho that is going to be receiving a bit of a challenge and will find his way as well. Only up to Katsang now in a 1v5. Daddy's going to be clutching this one out, though.
I mean, that's it. He's trying to slip his way around there, putting the kit down, just tucked in on the corner. There's one, there's two, and there's a cold kit. He doesn't confirm the kill on the second. He's more worried about, well, the quick sprint round, the rotation and the repositioning of the two players. He might have thought he could slip away had that player died, but they can just sort of call, just shoot at me, and you'll be able to get him. NIP, attack timeout, proved very successful there. They're able to take the third round, and DK, well, let's just put that up to acceptable losses, potentially. This might be the true test of just how much they learnt as we go back to Exhibition.
I have to call it as well, it was a tertiary side, Emmy. You're kind of expected to win that one on the attack. So NIP did what they had to do there. Now they need to step it up a bit, though. Head over towards these next couple of sides, these next two sides, which they have lost before. If they do manage to find some victories here, NIP is definitely in for a very good game. Lemon Key, of course, are looking to lock this first half off with a 4-2 or maybe even a 5-1 scoreline. Anything less will be a bit of trouble, because we talked about it before. Anything lost, either overtime or regulation, means they're going to be out of the running for playoffs. An overtime win is going to be putting them on a 0.09%, which is also very unlikely. It's probably just a single scenario that will be pushing them through. And if they do manage to get a full-time win, then there is a couple more scenarios, a couple more scoreline ranges that there is possible for them to actually make it. But it continues to be the fact that it's looking very, very unlikely that Damonkey is making it.
I think that's it. Even with the full 3 now, I mean, they can make things interesting, but the main people who are finding joy of NIP struggling will be Rogue, especially, obviously, with the game that happened on slightly early on today, and then XSET, who, you know, when they're sort of in that fight around the top, any points dropped now from each other is that gift, because it's technically for them a race for 3, and down on Kia, it's just how much trouble can they cause before they might be kicked out the door.
That's a big question. They function as a bit of gatekeepers here as Kamikaze takes a small amount of damage. He's instantly going to be healed back up by the adrenaline surge, so he's not too worried about it. But we do see is that NIP is looking to attack from multiple different angles. Wizard wants to get in with a Gara, who consecutively does that at the bottom of the black stairs. Still debating whether or not to go up or to continue that journey up again.
Twice.
The grenade this time used it to try and get rid of Yas. The second one needs to be used to actually get rid of him now. To try and go for a bit of a pre-fire with the LMG, but not quite connecting. And Kamikaze really wants to open up this wall, but it's nothing he can do.
He's doing his best. They have the pressure from underneath potentially as well. Wizard on the creep round. He's still maybe undetected. Musi is the same. There is somebody not too far away from him, though. If we recall, this round was almost decided by a 4K roam and rotation played on by Yas. And this time, he's a little bit more isolated, but this time, there's the surprise strike. Wizard takes out Woogieman. The clash gone as the first body somewhere around Geisha. A bit of a strange blow when you think about where the site is, what the Clash was doing so isolated, whether they were...
I think it was Drum or maybe even the little terrace area, because of course you have that soft wall, which if you create an angle in it, you might be able to get a long line of sight. Pino finds Rin as well. That's a double man entry here for the side of NIP. This is something they can work with. Need to take care of some of the barbed wire first, though, before the glass is going to get into full use. Hoping to find either Coated or Katsang that is going to be prone near the site, but they are both behind cover.
That's it. Psycho's just going to hold the rotation between the sites itself. Yas has gone for a rotate, but this time there's nobody else really around that side. And Wizard, he's behind Yas. Do they know? Does he have his headphones in? The Gun 6 is going to be noisy, and it's going to swing round. How quick can he get this pop? Oh, not quick enough. He doesn't quite know, but he still gets the cover. Just comes through. Yas cannot quite escape. and they maybe thought he was closer around Drum, maybe thought he was a little bit deeper into Shrine or Dragon, but Katsang pops up, gets the kick cold, 10 seconds. The response and revenge needs to come now from NIP. They've got to double team this at the same point. Psycho suffers. There it is. Pino gets the pickup, a couple of seconds, coated with a C4. He doesn't even need to use it.
Don't even try and go for the attempt to plant there. So with that, Damwon Key is going to be able to pick up another round in this matchup against NIP. Round 5 soon to start. NIP really should have won that one. And if you just look at it, you take care of the clash so early on, right? That was a bit of a troublemaker earlier on. It has been a troublemaker for many different teams. You basically get it for free. No challenge at all gifted. Then you know where Yas is. Now, what we saw was the Gon 6 to be used to open up the door. Amara runs right towards Yas. Realizes the Gon 6 is still in hand somehow instead of the actual LMG that she carries along. Yes, is going to be able to find that kill and, of course, dies instantly afterwards. But the damage is already done. Time is already being wasted. Just the last member being downstairs, Kota with that Nitro cell. They could have gone for a plant, but they weren't in the right position. Of course, the kick got dropped earlier. Stuff you just need to either prevent from happening or respond to a little bit quicker as you are NIP. Because Damwon Kia, so far, pretty good health. One of the best that we've seen from them in this tournament so far. The first actual Damwon Kia game is currently underway. It's a bit late, but...
Bit late. Better late based on expectations, but it's a game of 2 halves, isn't it? It's a tournament of 2 halves, and you never really know until you know, and still... This is a game of 2 halves, and on Skyscraper we have seen defenders do well. We haven't seen Karaoke as a site and a side as of yet. They're still opting to play away from it. I guess there's still a chance for one more after this, but we're back to the bedroom and back to the quick breach there. Into the swing around. The top of the stair set gives them through Thoroughfare onto Exhibition. They've got to try and get some control of it if they want to start trying to break and crack their way down.
Trying to push on now. The Mute Jammer still in place. They need to find a way to get rid of it. This time there is no Maestro, so grenades need to come around the corner. There's no ADS around this time. That will actually stop it from happening. That's actually Gon 6 used first. Surely the grenade comes after. No, missed the first one. Okay, need a second grenade to get... is this gonna work? Yes, there you go. A bit of utility used, but finally they do open it up, and that means the top floor control can now start to get underway. See one player still out there from the side of Damwon Kia was making his way over, and then suddenly the door opened up. So he's like, all right, it's time to move to a different kind of position. You can see right here, Boogeyman playing with the suppressed UMP. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's a
combination you see often. Yes.
It's a suppression on it. We've seen it, to be fair. We've seen a little bit of suppression play, whether it's specifically on the UMP or not. The gun can't get much weaker. It's but it can do big plays. Coated, talking of, knocking on the door of a big play, and Psycho's knocking on the door of Yas. Takes him out of the equation on the far side. He's had one big round and then a little scrap. Do they know? Oh, they do, but they couldn't quite get it. The shotgun gets the secondary lock in there. They had the drone round on the side. It really should have been Pino's to connect with, and it seems like that sort of slip-up wouldn't have been his before. The man's 10 to 2, though. We can cut him a bit of a break now, and then he's allowed one. And I feel like it's probably only going to be one with the pace he's been able to apply.
Pino's definitely onto a game here. It's just...
Do they know? Do they know?
Oh.
No, they don't. Rin.
Splash 12.
Great catch, Observer. I'm not sure who we've got, but we've also got Kota getting Kamikaze as well. NIP lose another player as the structure of the site is proving a little bit dangerous for this approach here. NIP is trying to find their way through. The Observer is the Italian stallion, red like. And we're going to see if we can just get... Well, the last swing round, Coded finds himself one more. Muzi on the door, pulls himself back out. He hasn't been able to find anybody's but his first. 10 seconds to find 3 apiece. We've had this situation for Damwon Kia before, but I feel like we're about to say 1 round to Damwon 4.
Kia, yes. It's going to take a while. Damwon Kia able to fight back here. 4 rounds. I just quickly have to go back. So all our observers have nicknames now. We have the Croatian Sensation, now the Italian Stallion,
and the Dutch
Disappointment. So sorry, Easy.
He chose that himself.
He did.
We didn't give him that name.
No, he chose it himself.
I wanted to call him the Flying Dutchman.
it doesn't quite rhyme, right? It's not,
It doesn't have to.
No, of course
It just
it
has
doesn't
to be
have
a thing.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
as
I mean,
many
the
bombs
Flying
as they
Dutchman
can.
is a thing.
Yeah.
It's just
He's
also a
he's
move
the
in
crying
football.
Dutchman.
the Crying Dutchman. Okay,
Stefan with his little tired t-shirt.
tired and destroyed.
Okay, 4-1. Damwon Kia, my word, you're in the lead. And I believe at this point, I'm just going to quickly double check. This is now tied with their best performance over the whole tournament in terms of rounds taken. They obviously only got 1 last time they played NIP, which was on Club, and 2 versus Rogue, and 4 earlier on today. They have equaled their best performance this major.
Attackers' objective
They
is to
have,
locate a
and
bomb
there's plenty of rounds to go. A potential 3, you know, but that will mean they will win 7-1. That is really good, and potentially a little bit more if NIP do manage to start putting some extra rounds onto the board here, because they only have just 1 at this moment in time. And this might actually hurt NIP more than you might imagine, because round differential is the first tiebreaker. We have been talking about it many, many times. We basically count Damwon Kia out of the race for the major already. Whilst it's not completely the case, it's not completely fair to do so either, but just statistically unlikely, as Woogieman escapes with his life there. If NIP lose this 7-1, that's a -6. They might just say goodbye to the chances on a tiebreaker.
Yes, as I said, he's sort of been a bit hit and miss. In the rounds he hit, well, 4 of his kills came in the very opener, and since then he's only really been able to find 1. But luckily, the spread of the team has been able to put some of this back round. Musy's dug underneath with the grenades. He wants to see if he can get a cheeky catch on the players that, to be fair, they should have got a cheeky catch on before. Obviously, this is the first time we've seen this site, but the only success of NIP came on this half of the building, on the floor below. It seems like they have a lot of awareness of how they want to try and put this pressure on.
It's going to be the opening of Geisha, which means that NIP is going to be focusing themselves out there to go for the first very push. At least potentially. No one else really inside of the building yet. Now, on that top floor, that is. And they need to find an entry somewhere. And there's still some roaming going around from the side of Damwon Kia. Some fight backs are on the board, which they need to take care of. The question is, will they? Grenades are being tossed in from below. So far, not finding anything as of yet. You kind of want to find a kill if you manage to bring so many grenades. I believe it's a total of 4. 3 have been used now. Not a single one has connected just a little bit. This one might go the right direction, but also the player just rotated out in time. And that means, with the utility that is now currently left, you have maybe 2 concussions or 2 impacts left, but that's about it for Pino, who does find the very first though onto Yas with the LMG.
Now they've got to see if they can try and move behind it. 45 seconds. Time's been a bit of a factor here for NIP. Some of these rounds, not that they've seemed sluggish, but they've definitely seemed a bit close to the wire. Slow on that final approach here. Hey, there's Musy. Swung around, got an easy pickup onto Rin. The surprise of the Nurk has that surprising factor. Woogieman's tucked behind the barricade as Coated starts to suffer next. It's a swing round, and as the Damwon Kia players start to fall closer and closer, Katsang's going to be the next in a bit of an engagement. Musy underneath, 20 seconds. He's got to find his way around, and well, they're not going to be able to buy any more time than that. Psycho gets the swing. Coated holding onto Black Stairs. Woogieman makes his way back round, able to get a heavy hit onto Wizard. Where's the kit? That's the big question. Currently in the hands of the players. A swing round, a bit of a spray, but it's out of it.
It is out of it, and that is NIP that will find themselves another round, an important one, just at the end of the half. And with that, they find themselves in a better position, I was not going to say good, to actually fight for the second half and make sure that they are able to pick 3 points in this game. Just mentioned it before, if they fail to pick up these 3 points, might get a bit troublesome if you start looking at the rest of the group, right? Because they want to be in that top 2 spot. You have to win against Damwon Kia. Now, how sad it actually sounds, they are the weakest team in the group. Haven't won a single game yet. In total, won, what was it, like 10 rounds maximum before that this game started? So 7 even. So with that, you know, it is, or it was not looking likely that Damwon Kia was going to be able to win a game. And right now they're pretty well into it. 4-2. They are leading. They're now onto the attack. This is where they need to make the difference now. This is where they need to show NIP that they are here at the major as well and want to get away with a win. As we look at the repicks to come through, is the Vinka to come through? Is the Monty to be picked? Might see ourselves a little bit of a push from to the balcony that you just see heavily stacked up with ADSs and a shield and all that kind of stuff.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I quoted it at the start of this game that NIP, they were one of those teams where only one player was technically negative on the KD compared to the rest of them. It was kind of the opposite story for Damwon. Only one player was positive. Katsang started this game on a +3. Everybody else was down all the way towards a -5 to a -15. There was a big spread, and none of it was fantastic. And here, it's a lot closer to the wire. I think that's one of the things that we've kind of missed about Damwon is we've always quoted it as being like a superstar 5-player team. They have pop-out rounds of players, but all of them are capable. This isn't their best performance. It's 100% their best performance this major, but they're evenly starting to grow again. And if they can try and take a bit of energy here on their attacks, who knows where those superstar moments might start to shine through from.
And of course, Damwon, they have been relatively uncontested during APAC North. You have to remember that. So right now they're coming up here at the international stage, and things just don't really seem to be working anymore as they used to before. Now, as we get going with this round, Gaimin is looking to be entering, has a shield right in front of him, has a Banshee that is slowing him down. There's a bunch of ADSs as well. He needs to be careful to not overstep because there's 3 different angles he needs to worry about, but he gets himself right behind the Wamai. That's a huge play from the Monty. Now can open up with the pistol, not quite able to do much damage yet, but the support comes in from Yas, and that's exactly what we were looking for.
Well, that's a little bit of hot chaos for you. Yas right up the black stairs and up the back of the Monty. A minute 20 now on the board, and they've been able to take the first player and a huge bit of territory. The swing and the pop, they're going for a bit of a retake here. Muzi misses the drone, but he's ready for the head to pop its head round the corner itself, but it's a Monty. The man Mountain can just keep that awareness, move himself and shuffle towards the site itself. If he can get a bit of a beat and a read on it, that could be a big blow. We see the dagger stop itself with a quick spread foam, a little bit sturdier. Then a man can just pass through. He'll have to do a couple of knocks. With a minute on, you can still see DK trying to find the pieces to put it together.
I was going to say Karaoke is relatively uncontested for a Montaigne to push through. If they do open up to keep a barrier, he can find himself a way in. That's exactly what he wants to go for now. Gets reopened up, though, or reclosed up, so they are going to be punching that one down. When it does break, he will try and make himself a way through, but the support needs to be there. He cannot just go alone, because if he does that, of course, will be isolated, will be taken out, and the diffuser will be dropped. So smoke canisters come through. They're trying to block as many lines aside as they possibly can. Flashbangs as well. Unfortunately, though, Gaimin will go down by the SMG and a smoke canister that both pop at the same time. And now Damwon is without their Monty and without their diffuser.
Oh, there is Pino getting the end of one encoded on the far side. An impact underneath, but look at the timer. Only a pocket full of seconds, and they're trying to find the right pieces. One of them's the kit, but they lose somebody else in the mix. Coated has to trust all the cover of Katsang behind the shield itself. There's slivers of health. There's 2 bodies up the black stairs. He sees them too late, and there is NIP! Just find their route round and secure their first.
Just in time, they're getting the last kill. Kamikaze, I know it's Pino, but he was the one with the SMG getting that final one, making sure that there was no opportunity for Damwon to fight back as soon as that diffuser went down. And now, NIP closing that gap for the 3. Getting an extra round, and then suddenly we're all even again. No technical timer to be called as of yet here. Exhibition and Office is up next. The Clash to be brought out by NIP. Actually changed out to the Valkyrie.
It becomes a sort of point of prominence, the Clash, on some of these sites against some of these teams. They try and act as a buffer. They try and act as a wall.
Yes.
And if you're unsure how to deal with a wall is impassable. If you're well versed in that, well, this isn't actually that wide of a wall, then suddenly you have a route round it.
It's more of a barrier.
It's more of a barrier.
Yeah.
Damwon on their day, can treat Clash like a barrier. They can very quickly pull her apart. This hasn't really been their day.
Well, I mean, this game might be more like
This game might be their afternoon.
It might be the afternoon of that day.
But this could be, again, another one of those moments where that Clash isn't even sort of stuck around.
No, I said it was 6 picks away to Valkyrie. I was talking about it, and then they swapped it last second, so unfortunate.
I just want to point out,
yeah,
I've been up since 6 in the morning.
Yeah, I get it.
And I went to bed.
You have to do like hair and makeup.
I have to come in an hour and a half before everybody else.
Yeah. I just come in 5 minutes.
And I went to bed at 1:30 last night after doing my notes. Okay, there's my excuse done for not fully listening to the end of your sentence.
It's totally fine. Most people mute it anyway, right? So.
Soniqs 4-3. And as Army, it might be this first bit of focus. And yes, they're definitely picked and played. They're locked inside of the Geisha, but they're actually going to try and slip away. There is some cover coming, and maybe they felt they were a bit too isolated as the drones start to roll. There's always a chance to go for a bit of a jiggle back and a retake, and they have a player underneath, but the caution has to be paid towards, well, how alone am I, and can I have a friend?
There's definitely going to be a friend for Decided Wizard around karaoke, so doesn't have to be worrying too much about that. So the drone's already taken out. There are only 5 left, but still 2 minutes left on the clock for Damwon Kia. It's not ideal. Of course, they do have the Gemini replicators, which do recharge, but also if they get destroyed, it takes quite a long time. So you need to be kind of careful with their information game here. Some noise being made by Coded. Knows a player could be on the other side of that wall that is partially opened up. That is going to be the direct side as well, so pre-fire to save his own life. Okay, is that a bit of aggression came through? A phone call as well. Logic bomb used. It's not going to be able to find any success whatsoever. Might have allowed a player of Damwon Kia to move in elsewhere, though, without having to be afraid of someone to be close around the corner.
Psycho, he survives, and only just as a big pocket explosion puts some pressure onto the Valk. They're going to hop up to a little bit of safety as Damwon Kia are trying to apply that direct pressure from underneath. And it doesn't matter how wide your hold is across the top floor, they're looking for a bit more of a direct route. And with only 50 seconds left, they've got to start trying to take it more than anything. The fight up those core stairs. I talked about isolating players before, as Army does have the hatch. If they want to take the drop and get out of there, they also have the chance of maybe a jump out, maybe a run out, maybe ending Psycho. Is it enough to get the call? No. They're looking for potentially the end, a bit of a pop and a pre-fire. The player's down, but they're in a very dangerous, isolated position, trying to find the last route thread there. They're holding it. There goes Wizard. Rin wins the fight over onto the Geisha side. Coated is trying to apply a little bit further pressure now, but 20 seconds. There is one sat just around the corner of gold. Pino, will he get a freebie? He's making a lot of noise for the fight, reveals himself by hopping up. 15 seconds. There's the whip. There's drum. There's empty. There's a route back to the site. Kota gets one more. They're going to try and go for the retake. Kamikaze finds it. They've still got to try and get the kit down in the meantime. They're driving themselves back into the side. A huge take by Pino. They've slipped through the breach on the side. 2 seconds. Katsang hold F. There's a C4 though. Doesn't quite get the catch. And there's Woogie Man! Over the top, gets the next one and keeps the 2-round buffer.
For the C4 got blown up by a grenade or something like that that just popped through, or might have been shut out because the explosion never followed. And Damwon Kia, they will make sure that the gap between them and NIP stays at least 2 rounds for now. One more round and they find themselves a point. Like, no team wants to be leaving a major when they get grouped, right? But if you do get grouped, let's at least try and get some points home. And that's what Damwon Kia is trying to do now. Take some points, take some lessons, so when they do come around the next time as well, they will be able to fight effectively for a spot at the playoffs. And of course, even if they win, they aren't fully out yet. It is just a very slim chance that they will still have to climb. Damwon Kia, though, seem like they want to go for a bit of a quick push. If you look at the current operator lineup, a Blitz gets repicked. We see also the Florist to make its appearance, a Finka, and then the Ace and the Nomad. It's a full 5-man repick to come through. And how will it work out against the current setup of NIP? Now, there's a lot of players currently offside, so if you do decide to go quick, it might be successful.
Attackers have located a
But
bomb.
Monty
It is a
and
Monty.
Blitz.
Yeah, it's a Monty and a Blitz. So I was going to say, are they going to go quick? What are they going to do? Only they can really answer here. Well, Yas isn't going to do anything. Musi with the pop out is able to pop off the head of the Flores. That will buy them some safety on things like the castles, any of the holds there. They can maybe burn through some of the arena gates. The mute jammers might have caused a problem, but if you're a very good Flores player, you can just get a catch on some of the special ones. Let's see what the 2-shield shuffle can bring towards this engagement. Coated has an irritatingly sturdy wall to get rid of here. The Flores would have made quick work of that, but the shield, unfortunately, has to do this.
Yeah, a couple of punches. The smoke canister will be used to at least cover out the feet, so they don't really have to worry about it. C4 gets used, hoping to find the shield, of course, as they punch. Not going to be the case. Rin inserts himself down below to see if they can put pressure from 2 different sides with those shields.
Well, what they're doing is isolating a bit of black stairs here, making things awkward for the players to move out. There is the player behind Barbecue. They're just going to clear some of the barbed wire there on the inside. The Monty doesn't really have to be quiet, and, well, they've slipped their way closer and closer to the site. Now black is theirs. But at the same time, a player isn't. They're a little bit loose, and the two shields are trying to find their way through. Wizard gets a very easy pick up from the top floor, down onto the top of the head of the Blitz. Rin's trying to find a connection. Catsang's on the far side with the kit alone. And Rin is now removed. Two shields was an attempt from Damwon Kia. An attempt is the emphasis in that sentence.
Yeah, the shields didn't really work out. Both the Blitz and the Monty picked up as the second and third kill without having any real impact. It's also Wizard now defines Woogieman, only leaving it up to Katsang now, and the last member standing of Damwon Kia. Looks like NIP might be able to find themselves a fourth round here, unless Katsang is going to be able to bring a massive clutch into the hands of Damwon Kia. Doesn't find the first, it's wallbang, then bang from above as well at the very same time, and a flawless round is upon NIP.
5-4, NIP back and forth here, but to be honest, they still got to try and break beyond that even. Karaoke was where they were the first time round, and Damwon Kia maybe are aware of us heading potentially back there. There's obviously still another site option, because one more round, Damwon Kia guarantee themselves their first point.
Yeah.
So far from what they need. They need 3 and a lot of other things.
All the time and everything else, yes.
They need 3 and a lot of other things to happen, but they need 3. And 3 starts with 1, and 1 starts with 1.
I think the only way that they can win, right? And I'm going to theory graph now, is that they win.
Throw some numbers.
They win every game, which puts them on 9 points.
Yeah.
Then they need to choose, like, you can choose one team that wins all the other games as well, preferably the one with the highest round differential.
That's Rogue.
So Rogue wins their games, except for the one against Damwon Kia, so they get up onto 10 points, or 12 points. Then you basically need XSET and Rogue.
XSET and NIP.
XSET and NIP, sorry, to leave points behind. Now, I think it can either work with overtime losses and wins.
Yeah.
And then round differential will be the decisive factor in the end.
Maths.
Maths, yes. It's like both need to get one overtime win and one overtime loss, and then it's all coming down to
that stuff. I think it's... Well,
it's difficult.
It's not even that. So if Damwon Kia... Let's theorycraft. Damwon Kia beat NIP, beat XSET, then XSET and NIP both drop 3 points. If Rogue beats them, then they've both dropped another 3 points. Then they can only pull...
They need to beat Rogue as well. They need to win everything.
No. I'm not talking about Damwon Kia. I'm talking about XSET and NIP. So if they lose the 6 points and lose to both Rogue and Damwon Kia, and then they go OT, then Damwon Kia are direct through.
Without, like, round differential.
Without round differential.
If one of them wins the game,
if one of them wins
full time, then it's going to be round differential.
Then round differential comes in.
So there is a possibility.
It doesn't have to be Rogue, by the way, but
it can also be any of these
other
teams. It can be
any of the others, depending on how the next game on this stream goes. This is theory crafting. This game's still not even over. Damwon Kia, they've had their time out, and they probably didn't theory craft, but they crafted the theory on how they can take the rest of this game. 1 round. DK, 1 round.
1 round for a single point. It's not going to be enough to stay into the fight, but it's definitely something to at least be happy with after the start of your major. Is that a suppress L85? We're going to really love the suppressors.
They don't know where you're coming from.
You don't know where you're coming from. You don't get any tracers, and I guess like if you hit your shots, it doesn't quite matter because you should be able to get the drop on them. But a straight-on gunfight might actually make you lose out.
They have the swing round, that bit of the extension over the top as the bodies start to try and move in on the opposite side of the site. Exhibition is going to be the first point of ingress. They're happy to try and put the pressure now, swinging towards, well, I was going to say a drum, but actually it seems like they want to opt onto the Dragon's side and the Shrine instead. A bit of a pick up sticks. Yas is moving away from the top of Black Stairs where he was before, hoping to get maybe a bit more of a split pressure. He's back towards the angle onto the window. He's sort of having a back and forth, and well, there's a scrappy one. Pino goes down, the MVP so far, and for the day for NIP is the first off the board on quite an important round.
Our first seed to make its reappearance to Pro Play. Not often we see that going around anymore. It's not often we see Ash around anymore, but we're able to find a kill with it here. So now a man advantage here for the side of Damwon Kia going up against NIP. There is still that clash you need to worry about. A grenade just gets zepped out by an ADS, so won't be able to find the clash. They need to find a different way around it.
Now, as they approach themselves towards the top of Black Stairs, they're going to see if they can try and pinch the remaining 4 NIP players. But we just passed the minute mark, and that's been a bit of a worrying echo throughout both teams attacking on Skyscraper. it's slow. They find themselves with barely any time when the execute comes to the pass. Hey, remember all that stuff I said about Clash like 4 rounds ago?
Yeah.
I just meant to say that now.
Of course.
I just meant to say that now. When Clash is on the board in the pockets of Psycho, it's something that Damwon Kia can and have dealt with well before. But it is a problem to deal with. And that's going to be one that they're going to start to butt heads with. There's Wizard, there's Kamikaze. Quick responses to each other. And IP's able to get an important trade out of it. And Kamikaze keeps control of the stairs. Musi round on the backside. Gets Katsang, gets a cold kit, and 20 seconds left. Boogeyman has to try and drive the fight towards it. Psycho's rolling his way back as far as he can go. They want to offer each other some support here and try and double up, protect the kit, and maybe you can try and pull this site together. They know where it was, and they know that it's in a tricky situation. 2 of them stacked onto the doorway. They're going to find it and hope the fight comes, but they don't need it! Damwon Kia drive themselves towards their first confirmed point. Will it be 3?
That is the big question now. They have an opportunity to do so. They have an opportunity to take a full-time win and continue their fight to potentially make it towards playoffs. Everything needs to be working out for them, though. But at least they've done everything they can at the second of the round robin. An exhibition is up next. The Clash again to be on the board, at least for now, might be picked away. No, not this time around, so we can, again, cue the monologue about Clash.
Cue the monologue?
Yeah, cue the monologue.
Just replay the audio that I said on the round.
Exactly.
I knew that she would be picked on these 2 rounds. That's why
I totally believe you.
That's why I said it when I did when she was 6 picked off.
It's not even 6 pick anymore. It's like, I kind of miss 6 picks.
Oh yeah, I'm still used to saying it. Occasionally, if it's just one attacker repick, then it's technically the 6th pick.
Yeah.
Now we have the 7th pick
And the 8th.
and the 8th pick.
Potentially your 9th to come in as well.
Come on, do we have a 9th?
knows?
I think Rin might stay on Ash.
Yeah.
Because I think Rin's found a bit of comfort with the guns of Ash. They came up as an Ash player. They have, I'm going to say, struggled in some games in some respects to sort of keep up. There's the 9th pick.
Yep, they have it. 10th
There's
pick
the
as well.
10th. Rin moves on to the Finker just at the dying breath.
Big
A
MG.
little bit more modern for a gunner. Hey, Rin, if you think you can swing it, go for it, because the games when you're confident, they're the games usually that Damwon Kia win.
Yeah, definitely so. And we have 2 LMGs now onto the side, and basically half an LMG on the side of Boogeyman. That they are 3 LMGs. Sorry, I forgot the one about Ying. So it's a lot of ammunition.
Oh, it's a lot of ammo.
In these magazines. Any of these players can just continue firing without really having to stop. But there's one big worry, and that is going to be the Clash. How are you going to be dealing with that? Well, you have 2 grenades, but that is not really going to be the option. You do have some concussions on Kota, but if you see where Psycho is currently playing, the shield will pop up to the right, which means that if you keep cover on your left, you are basically invincible, and no one will be able to shut you down. Let's see if this time this gets tricked. Nope, doesn't seem to be the case. Because it is, of course, Damwon Kia placing it rather than playing on the Bandit.
That's it. There's not a bandit to directly try and play against that. I'm not sure if there was a mute jammer that was removed from any destruction underneath, but if it was, well, it's been removed.
There was a mute jammer.
No, it's been tucked a little bit too around the corner. Hey, Woogieman, he's been tucked away. The Lion popped an E1D and then got dropped before he even finished swinging. They have an upside down rappel. Watching Clash on the far side, who's just sort of keeping themselves outside. They know that they're fine there. They have the Remind Disc to catch the first destruction that might come their way. And they're just sort of having that continual, there's an opponent outside ping on the front of Damwon Kia's screens.
I was going to say, there's just basically a single player directly into the side. If you just hop in from the window, you might be able to put up some pressure there. That is going to be Pino taking a lot of damage there. Rin takes a small amount as well, but heals himself back up. Now Pino digs in deep, wants to hold into a corner here, not overextend, and make sure he plays with his life. Of course, has a Nitro Cell, which is so valuable.
Wizard holding onto the side of Drum. They've got the extension onto the square stairs as well. Kamikaze, he's curious about any approach that might be happening towards the window that you talked about, so he's going to give himself just a little bit more of an awareness. The Clash will read everything that's being played in place there, and Kota digging underneath. Will Pino be able to strike? Is there still a watch? Rin's trying to hunt them, trying to find that loose player. They know that they were close, but close isn't caught, and the longer this fight goes on, there they are. Rin round the back gets one. Coated, as I said, the second LMG has gone to join them. They might be able to play some grenades. The Candelas start to roll out. Yas is trying to eye himself up towards the site itself. The second going to go a little bit deeper. They've got control underneath, so they can just go for a hopped plant here. There it is. More and more cover. Katsang wants to get over the top. Rin, he's holding onto the stairs, the square. Everybody's blind at this moment in time, but 14 seconds. They've gone deeper. Musi finds Katsang. That's a cold kit. That's a cold coat. It's Psycho retaken. Rin. Huge fight back, but it's a 2 versus 2. They've got to find the remaining players. They do not. NIP get one of the 2 that they need. Only one separates them from OT.
One more opportunity for Damwon Kia to lock this off in regulation, to find themselves with a full 3, because we said it before, any loss is going to mean that they are out. An overtime win basically means there's going to be only a single scenario or 2 that will be allowing them to continue. As the match point is upon us, Damwon Kia needs to make the right decision. NIP is headed to his barbecue and kitchen.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Is it going to be enough? Is this going to be the right choice for NIP? Are they going to be able to bring it back? Because they themselves are still fighting for a spot at the playoffs. They have nothing confirmed yet, considering the fact that, well, you know, there's 3 teams currently on 6 points. So if NIP lose out the opportunity to pick up any points here, that means that it's free range for Rogue and XSET to pick up points in their next game.
Ooh, it's so close to a joyous moment for a lot of other teams in this group unless you're NIP. NIP, they need to make sure that this isn't a sort of no-win. Not just for the fight on Damwon Kia's chances, but for the fact that them and their 2 opponents are all neck and neck before. And if they at least get something from this game, then they might still be in second ahead of the results of the game to follow. Which is important when you're sort of eyeing up the potential fight that's going to happen otherwise. NIP, how are they going to lock in this final hold on barbecue? Once again, last time, we remember 2 shields, and that was about it from their opponents.
The 2 shields are nothing to write home about as well. They really didn't work out at all. They just got shut down as they tried to isolate one of these players, not having any impact. So good call for Damwon Kia to go for a completely different kind of line at this time.
Hey, if it doesn't work, change it. I think
yes. If it's broken, you fix it.
If it's broken, you fix it. And now we're going to see if they can at least try and fix it. It's still just 1 round separation. They've gone 6 with a quick pop onto a castle that previously a shield had to try and punch through. Woogieman baited the throw, hoped for a bit of a hop out there, and just going to pepper a couple of bullets, maybe sort of putting the awareness of, like, I'm out here. He wants to catch a loose player. NIP isn't playing loose. They've pulled themselves actually further and further back away from Shrine and into a slightly more secure position. Look at this, though. The slow creep of Rin on the Nook below. We've seen a Nook do bits and business for NIP's approaches.
For sure, there's also 2 grenades that Rin is looking to use, but some verticality out here. Psycho is potentially going to be putting some dirt into that ID. Coated, though, will find Kamikaze. It's a great first kill. It's a mute off the board. That's a nitro cell you do no longer have to worry about as well. All you need to do now is take control of the rest of that top floor so you can start working your way down. Rin takes a small amount of damage, as expected from above. Doesn't actually continue with that fight. Instantly falls back and hopes to go for a different approach to find more success.
Well, they've got there first. Are they going to slip past the Nook? I think just at the last split second got the realization there's somebody holding the angle from Drum down the Aruni. Psycho isn't letting anybody slip past this door, and, well, how long are they going to keep this back and forth? Because it's 1-for-1 locked in each other. Yas suffers in the meantime around the top, around the bottom of Black Stairs even. They've reevaluated their positioning. There's the player above. They're watching down onto the gantry. It's Musi sort of slipping back and forth. They're trying to expect and find where the next DK player is going to pop up from.
There's these grenades still in hand for Rin. Woogieman is inside. Up on the top floor, gets a double kill. Damwon Kia. This might be decisive. Pino finds Rin, though, onto the actual side. Rotates back towards the barbecue, but there's a drone out there. Psycho gets picked up. It's all Pino. It's all DK. They get a 3-point victory here against NIP, and that means they survive, at least for today.
The drought has ended for Damwon Kia, a team that came in as a few people's favorites. Well, there's less people's favorites now, but at least they've got something, and every story starts with something. NIP haven't quite been able to get it out of this game, even with a meteoric performance from Pino. It's Damwon Kia that take 3 points, and that really shakes up this group. We'll see how after a very quick break.
We were right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Thinker, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
Welcome back here to the B stream in the post-game of Damwon Kia's first game. In some ways, they're here. They found themselves a win. It was all the way to the end, and there was still a fantastic performance from parts of NIP, but Damwon Kia just pull it together.
A three-pointer, more importantly. That means they're now 3 points behind on the rest of the group. Of course, Rogue and XSET will be playing in just a little bit, which means that some of them, or maybe both of them, will be able to pick up some points. So that lead will start to increase a little bit. But they have a chance of fighting. Even though it is a very small chance, there is a chance of fighting. So let's just quickly pull up the summary of that game, just so we can talk about it a little bit more. As Damwon Kia, they started off strong. A good first half, 4-1, eventually 4-2, and then it was a bit back and forth.
Pino, 15-6, a huge performance that I talked about, but still just missing those couple of moments. Time was a big factor. You can see it there on those Damwon Kia rounds. 3 of them ended based on timeout. Okay, one of them, I remember, was a 4 versus 1 with about 30 seconds left. One of them was a 3 versus 1 with about 10 seconds, 15 seconds left. Yep. That one's much tighter. There was still plant rounds that Damwon Kia took. We look at that, one of the final rounds there that Damwon Kia was able to take, where it was 3 seconds left that they were able to get the last 2 kills. Time was such a big factor in this game. Damwon Kia were just that little bit sharper as a 5-stack.
It was definitely a bit of a slow game, right? Like, both these teams took it up until the absolute last couple of seconds to make sure that they've done everything they needed to do, and yet there were still issues that posed up. Either a clash that made it quite difficult for them to push through, or a flank suddenly in the hands of a NIP player who looked to cause some chaos. Now, with that though, Damwon Kia find themselves on 3 points. That means statistically a 4% chance. Let's just say it again. What needs to happen again? We need...
Well, we need... If Damwon Kia are to make it out of the group, as we go over to the group standings, this is a potential way of it happening. NIP now have to lose their next potential game. And then tie up with somebody. Let's just say Rogue are the other team that you want to make through it, but you can swap XSET out for this. Rogue need to win all of their remaining games apart from the one versus Damwon Kia. So they need 6 points to take from XSET and NIP. XSET and NIP, when they play each other, need to go to OT. So 1 round or 2 rounds. Probably better if at this point, with XSET having a better round difference, that XSET are the ones that only get
a single point.
Just to keep that a little bit closer. And then Damwon Kia obviously beat both Rogue and XSET. That is their way that they can do it cleanly. It can get a little bit messy if either XSET or Ninjas and Pyjamas take the full 3 points against each other, because then it comes down to round difference. So what they need is when Rogue beats those other potential teams. Again, if you're an XSET fan, you can swap that with XSET. I'm not being biased, just factual. It's the only way Demon can make it. They've got to slap them.
It's basically 7-0s is what we're looking at, right? So with 7-1, 7-1s, that is how Demon Kia would like to see that happen, and then they themselves need to be winning their remaining games with quite a bit of a difference, not just a 2-round difference we saw. It's not going to be enough. So with that said, they still live to find out whether or not they do after the next game is going to be a different question, so we will be coming back to you shortly with the next game, which is going to be Rogue versus XSET.
Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
everyone, and welcome back to Berlin on the B stream. XSET versus Rogue. I am Flute. That's Hap. And we are about to sort of see the difference after Damn Son Kia finally take their first point for this group that is still up in the air.
Not just a single point, I mean, it was a full 3 points. And with that, both XSET and Rogue are going to be delighted with that result, because whoever will win this game is going to be finding themselves in pole position to be qualifying themselves for the playoffs.
And that's it. That's that exciting sort of precipice now that this group sits on. At the start of the previous game, there was 3 teams on 6 points and 1 on 0. We'll get to that in a little second. And then suddenly, everything was thrown into the air. But let's have a quick look at the pick and ban. See the map that we're going to be on. It covers you entirely. For a second, I was just casting with the pick and ban. And it's Theme.
Yeah, it is Team. And I actually was talking to the Rogue players a little bit earlier. Let me just get back in.
You just keep disappearing.
I was talking to the Rogue players a little bit earlier, and they're like, wow, why are they taking the best team, Park team, to Team? Because they have a 100% pick rate on it, win rate, and it's both an attack and a defense, but they only played it once, and it was a 7-0. So with that said, Rogue feel very, very confident on it, even though Spoit just said he's feeling kind of mid on the map.
Statistically, they're a 7-0 map here, and statistically, we did just see...
what just happened?
We saw a lot right in front of us. I'll get into it.
I didn't see it.
At first, we'll get into the game, which is arguably the more important thing at this point.
It is.
Theme park between these two teams, Rogue versus XSET. There's the map fly. Here's the... Give me that Berlin beat, baby. Yeah. What?
80, not 86, 68% of the viewers back at home do think that it is going to be Rogue. See, this is confusing because in Dutch it's the other way around.
Yeah, it is. Okay, what I saw talking of Dutch people, before we went into their...
Yes?
Divmara.
Yeah, Divmara.
And Stefan, easy. They tried to throw us off of our game. But I'm happy to just talk about this on a broadcast. They were getting very cuddly.
Oh, were they cuddling each other?
Yeah, it was a nice little cuddle. Nice little kiss on the cheek.
Many might not know this, but they are boyfriend and boyfriend now.
Now, officially.
Officially,
yeah. Sorry to... both of their girlfriends. They both have girlfriends that aren't here. This is what goes on
They've
behind
been
the
bonding
scenes.
a lot during
Now,
the
they might be
group stages.
texting you. If you're out there, I'm not going to say the names of their partners, who are both very lovely. If they're out there texting you, saying how much they miss you, how much they like you, know that they actually like each other more. And that's now set in stone on a broadcast, and there's nothing you can do.
It's a bit sad face, yeah.
All right, let's talk about some of these bans. The first ones, it's kind of straightforward. Finker, Thatcher, Miro. We have seen a fair bit of theme park. It doesn't really get a lot of seasonable play. That's curious. I'll finish my point first. It doesn't get a lot of seasonable play. You don't see it as a common occurrence in a couple of regions. I'm not sort of saying it's never playing, no. But compared to, say, your Oregons, your clubhouses, you'll get a pocket full of theme parks.
Kino's a bit upset about the smoke meant to come through. He's a bit sad about it.
He's
so who knows? It might be a trigger for him to play even better than he normally does. It is XSET that starts off on the attack here against Rogue. And we're starting off with that defensive part in the armory throw. This one is usually won by the defenders. So Rogue, if they do manage to win it, is nothing out of the ordinary. However, if XSET manage to start this off with an attack win right out of the bag, that could be proving more trouble for Rogue down the road.
This is our first taste, being able to obviously cast both these teams in this tournament. We've heard a lot about them, and we've seen a lot about them, and it's probably worth sort of mentioning, obviously, the previous chance of hitting heads between Rogue and XSET is... Well, XSET have had their ups and downs, they've had their strikes, they've had their moments. It was a 7-4 on Oregon to the side of Rogue, though, and apparently one of the things was they just couldn't handle the pace of Rogue quick applications. Is Spoit going to do the same thing there? He is just a little too far off, and there's Kino that finds crying, though.
Still a bit of aggression coming out from these windows there. Wouldn't be surprised if XSET find himself a second kill early on. Default Chem now taking care of Kino with a good start, finding that very first. Has to be careful though, because there's still a second player around. Is that someone with a nitro cell? Yes, it is. It's Spoit. So he might be just tossing one over the balcony soon.
Well, this drone's about to roll through. It's just going to actually tuck onto the door. Yeah, the pest. The C4 is going to go through a bit wide there, but he's going to find the fight anyway. Kino finds his second one, only a couple of feet from the first. Rogue wanted to try and introduce them with a bit of an aggression here onto theme. And they've met it with their own. As I said, it's lessons learned. And that's the good thing about the second half of these groups, is we start to get a real taste of how these teams have developed since they last saw each other. Get rid of the pest, they say. We still need to try and roll drones through here. It's the cost of one, but the Mozzie gets nothing out of it, especially as they're dead.
Especially as they're dead. Valkyrie cameras are being spotted out as well, so a lot of the utility in terms of information is currently being denied on the side of Rogue, not having anything to play with here. And as Yoga is now looking to go aggressive, misses the opportunity to stop Kanto dead in its tracks. Gomez is inside right now, just use the Amaru to insert himself in the middle of the side, gets Kanto from the back potentially here, doesn't fully connect, but eventually does get the kill.
Gomez with the spray and the blinds over the top. The C4 doesn't quite get the catch. Gomez went wider and wider and wider. Pulls himself back into drug because Yoga is swinging his way around from barrels. They're being tracked, pressured, and Deepek, he's trying to get the heck out of there at this point because XSET is slapping them from all over the shop. There's a swing around, the reveal on the player. They know he's stuck. They're going to put some pressure around on the back of the bathroom side, you assume momentarily. So he's got to try and find a slip out. There it is. Spirits on the door and Leon. All that is left. The back line gets one, gets two, and the kick cold. Looks for the third, finds it somehow. But the fourth XSET player is enough to stop Leon, and Throne falls to XSET.
Yeah, normally this is a very defense-side site, right? But if you only have one single person onto the side and everybody just gets picked up and isolated around themselves, there is not much you can do there. So well played by XSET. They find their very first onto the attack, and that is crucial because very defense-sided map here. If XSET manage to find 3 rounds, they are finding themselves in such a good position to fight for the top spot in their group at the end of today. And now we continue. We head towards the bunk. We head towards the daycare. It is going to be another setup to be on the board. And you quickly check, you quickly look. You see the Wamai, you see the Melusi, you see an Oryx, which is an operator you do not see all the time. It is starting to see a lot more play, though, lately. Of course, having the opportunity to jump up some of these hatches, not having to use the staircases. That is the main advantage of that Oryx. Oryx. I just found a new operator name. Orange. I don't even know how I managed to combine those two.
Orange.
Yeah, into Oryx.
What rhymes with orange? Orange.
Either way, Oryx is on the board, and of course the hatch is going to be a potential flank opportunity there.
Would you say Oryx is a usual pick for Deepek?
No, Deepek is usually playing on a bit of an intel operator, right? He is one of the most overlooked players, you might say, in the European League because he's almost always on cameras. He's almost always playing Echo, maybe Maestro, Valkyrie as well, just making sure there's information for the rest of his team. He's making these important call-outs if there's no one else dead yet, and that allows people like Spoint, like Kanto, like Cryan to find these early engagements.
Rogue is a team of 2 halves, and one of them is usually better than the other. Their attack is where they shine, but they try and lead some of that attack onto their defense throughout this. It's generally where they've been able to get themselves bolstered up and in the position that they're in. XSET, they're a very solid 5-player team, 4-player team. Kanto gets the opener, takes care of Yoga, and gets that early breach. Leon has some positioning, and that's sort of what I mean. They're trying to lean in to this against XSET. They know they've got to try and weaken them because XSET are very good on this balanced game. You look across their statistics, and all of them have big contributions towards the aggression and progression of a round itself. So, the side of Rogue has to play themselves in a little bit of these do-or-die positions. Kanto's about to meet a friend on the top of Dragon Stairs. Almost slips away, but as the pressure comes through on the window, the break and the broke of Gomez has it. Spoit's a little bit injured. He's got some support here for Leon, but it seems like all of the pressure is going to come through on the eastern front.
And they need to be careful a bit here on the side of Rogue because the last time they quite overextended too many players off the actual side. Right now, it is the case of 2 of them who are not directly out there. A swing could be coming in from Deepek, though. As a double-man stack-up gets one. It manages to find himself a way out as he ramadashes back through the wall, is looking to find a way through the monitor room, and Cryan is still close onto the bathroom door, so might be able to find a kill himself as well.
Deepek is in a very dangerous, delicate position. They're either side of a wall. They're looking to try and offer some support. The swing comes through. Cryin is going to retake some of the control onto the security side. And, well, there's Deus to push through against away from the computers. On the tech of the opposite, it's a bit of a ring around the rosies here. And XSET have to keep moving because they know that pressure can now come from behind them across the top of Dragon. Actually, they're going to pull themselves back in, hold the angle, be in a position where they can rotate, apply some pressure across the bow. A 3 versus 2. We still obviously have Spoit on the board, Cryin as well, the big gunner, and a C4 in pocket, and only 20 seconds. So if he wants to, he might potentially be able to loop that through into a bit of danger. Kino's looking towards the site. He's keen to try and find a way to put the plant down. Now he doesn't have anyone to offer cover. Cryin, he was watched waiting and holding on for as long as he needed to. Some of the bullets and damage is done here, but the rogue players, they've separated themselves, and Spoit's the one that gets the kill to bring it back balanced.
It came back in a bit of a triangle there, right around the last attacker of XSET. I managed to shut him down before any more damage was put on the board. And that's 1-1. Rogue find themselves around, heading back towards an armory and throne room, of course, the site, which they've played very first. 4 people playing on the roam. Didn't quite work out for them, especially with Leon Gitz finding himself 3 kills as he was trying to shut down that 1v5 push. Unfortunately picked up right after his third as he tried to dig in a little bit deeper into his secondary position. And this is important as well, the playoff probability. No one will be confirming themselves 100% here today. You do not see any blue outlines. These are, of course, provided to you by Sprabuni and Raf. They are also here at the event.
And Raf.
Are you going to make a theme song?
I'm still working on their theme song.
Yeah?
I'm still working on the Sprabuni and Raf theme song.
Maybe just a jingle.
Sprabuni and Raf. And when you close your eyes.
Okay.
That one's for Bartosz.
That one's for Bartosz.
I don't know if he's listening, but I know he's posting memes all the time. And that has been a meme that he's posted
many times.
And when you close your eyes.
Okay.
And that's when it's a bad version of the meme, Bartosz.
That one was, yeah. I was going to say, it fit right well for the purpose you have for it.
I meant to do that, everybody. We come into the attack now. A lot of intel on the side of Rogue. They've got, obviously, the Mozzie Pest being a pest, and then combined with the Valkyrie, they're sort of keeping their awareness towards it. Obviously, Kanto has their own style of intel with the pockets, mainly around the spray and the aggression of the fight itself, which XSET do love to take, but they can be sharp. So they've got to react sharply towards any of this pulse. Spoit finds himself not entirely isolated, but under bouts of pressure once again at the top of Dragon.
Has himself a quick way down, of course. Kanto going quite aggressive here. He's not going to be able to find the kill. He thought that someone would still be around, but just descended down the staircases of outside Cafe. So not picking up that kill. Spots are definitely going through right now, though. So XSET is looking to go a bit aggressive with that Jekyll.
Do they know that somebody's just round on the corner? They have to catch on one, and they're gifted Cryin. He had no idea that somebody was that close, and now, well, there's a lot of footprints. Are they going to find Spoits? He's tucked close on the corner, waiting for the fight itself. It's just round. He's hoping to get the catch on one of them before a second is inevitably going to swing. No. Drops out, hops over the stair set itself. Kanto's going to move in, but he's being pinged around on the backside. There's a drone that's going to get the reveal. There's one to the right and one to the left. He goes for the header one, but a very quick take back by Gomez there. XSET, they're going to keep the body balance into their favor. That's what they wanted to do to Spoit. Now, though, they've got that vertical control, a minute 20, and they've removed 2 of Rogue's players.
You have to say, though, this is a better round for Rogue because they didn't lose 4 of their players off site. We still have some players on and around the side. And also, I believe it is one free play C4 that is out there somewhere looking to get help from the camera that Deepak, of course, has placed with the Valkyrie. Cryin is currently looking for them there, so they might be able to blow up one of these players. A lot of verticality has been done on the actual A-bomb side there. No one is playing deep in that corner. You Spoit near Gong. Just throwing in the Dutch word there. Leon gets all the way on the back of Throne, and Deepak in and around the split. So as the yellow stairs get opened up, a lot of these guns are going to be aimed directly. Oh no, it's going to be Electroclawed. Right at the right moment.
I mean, that is, whether that was a call on intel or not, the Electroclaw came through. Kino finds Spoit, swung through onto the soft. You can assume that was from the back of intel. Kino finds Leon, and now it just leaves Deepak stuck in split. XSET double down their takes onto Throne. We are back and forth.
And normally Throne, again, is going to be the easiest side to defend. And of course, Rogue, they lost some members offside. They weren't quite able to slow down the roam clear quite quickly. As they start to shout back towards Rogue, doubt they'll be able to hear it. But they're definitely having fun with it on the side of XSET, who now lead again 2-1. This could start to look very dire for Rogue. They also want to pick up points in this game, considering NIP have lost all their points today, or the points against Damwon Kia, we have to say.
Yeah, I think that's always the sort of tell right now. That's the big breath, and the group is spicier than it was at the start. If NIP had been able to take the points away from Damwon Kia, okay. That still has heat on this game because you want to be the one that maps and matches points with the probabilities and keep yourself on pace. But suddenly, NIP have dropped points. Suddenly, that team that everybody is able to kind of handily beat has picked it up. You might still be able to beat them, but they're looking more dangerous than they were. So you've got to make sure that you can try and take them against everybody. Everybody's a killer, everybody's a thriller, and the games might be a little bit more thrilling. Obviously, Rogue here, they're the ones that have the one-up on the previous game against XSET. But XSET definitely seemingly learned some of these picked-apart lessons as they're putting a good hand towards those loose players of Rogue.
Of course, and they're doing so well on the attack right now, having been able to shut down Armory Throne twice. Isolating these players of Rogue really has been helpful for them. And of course, that first round, some spawn peaks, instantly shut down by Kino. The other rounds, they have been able to isolate players single-handedly, shut them down before they do any damage. And that's kind of what they need to go for now as well. Leon gets is playing on the top of the Dragon Staircase here, but there should be plenty of doors and windows to get opened up to at least make him feel a bit uncomfortable. Doesn't happen yet, though. They let him be as he currently is. More drones start to flood in towards his position, as they do need to make sure he's still around here. And of course, he has that reinforced wall. He has some magnets, which will be catching that one Selma, forcing Kino to use a second if they want to displace him.
That's it. He did just throw out another magnet. I don't know if he'll be able to catch a second one that comes through. Baits the drone. That should be in range and radius. So Spirits is going to roll his way up. Leon, look right, mate. There's the ping. There's the reveal. There's Leon hot-footing it out of there. He knows that there's always going to be more than one XSET player. That's the thing that you always know about XSET. It's not ever just one of them. Ooh, there's Gomez. Down the corridor, gets the finish onto Leon. He wasted a minute and a half and drew a lot of focus, attention, and drones towards them. Now they've got to see if they can try and spiral their way across the rest of the floor. Make up for a little bit of the time that was taken from them.
The Undying Dare and now Spoint as well is not really helpful for Rogue, though. Even though some time got wasted, might have needed to just play it a bit more passively. The issue is, though, they're already knocking at the front door of the side. The Monty is just 1 or 2 steps away from being able to allow Kino to go for a bit of a plant. The question is, how is the Yellow Stars currently looking? Is there someone able to get into a position to start striking back? Because the Monty can only cover one angle at a time. If that's going to be towards initiation, well, that means that the players in initiation won't be able to stop this plan from Kino.
They're droning it out. They're trying to make sure that nobody's behind the shield on the right. And now they have that. The Monty's going to take up the territory. They're putting some attention, some blinds over across the top. There's a fight and a bit of a scrap. But now they're tucked behind the shield and they're going to hop over. Moved on to yellow. Kantarakati can't see a thing. And Kino can see the floor with a kit in his hand. There's a bit of a rotation now around the swing. There's the reveal of the player. Sprays through. Can't get the full connection. A post plant and a post player. Post-mortem. Deepex removed. Cryan's got a reload in and amongst the fire and the fury. A good read here from XSET has revealed the hole in the floor. And Kanto is the only one left. The Monty's tapping a pistol shot. And it's Kino that gets it. Very well put together there from XSET. Once again, another attack round is theirs.
XSET picking apart Rogue onto their defense here. So Rogue not able to really put anything on the board except for that one round that they have managed to win. And this is a timeout to be called. 45 seconds for them to speak. As you hear XSET just shout loudly, try and taunt the players of Rogue. Try and make sure that if they do hear it, you might get into their heads a little bit more. Stop them from performing as well as they could. Now, the coach, of course, can start talking, and that's exactly what he is doing, just giving some notes and some pointers towards his team. But if you look at it, XSET doesn't really need them right now. So it probably will just be to keep them grounded, keep them in their current position, in their state of mind, so they can continue their strong push towards the rest of this attacking half.
It's been really well put together so far from XSET. And I think that's the thing right now is Rogue is suffering on the wrong end of it. obviously, as we said before, their defense isn't as strong as their attack. That's the game where they can put difference. But you're on theme. You're on a map that often gives itself well to defenders. They're expecting a little bit more, obviously. That's why they're taking the time out and having a moment to talk about the things that they think are going wrong. XSET, though, it's just been so sharp. As I said earlier, XSET is that team where there's never just one of them. And there is often just one member of Rogue. You're looking at Leon there being pinched out. It took a lot of work, but the bells were tolling. Spoit, we've seen suffer a couple of times, crying as well. They've read very well into the plays and places that Rogue like to generally stick themselves. And it's up to Rogue to come up with a new dance.
Definitely have to, because whatever they have been trying just hasn't been working out. XSET has just been pushing them out of their positions, just either with force or indirectly with a Monty being shoved up in their face. What can Rogue do? Now, we do see a Capcan. Maybe these traps will be forcing some extra damage on some of these XSET players, or find a kill to someone who wasn't paying enough attention. But if you look at the general drone game that XSET have been going through, surely these Capcan traps will be called out before anybody even gets close to them.
I think that's it as well. The Monty is gone. A slight different approach here from the sides of XSET compared to the previous round, but they've sort of dabbled and danced back and forth before. This is obviously the site that Rogue are able to take as their one success story throughout this game as of yet. They want to make sure they can double down on it and then try and push for at least a 3-3 half before they find themselves not just having to pull out a good Rogue attack, but an exceptional one to break through the XSET hold. A steady approach once again as the drones whir and roll. Cryin is caught out there. They've got the reveal on the player inside initiation. They've been able to then put the pressure onto him before. Are they sure on it? Not yet. Some more droning.
Trying to get all the information to get into XSET's pockets here. Cameras are being spotted, you know, the default is still up. We might need to deal with that at some point, sooner rather than later, but it's not going to be the main goal of this drone. They want to find players, they want to find utility pieces, and the Spoit gets spotted out there. He needs to fall back. You don't want to stick around. It's a mistake we've seen, a repeat, or just staying in your spot too long. XSET will punish you for it. I believe that is Valkyrie cameras currently being taken out. It's also Capcan traps to be pinged out, so a lot of the utility that has been employed by Rogue doesn't seem to get what they want.
Spirits moves into the space, looking towards initiation, hoping to get a catch on the angles that are being steadily opened. Cryin is going to be potentially that response. Does he go wide enough? No, he just tucks in and under, and there's the hop through. Initiation has fallen. Cryin has fallen too, but only back for now. Spoit gets another catch on a drone, concerned about the rotation that might come around as the backside of the yellow stairs. There is a player out towards Cafe, by the looks of it too, that's just being held off, waiting for the potential on a breach. They're in a position to cause trouble, but do they know of the position held under the desk? We're probably going to find out in just a moment. They're looking towards the pixel corner for now. There's the drone caught out. They don't want to risk it.
They don't want to risk it indeed. They haven't possibly droned out that little desk there, so instead the execute just comes right into the site. All you need to do now is get break room under control, stop them from using that as a rotation, maybe even take it yourself with a bit of a swing in there, and then find yourself in a good spot where you can go for the plan. That's how XSET is currently trying to set themselves up. But I was going to say, the arcade balcony might be an issue, but Cryin has been removed from that position with a grenade.
There it is, good play. More grenades start to roll through the cover of the smokes, and they got themselves touching through the corner to try and get the plant down itself. Do they know? Rogue, they're holding the angles. They might not be entirely sure. Yoga has the cover, and they get the players on the other side, but now it's a 3 versus 3 post plant, and everybody's at the races to try and rebuild themselves. XSET found a corner, snuck in, and snuck the kit down, and that was a very good bout of team play. We've talked about the compliments on that before. They've got themselves the hold. They're holding the angle, the corridor, and the swing round from that bathroom kitchen side, and Kino, he's looking towards the double door. 20 seconds roughly left here, and they're just looking for the route through. Yoga's gone even wider. They're not going to be able to hold that. Gomez gets a very easy pick there onto Leon. There's Kino, there's Kanto. He's got to find one more. He's got a pocket full of seconds. Going to hold on. Will he go the whole distance? He's going to swing for it. Now it's too little too late. And that is another XSET round.
Kanto could have potentially gone for the stick there. I mean, it was probably his only opportunity he could have gone for, because the last player was a bit too far away to go for the fight. But XSET, they find themselves another. As you just said, 4-1 currently on the board. And it's a defense-sided theme park. That is not looking too great for Rogue, even though you mentioned it before. Their strong suit are their attacks, but they're currently 4-1 down. They've used their tactical timeout. It doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be connecting. And as we head back towards the Armory and Throne Room, well, we haven't really seen any success here from the side of Rogue either. So something needs to drastically change in both this round and for the next half for Rogue to get back into this game.
Down to Throne. Another dance on a site that has not really been any part of their favor before. Rogue. Okay, it's the defenses on theme. You're looking for a 4-2 to be the other way around usually, but at this point you'll take anything, what you can get, a little bit of momentum before the turn of the half. You've taken one of your defenses, and you can piece together an attack, but XSET is rolling with momentum. They've seemingly got a very good number on theme, and it's yours.
I mean, they haven't played in the NAL last stage, right? So Rogue might have thought, okay, we had a pretty good game there. We managed to get a 7-0 on the board. So you know what? Let's just try and play it right here on the international stage. It's just that XSET probably did some really good research, some really good homework on this map, as they're currently just picking apart Rogue. And of course, it is a game of two halves, and Rogue could definitely beat XSET on their attacking game. But it is starting to look very difficult for Rogue, because XSET is just winning the gunfights. Like, head-on gunfights are being won by them. And as I say that, Kanto just picks up Diaz instead. So he's like, you know what? Just most of the gunfights, yes, but not all of them.
Diaz gone. Candela's off the board. And so is Yoga. He's taken out by Kanto, who's having a bit of a roll there on the far side. Sparked a bit to life, and suddenly Gomez is up to the top floor, looking for a fight itself. The pings of the Jackal aren't quite going to get the full story and track on the player, who's pulled themselves down towards arcade stairs. Potentially heard the rappelling and the roping up. I'm not sure if it was just out of audio range or not. Either way, he feels confident enough to slip away, pull himself down towards Drug Lab. They have two bodies there. The presence, the ability to offer themselves some trade, some doubling up. And it's going to be some focus now that has to be paid by XSET. Do they know that there's more than one player tucked in this corner?
So, of course, going to be the goal of Rogue all along. They wanted to have these entries early on. Kanto gets a triple, the third of his round here. He's receiving a little bit of pressure from Kino, but nothing quite connects as of yet. Kanto, though, is being pressured from two different sides. This could be for an ace. No, gets taken out by Spirits. Brings it back to a 2-on-4. It's still on for XSET. They could still make this a 5-on-1, but they're forced to go in from split, and that rarely ends well for the attackers.
Hey, they're still crying. Loose round on the side as well. Remember when I said, do they know that there's another player here? Seemingly not. They didn't push the 2 versus 1 advantage. They're going to pay focus to the site itself a minute on, and they're starting their breach onto the side of Barrels. There seemed like there was a bit of a rotation around towards the side of Yellow. There's still this isolation. Spirits on the back end. There's a fight. Kino on split takes one more, puts us into a 3 versus 2. Cryan's still going to hold off. Still not thinking about getting the full pressure onto the back line of this, and well, okay, when's it going to happen? You don't want to make sure that you give them a 2 versus 1, but they're putting pressure onto the site itself now, and they're suddenly technically in a 2 versus 2. Do they have the awareness? Cryan, he's a step closer. Deepek's got 1, Cryan's got 2.
And with that, Rogue is going to be able to put their second on the board. Well needed and deserved here. Kanto, of course, picking up a massive triple kill. And that was always going to be the game plan, I mean. They wanted to have these roamers out and about to get these early openings, make it a little bit easier for themselves, then fall back towards the side or secondary positions around the sides and close the round from there. But instead, they failed twice and finally succeeded in their very last attempt. Now they head over towards the attack on Theme Park against XSET, who lead by 2 rounds. We mentioned it before, points, just in general, are important for both these teams. If you cannot get the full 3, well, you better give it your all to fight for just that one, because it could be the difference maker at the end of tomorrow, when we do conclude our group stages.
Spoit, what does he play?
Yeah, currently not really much.
Usually on the attacking half.
That is true.
Usually. And I think that's what Rogue are going to hope, not bank on, but hope on, that they start to spark to life. We've had Kanto have obviously big moments. We've seen a couple of kills threaded in a couple of rounds. But if they can start off with a swing here and put pressure onto XSET's first choice the same way XSET put that pressure onto Rogue, we might be in for a little bit more of an action attack driven theme here across both halves. A bit of a stretch and spread all the way around the building itself with only a single player currently onto the site. Rogue, they're going to start their ingress from the top.
And of course, Sport, you mentioned it before, during EUL, especially the first couple of games, the attack was where we truly shined. The defense is where he sort of lagged behind, got 1 or 2 kills on the rest of the half. So let's hope that he can get those many kills back on the board for Rogue now if they want to stay in it. Grenades are being used early though. Kino receiving a bit of pressure, knows someone is outside on that balcony. Deepak playing with a suppressed LMG here. He's looking to go for a bit of sneak, which is kind of hard if you have a Gara hook that makes a lot of noise when you fly in a window.
Can you suppress the Gara hook?
I don't think you can suppress the Gara hook.
Okay.
You can open up the window pre though, which does
Oh,
help
drone
some
hole. Spoit shot through the drone hole. Just going to slip his way past that and suffers a bit of the ankle bites. Not enough to really put the fear into him. Cryan suffered similar little scratches when he put the pressure onto Drug Lab window underneath, but XSET sort of making their presence known. And then pulling back a little. They're kind of making the statement of we're around this area, you're going to have to deal with us because we're trying to deal with you. And Rogue, they're looking for that feed. They're looking for that true bit of, well, there's a player inside. Cafe is now theirs. Spoit has snuck his way into the corner. There is a player underneath with a C4. They can try and go for the call. Gomez is going to go for the spray itself. Gets caught out on the second. Spoit finds the opener. Here, the pings are on a player all the way down on the site itself. As I said, Spirit's still underneath with the C4. Kino has one too, if need be. Are they going to try and pay a little bit of service towards the soft floor?
It was unlucky for Gomez there. He saw the gun, he saw the player, went for the gunfight, thought he was going to be safe right behind that soft wall. Instead, it was a giant hole in the middle of it. So Spoit able to just pick him up as he does. And now they're starting to descend these staircases. You see 3 players of XSET currently inside itself. One of them is around near the bathroom, near the storage area, is looking to go for a big play. With that shotgun, Spirits could be true difference maker here for XSET.
Spoit's getting himself some angles open. They're potentially looking for the footprints of the player through the floor to try and drive themselves in.
Well
but
done.
There's Cryan round in the back and Kanto round on the front. This ping, this grenade, this close to a drone hole. Are you serious? Yes. Kanto gets Kino knocked out of the site. 30 seconds, though. Not sure if the hatch on split is currently locked. No, it's electrified entirely. So they're going to have to go for a flat take. Great one from Diaz. Slivers a silver bullet through the head of Kanto Raketti as the wall starts to crack onto the site itself. They've got some of the Zyamis stopping the entrance. Spoit is going to find one. There's a second instantly pop back up. They're making sure the focus is either a drive-through split or through the big breach. Are you ready for the fight? Diaz sure is. Gets one, gets through. Is he going to find another? No, Cryan dips and ducks, and Leon gets the Rogue round. Diaz was so close to phenomenal. And it takes more than that to beat Rogue.
That definitely got some noise out of Rogue, though, because that was a nail-biter of a round. It came down to the last couple of seconds, and Rogue was able to pull it off onto Church. Armory. I don't. Church, Armory, Armory Throne. There we go.
Throne.
It's a different section with the Armory. It's Armory Throne.
I thought that was the wrong operator. You thought we were on the wrong map.
Yeah, that one did definitely come through. Either way, they did manage to win it. On Armory Throne, there we go. We are quickly getting it back. Just like XSET managed to find the first of Rogue. And you know what? They're running it back. They're going to try it again. They're going to see if this time around they are finding themselves victorious on this side. Because, of course, it did get quite close. Not in terms of kills. Yes, in the end, Diaz able to put up some good pressure. But in terms of time.
10 seconds to go.
Time on a heavy site. I think that's something to always keep into mind. Throne is something where even with those generally successful drives towards the attack, it can be a little bit awkward to make up the ground and make up for the time that it takes away from you just organically. Rogue, if they can get this, they suddenly find themselves all tied up. I think XSET might take their time out after that, just to put some of the pieces back to potentially together. As I said, this could turn into a very quick, sharp, attack-driven side here for both of them.
It could be a very attack-sided theme park that is upon us. But XSET, of course, they need less rounds, and they will be able to find Cryan to start it off. That's the knock off the board. Look to be coming in from the storage window, picked up early, no real impact. 2 grenades off the board. It's a massive take for XSET here this early on. It's definitely going to be making Rogue struggle a bit more. Spoit will find Gomez, though.
Yeah, there's the alibi gone. It's sort of like Well, here's your loose player gone for ours. Cryan removed, Gomez removed before either of them could really have an impact on the round itself. Spoit, he's not being shot through the drone hole this time round, and instead he's going to go for a steady approach. Just misses the tail of a player in flight. Spirits was almost caught out by a second one. They're going to see what the most recent footprints are. But they're a player that's already long since slipped away, potentially down towards Drug Lab. Obviously, they still have a C4. So it's something you got to pay caution to.
But as long as he's not back into the side, that is something you need to indeed take care of. And these pings will definitely be of a help if they are not on side. Because when they do get to side, it's going to be a bit more difficult to actually deal with them in terms of the lack of verticality that's out there. Now, magnets are being tossed in. They want to make sure that the Electroclaw stays alive, as Deepak now putting up some pressure onto the lab itself as well. Spirit's still out there. Drones in position. They look to isolate this one single player so they can start heading towards the site. There's only 63 seconds left on the clock, though. Drones are being taken out. It needs to be Rogue that press that trigger now, that pull it, and make sure that they are able to isolate the player in there.
XSET still have some loose threads, and that's that thing that Rogue needs to try and close down. We saw a great take on the previous swing round on a player inside Drug Lab that came from multiple different sides. But Cryan was that start of a push. The C4 doesn't quite get the player that's pulled themselves back. They've been able to get rid of the electrification. And now they're going to see if they can actually get the breach onto the wall itself. There it is. There it goes. There's the ping on the player inside Throne as well. Spoit's going to go find the fight. Suffers a little bit on the other side. Spirits is digging himself in towards that engagement. There's the elbow of a player. They've gone high. They've gone low. Spoit gets revenge for the drop on Deepak, but Spirits has stepped himself up. Kino, he finds Kanto. And that's been able to put a little bit of that balance further away. You look at the flickers of health top right of your screen. You look at both of them snuffed out. XSET, they find a response. And they keep it just in their favor.
They keep it in their favor and they extend their lead again, more importantly. Just a single round away now, Emmy, from picking up a point against Rogue. An important point, especially with NIP losing out to down one Kia a little bit earlier here, because that is going to be pushing them towards that qualification for the playoffs. So, Rogue, they need to fight back. Still the opportunity to do so. Just need to make sure that right now in Bunkin Daycare, they'll be able to make the difference. And after that, do that on the tertiary side as well. So it comes down to that true and final push. XSET, though, make good use of their operators, make good use of their abilities, especially Azami. I've seen a lot of these keeper barriers truly come into play, like stopping people from getting the angle on you, basically isolating the attackers that are pushing down upon you. They lock off one, they take the fight with the other, and by the time the keeper barrier has been opened up, they have the time to deal with the attacker themselves. It's a good and innovative way, well, not innovative maybe, but good way to deal with it, rather than just patch up holes here and there.
Rogue, you want to try and keep XSET off of taking anything from you at this point. It's got to be a flawless 3 rounds of rotation, including potentially a return to Throne. If we get there, XSET can lock it out before that's even an option. They just need 2 rounds to get the full 3 points themselves. And sure, it's not quite the score that Rogue pulled against you, but it's definitely a massive swing into your direction and momentum for the growth of this, and will leave you sitting pretty at the top of the board, whoever takes this game. There's a ping on a player, and there's Spoit looking for the nook and the danger. Oh, they just want them to try and rotate back around. They've got themselves tucked in. Are they going to come back this way? That's the game that he's waiting for.
Might be.
No. They go, oh, no.
He was just checking whether or not the rotation worked, and then head back towards the rest of the arcade balcony, making sure that the pressure is still on there. But you could always still have a player suddenly starting to rotate back in, depending on where the rest of the pressure comes down. I'm a bit worried, though. I see some Rogue players up on top of the hatch, especially Leon Gids with the Ying, a diffuser, mind you, so some Candelas might start to fly in at some point, and then they just want to pull the trigger on 5 different areas.
Well, there's the smokes that drop either side of the bottom of the hatch. The Candelas are going to pop as well. There's got Deepak on the quick swing up. There it is. Leon's in, and he's gone. Instantly dropped. Kino finds Kanto Ricchetti. There's Diaz. There's Deepak. There's Yoga. And there's a man with magical glasses that stops any of that approach coming through. Spoit is all that's left, and, well, they know where he is. He's almost able to put a bit of the damage in, but that's XSET. XSET guaranteeing themselves a point from this game. Can they make it 3?
Getting loud as well. They have an opportunity. They have multiple opportunities to make it 3 points. It is what they will be looking for. It won't quite confirm them yet for the major, but it will definitely... Major playoffs, but it will definitely put them into a good spot here. So, with that said, Rogue, what are you going to do now? Again, the Amaru coming out. There is, of course, always the opportunity for the attacker repick, so it doesn't mean anything as of yet, but it definitely does show like they might want to go for a quick pace push if they have the opportunity to.
I'm not sure if that was...
I wondered as well. I'm just quickly going to try and look over towards the balcony, see who's standing up and congratulating each other.
It might also be the staff of teams. I don't know if that was a win.
I don't know.
Attackers have discovered the location of
Can't
a
see.
bomb.
It might just be some energy. Energy from the side of XSET.
Could be.
I guess I don't even know if people at home hear the
I don't even know
shouting.
either.
It was kind of loud, but it wasn't the loudest.
I mean, you heard the voice of God yesterday saying you can now open the blinds.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was
Although that
so
might
funny.
be a bit louder as it comes over speakers.
Parker looked so confused. Well, there's a speaker right there.
Isn't right above our heads, yes.
Yeah. 6-3. XSET, you're so close to sitting at the top of the group. 9 points. And that, in this group, with this much chaos, oh, that is such a big lead in Rogue. You have to do... I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely tricky. 3 perfect attack rounds here onto Theme Park. The first grenade isn't successful. Doesn't quite go the full distance.
No joy indeed coming out of that one, but the second one will definitely find it. And they are already inside of the bathroom here. It's just a Surya laser gate and a bit of fire that's currently being set up that will hold them back. But Rogue, they have taken some good control. The verticality, though, from above needs to be the difference maker here for XSET, but the plant's already going down soon. 45 seconds on the board, and Rogue in a retake situation.
We hear some impacts popping off. They're looking for the angle above. They can't find the player. There was a little bit of a lapse. The single player on side the site, removed by a grenade. Sure, there's some other things they had to pop to get there, but now it's a post plant. 45 seconds, but pretty much a retake. A 10 of it is already gone. They can apply themselves some pressure inside. There's a swing, there's a pick, there's another couple down on the corridor, and there's just Gomez left. He runs out to see if there's a loose player. Nobody is there, so now they know where he is. They can just pre-fire and keep him in this little locker's box. There's really nowhere to go from this point but out. So he's going to do that, actually. He's just going to leave.
He's going to stay here, trying to take some gunfights. Time's already too low, won't be able to make it. There's 3 members making sure he will stay locked in sight there, and Rogue get themselves a flawless round here against XSET. And I am going to be mentioning it, even if they don't win this, even if they, you know, lose this 7-4, 7-5, every round will matter at the end of things when round differential comes in. So with that round, you don't know yet how important it will be. If they do manage to bring it back for a full point, it was very important. Another rush to come through. The first one failed, the second one definitely came in clutch. And, you know, we always say, if you've just done a rush, who will be trying another rush? That almost never happens. Except Rogue just did it. And this time they were successful with a second rush after the first one failed. Armory Throne is going to be up next. They need to win this one on the side of Rogue. Again, because they need to win these next 2 rounds if they want to pick up points. It's just a very difficult side to attack.
As proven. Now, they did obviously take the first one. The second, though, was bit back here by XSET, and they learned lessons, and they sort of proved that with the new levels of control they put together. So, Rogue, what have you been able to learn here? Exploits on the Zephyr, Deepak bringing the Thermite. This might cradle a closer idea of a default push towards either oil or on the opposite side, the most default push, and take yourself around on the supply line, straight onto the back with the control over Dragon Stairs. Look towards a potential plant. XSET can play against that, but it's down to seeing if you can get this lead in. Spoit now is going to be the one that tries to take this fight that Cryan often did, because Cryan's already off the board. Kino once again gets that opener.
Definitely starting to get some extra shouts in there. That is going to be a massive entry for the side of XSET. You take out these 2 grenades. You take out Cryan, who, of course, is one of these fraggers as well on the side of Rogue. Spoit now trying to chase down any of the ghosts that might have been left behind by Kino. He's not going to be finding anything as of yet. And these drones, well, they are looking and eyeing up a potential of going horizontal for just taking cash under control and see what they can do from there. it's just not looking very good because a minute has passed, and what really do they have under control? We have Leon inside the initiation, but that's about it.
Time ticks ever mercifully onwards here, and it's just that steady read, that steady impression of just where the XSET players have slipped away to. Slipping forward. Spirits takes the head off of Leon, puts the kit cold. Kanto has to take this fight. Doesn't quite get a clean win on it. The shotgun's tucked round the corner. There's a lot of pings and stuns from underneath. They're tucked just shy of that soft, holding on and waiting for this. The shotgun will be devastating at this range if they aren't quite sure. Gomez is here to offer some support to the player heading up yellow stairs that wants to take this fight directly. There's another stun coming round the dance. The pre-fire Deepek gets it, but gets bit back by Yoga. Down on the long arm of the corridor, the 4 versus 2. As I said, XSET's the team that always has a second player, sometimes a third if it's needed. Spoit can't find Gomez. All down to Kanto Raketti here in the 4 versus 1. Most of the site still stands structurally. He's at least got the kit in his pocket, and Kino's at least taken a bit of damage. But all of them have gone back towards it. He's not looking at a 1 versus 1. He's looking at an XSET 3 points. And there it is, sitting at the top of the group. XSET take it.
XSET, with that, find themselves in the best possible position to go for a qualification to the playoffs tomorrow. So they will be more than happy with this result. They did everything they needed to achieve here today. So with that being said, and before we truly break this down any further, let's make sure that we go to a very quick break.
Welcome back to the post-game here, and we find ourselves with a little bit of a score settled. Rogue lose out on the points, 7-4 to XSET on theme.
And with that, it is going to be XSET that take the lead of their group, as NIP lost earlier against Damwon Kia as well. So with that, you know, a single point, maybe 2 away from qualifying themselves to the playoffs. And that is something that they need to achieve tomorrow, just like NIP and Rogue will be fighting for that remaining spot. And potentially,
wow,
Damwon Kia in the mix.
As we have a look over at our match summary, based on how the players played from the side of XSET, it was together for my money. All of them were so reactive towards as soon as they lost a player and towards what was coming through from Rogue. It's not that Rogue didn't have their moments, but those single hero plays that had often been such a big defining factor for the team, it seemed like they couldn't quite get that energy once again that they had yesterday based on the beginning of today.
It's something I worried about when I saw Rogue coming in here. It was often Spoit, you know, after some slight issues were there on their attack, right? Like they came up against a bit of a hurdle. Spoit just went in and cleared that hurdle and a little bit more. And after that, they were able to win their attacks. And I know this is an oversimplification of how it works, but Spoit hasn't really been able to get into this game. He's been perfectly well shut down by the side of XSET, and thus you see Rogue struggle. Kento tried his very best, got himself 10 kills up against the 10 deaths he had, so he comes out even, but it's not enough for any points, sadly.
And that's sort of the story here. XSET just had a more put-together theme, and obviously it's tricky when you have yourself stack up, but the most important thing is how that stacks up our group. A group that is starting to formulate itself here. XSET sit pretty on the top with a bit of clarity. 9 points, the precious difference for them against Rogue and NIP. Stuck there on 6, still sort of level pegging. And then obviously Damwon Kia at the bottom of the board. But technically the chart is in an upward trajectory as those 3 points were caught on their most recent game.
They were indeed, and now they are within reach of Rogue and NIP, because if they pick up 6 tomorrow and NIP and Rogue only pick up 2 or a single one, suddenly we find Damwon Kia inside of the playoffs as well, after they had such an abysmal start of their group stages. But that is a story for tomorrow. There is still more stories to be continued today, as after this we will be headed towards the next couple of groups on both A and B.
And that is us for our time here on the B stream. And for this group today, as we said, we'll be back with more tomorrow. This stream isn't ending. There's still a pocket full of games, which includes Dev and Mandy, I believe, are replacing us. So I'll quickly just get Mandy's box.
Just put it back in
here. And his, once again, there it is. This is the difference.
Be careful because your cable's underneath it.
It is. This is the difference of Mandy's box. So I go from here to here.
It's the cable. Okay, yeah.
Mandy's very short. We will see just how short they are after this quick break.
Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
classic French celebration, I guess. I mean.
C'est beau, c'est une image magnifique. Monstrueux qu'il vient de faire.
And Vitality go down to Challenger League.
L'équipe commence à s'écrouler en fait. Je pense que l'équipe ne fonctionnait juste plus ensemble.
Vitality reclaim their rightful position amongst the top teams in Europe.
Let's go, Bastien! Oh là 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 là, il est trop fort!
Bibu manages to get the final kill! 10 for Bibu. Bibu coming in so clutch for Wolves. Bibu in the 1 versus 1.
Bibu peut-être, il va y arriver, le 1v1. Oh mon Dieu!
Trop facile pour Bibu.
They talk about names and stats. We answer as a wolf pack. See you in Berlin.
Welcome back to the Six Major in Berlin here. Another smashing game ahead of us. And as we get deeper into this group stage, we're about to find out which teams are going to go to the playoffs and which ones are going to be going home. Mandy, it's one of our own APAC South crew here. It's the Gaimin Gladiators, and they're playing the best that Europe has to offer, the Wolves.
Well, this is the best that Europe has to offer, but the last time that we saw these two go head-to-head, it was a very tight matchup. OT, full 15 rounds had to be played out, but in the end, Wolves are able to take it out.
If anything, Gladiators exceeded expectations by a pretty huge margin, by pushing to overtime. And it was only the smallest of margins that got Wolves that eventual victory. That said, it was a big dub for them, and it's been, for the most part, sitting pretty for Wolves. They did drop another game, but for Gladiators, this is really the last stand for them. If they lose this game in regulation, playoffs, off the cards.
Gaimin Gladiators, this is a mission-critical game. If they want to keep their chances at making the playoffs, everything is on the line for them. And taking it to the Wolves is going to be a very, very tall order to cross that line.
Let's see if Gladiators can deliver like they did the previous matchup. Let's go to the map, Vito. Let's find out where we're going. Last time it was Oregon. It's Oregon again. Oregon again. This is going to be a bit spicy. We already had an 8-7. Is this going to go Wolves' way again?
Now, this is a very tough discussion to make because you could see it in two ways, right? You could see it, okay, Wolves, they were good on this, but they weren't dominant. So for Gladiators, they've had a chance to go back, prep it, and correct those mistakes. But can they correct those mistakes in just a day? Is that enough time to go back into a direct rematch and come out on top? I don't know.
Well, Gladiators have been thrown into the deep end, and there's no more waiting time. There's no more extra little chance to analyze. We're going into the game right now. It's time to kick off the second matchup between these two teams. A deadly rematch, and the Wolves are poised to take it. Look at that, 82%. The community has spoken, but this little modest Indonesian team and the Gladiators at their very first major will take a stand, a final stand, and hang their hopes of playoffs on Oregon.
Well, it seems like the community has decided the victors of this match already for us, but I'm going to reserve my judgment, especially waiting for this operator ban phase. This is the first ever point of difference that we might possibly see between these two matches, and it all starts from now.
Well, that's the thing, right? Last time these two teams played this very map, we have all of the information in front of us. And particularly for Gladiators, who lost, albeit in a narrow 8-7, they're the ones who can go back, look at that game, and say, what did we do wrong? What can we fix this time around? What can we do differently? Do we go for a different ban? Do we go for a different play? And as you can see from the expression on the Wolves' face, they seem unsurprised at that Flores ban from Gladiators.
This is a very interesting ban for me. I think taking out the Nook is an interesting one for the Wolves because really the only player that played it on their attacking half on the side of the Gladiators was Arpe. Actually, Hoffen picked it once as well. It doesn't feel like it really put that much... It is so hard to call. Maybe they're just trying to take away the element of surprise from the Gladiators. They need the Gladiators to play more into the hands, and they don't want to give them the Nook. This is really fascinating. The same defender ban of Valkyrie is coming out, but Cade is left in instead of the Azami. Which is very, very crucial. Both teams lent into the Azami on their defense. That takes away a lot of flexibility.
Isn't that strange here, Mandy, that Gladiators, who are the ones that lost the game and in theory would need to adapt their playstyle, are the ones who have done the exact same operator bans as yesterday when these two teams played. Gladiators banning out Flores and Valkyrie. It's Wolves who have completely changed their attack. They've gone away from Mav and Kaid and gone onto the Nook and Azami. It's strange. Like, for Wolves, you won that game, right? And yet they think that they can do even better if they change up their bans.
Optimizing at every little step of the way, even though they came out on top. I don't mind that from the Wolves. I think that they've done their prep going into this. They've read into the fact that Gaming Gladiators might be using the Nook as the crutch. They've read into the fact that Gaming Gladiators always use the Azami on every single one of the defenses, no matter what. And taking that away from them definitely puts a stunt in that scrapbook.
If anything, the operator veto is a cause for concern for the already concerned Gladiators, who were not able to win the last engagement, and now they're sticking to their guns. They're going for the exact same op bans. Fortunately, though, we see Rix pounce on the fact that Maverick is available. Wolves banned it last time. Now he gets to have a bit of a play.
One other crucial thing as well is that Hoven has hopped on the Jackal now. Last time we saw the Wolves defense, their roam was absolutely fierce. It really stunted the Gaming Gladiators, but this time the enabling of that Jackal scanner might speed up this process for the Gladiators. And look at them, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the round and they're already boots in the building.
Wait a second, what's this? Is this a playing to die position for P4? He's off in small tower. And, well, his footsteps haven't been tracked as of yet. Surely Gladiators check for this. Indeed, the Yana does see it. Oh, for the backstab! Up air was so quick on the trigger finger there, and P4's attempted roam shut down very early.
And Hover now making his way into Attic as well, opening up the hatch, trying to cut off any more roamers, and can actually scan the boots of the Jaeger playing inside of Attic. Oh wow, that is very crucial roamer, but the walls are reinforced. He can't get the wall bang off, and now he's about to be met by two defenders on the back. Says grenades
my
God! It's perfect from Rix.
What a kick-off for Gladiators. They are looking so nasty on this basement attack. 2 opening picks. Now, Pengu, he casted the last time these teams played, and he told us that P4 was a menace roaming, particularly in tower. When Gladiators were attacking, he always was there to backstab. Gladiators wasted so much time clearing him. Wolves were always able to clean up on the site. And now we're not seeing that whatsoever. Gladiators on their own clear. Picture perfect.
Absolutely, they've read into that tower clear. Hook, line, and sinker of that grenade. That's Manic's favorite line, and it is now my favorite as well for the Gaming Gladiators. Now they're starting to make their way towards the bomb site with plenty of time left to go. An entire minute, 3 more players left to find, and still some utility in their hands to clear out any of these pesky Banshees that might be stopping them from getting into the bomb site.
If there's anything that Wolves have to go off here, they have the mirror and the smoke, as well as the shield that the smoke's playing behind. That's some strong anchor positions. But are they going to be ready to receive? Oh, a bit of a damage done from Mowgli. But Gladiator's not yet on for the push. And there goes through. Mowgli flashed. Surely he won't survive. Up there to take down Bibu. It is a slaughterhouse here in the server. What a way to kick it off for the Indonesians. Flawless.
We doubted them at the beginning with those operator bans. We thought, oh, they haven't changed much, but in fact, they have changed absolutely everything about that attacking push. That was fast. That was confident. Everything about that tower clear was mwah, chef's kiss. It was perfect. It was amazing from the Gaming Gladiators, and that is exactly what we want to see going into this rematch.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Is this really coming down to like counter-strategy, coming down to the prep? It's, man, I don't know. It's not like they're completely... I can't put this into words, right? I guess the simplest way to look at it is, at face value, Gladiators aren't radically changing anything. They're not radically changing the operators that they're picking. They're not radically changing the operators they're banning. In fact, those have stayed exactly the same, like we've said time and time again. But what has changed is the results. Last time these teams played, there were flawless rounds, but few and far between. There was one flawless attack on the basement by Gladiators last time, which looked a little similar to that one. But... are Wolves going to be able to fight back? That's my question. Because Wolves, you know, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for them. They have been losing games here in their groups. And if they continue to drop some, they are at risk of losing a playoff spot.
Now we are going to kids and dorms, and just looking at the previous lineup from the last match they played, it doesn't seem like the Wolves are changing their philosophy on this particular defense. It's exactly the same lineup, playing P4 in Big Tower once again. It's something that the Gladiators have seen before. Now we've seen the Gladiators, they know how to deal with things that they've seen before. They proved that to us in this last round, but can they do it again? Ape into Big Tower with the Ying, perfect example of it.
Nice and early. But P4's on for a roam, and he's gone all the way downstairs. Will he be hunted down? Will he be cut off? He's so far separated from the bomb site. He's got a C4, so in the late round, he could be deadly. Hoven's already made his way into Armory. Soft floor there. If P4 can get into Garage and has the information, Hoven may well be a dead man.
P4 sneaking his way up the laundry stairs. Gladiators don't seem to know Hoven taking a bit of a dangerous peek through the trophy door. Shots do connect, but the Gaimin Gladiators, they're starting to make some small progress, and we can see Rix now, he's got his hands on that Maverick torch, starting to get open attic. Now, this is something that is in the hands of the Gladiators that they didn't have before. Us from Apex South, we know Rix, he's very, very competent on the Maverick. He does some absolute demon work with this. He really does.
He's drawn a bit of a funny face there, I'm going to say. But yeah, that's a huge difference maker this time around. The Maverick in the hands of Rix. Wolves not banning it out. Perhaps a mistake on their part. If Gladiators are able to pinch out this pit position, it'll afford them so much control into this execute.
Ooh, the Gladiators, though, they start to come to life. Rise and Mowgli going down. P4 as well. That flank is not successful as Rix will shut him down.
Spring into action for both teams, leaving just Bibu and Shinka. Two OGs of the scene left together as the French band up. They need to get this advantage back on their side. There's so much time for the attack. It means they can't wait to get going here for the Wolves. Time is not on their side. They need to make a play. I like this aggressive retake from Shinka into the closet. But it looks like GG are completely rotating. They know that they've got time and they're going to use it.
Joe, though, he's been downed outside of the double window with the kit as well, forcing Tolji to get off his position, go over and try and pick up his teammate. That's the last Goyo canister going off exactly where the kit is as well. GG, have they miscalculated? Is it all for nothing if they can't get into the bomb site?
I can see a world where Shinka and Bibu can clutch this up, but Ape may well be the player to put that thought to bed, but he has been himself silenced. Shinka on for the long angle. Could this be a 2v4? Bibu once again, and this is gonna be it. Rix, the Maverick, the last one left remaining, but the Wolves have put this out of their misery. And Gladiators, I just cannot believe they fumbled the ball. The Wolves, what a comeback.
Unbelievable from the Gaimin Gladiators. They were in such a great position to take that round, but Joe going down outside the double window with the diffuser really stunted their execute plan. They had to rotate all of their players down to what was the critical part of that push, and that was getting the bomb down. And that being cold on the ground outside, there was just no more time with that Goyo canister going off for them to make that execute work.
And what excellent positioning from the two remaining Wolves players as well. So well thought. Bieber to hard hold that key position to watch both Attic and the big window jump in inside of kids' dorms, but then it was P4 as well. Actually, it wasn't P4. Shinko to retake into the closet, play an advantageous angle, holding onto Pit as well. So well played from Wolves, and we're tied up here on the scoreline. As you can see at the bottom of your screens, the probability of each team going to playoffs is vastly different, and the most notable there is if Gladiators lose in regulation, their hope of playoffs is dead. If Wolves win in regulation, quite the contrary, they're nearly locked, 81%. Even if Gladiators can take down Wolves here in a regulation victory, their chances of making playoffs are slim.
The Wolves, they will take us up to their tertiary bomb site instead, kitchen and meeting, as the rest of the Gaimin Gladiators shape up to take the map. Big Tower seems to be the first point of contest. They've done this a few times now, and they're looking much more confident on it compared to the last time we saw them play this exact matchup. The rest of the Wolves, though, just holding onto this ground floor. It looks relatively conservative. It's not big and extended or anything like that. They're just holding onto what they can. One player on each bomb site, a small hold in the top floor, but it's not too dedicated.
A lot of work to be done, but this is good control here for GG. Attic already opened up. Starting to get some vertical angles as well. Ooh, bit of pressure there, right onto that player in meeting. Bibu feeling A bit worse for wear, and he falls back. Actually going to rotate one of his mid jammers. Nice positioning there to protect the walls in meeting that face into lobby. But you can see very clearly from our POV that Gladiators will be focusing their push on this big tower.
This is a very minimalist take for the Gladiators. They're not willing to go through that entire map clear, and they're consolidating all of their resources to just taking meeting and just holding on Attic, getting ready for the retake. Meanwhile, Hoven on the other side, with the aid of the ace charges, could make some waves through these meeting reinforcements, although one has been jammed off.
But the Thatcher is there from Joe. That EMP might enable a breach here from the Selmas. Is the peak going to come through from the Z hallway? Hoven is holding the angle, can't quite land that shot that's needed. And the breach, at least a line of sight, has been opened up.
The Wolves are still holding on to their place, but Mowgli, he's been able to sneak his way all the way into Classroom. Does Hoven know? It seems like he does. He doesn't want to overpeak this. It's so passive right now, waiting for Mowgli to make his move.
Mowgli, star player for the Wolves, topped the scoreboard in the previous round.
The rest of the Gladiators, though, they look like they're going to shape up for the execute.
Oh my God!
No, but Bibu to take down Joe.
How far away is this execute realistically? Because now they're going at it at a 4v5. Joe taken down. Strong positions taken by the Wolves players as they hold on to this site. An advanced position as well. Who is that? Is that P4 in the site? It is. Right around the corner as Ape finds one. Immediately traded back. Ape for the double. Now P4, can he be silenced? Hoven comes in from behind with another double. And the Wolves put all their hopes onto their newest player, Mowgli, who is caught out. A 3-piece for Hoven. Up there to make it a full house, and Gladiators once again in the lead.
Ape made such a pivotal push through Attic there. We saw him with the outlines. He was running his way down Attic because he went, all right, these Wolves players, they're going to start going for that retake. I actually want this hatch as the place that I can play. I want to be able to look into it and shoot any plays behind the sandbags, behind the rotate, but he knows that before he can do that, he needs to clear those top floor roamers. And perfectly read by Ape to push in and cut off any of the roamers trying to retake that space early, enabled the rest of his team to get into the site. Even though there was a player on stage, they could be shut down, they could be traded because they had so much pressure on the hatch in that top floor and Attic.
Wolves have been pushed here once again, as they were in the previous match against Gladiators. Not something that the Wolves were familiar with in the EUL. They were unreal in Stage 2. After the first playday, they were tied third, but, I mean, let's be frank, like, after playday 1, doesn't tell you much. Every single other playday, 8 playdays in a row, Wolves were in first place. They never dropped out. They were, by far and away, the best team in Europe throughout this entire quarter. Unfortunately, though, they seem to be a bit land-cursed. Charlotte Major were unable to make the playoffs. No doubt they set their sights after their phenomenal EUL stage on making playoffs here in Berlin. But it hasn't been quite so easy as they'd hoped.
Now I just want to cast our minds back once again to this basement defense. It doesn't look like Wolves are changing their philosophy once again. The exact same lineup is being brought out from them. On the side of GG, we can see the use of this Jackal. This is just so incredibly fast. It gets faster every single time this roam clear. GG, they've clearly voted out this Wolves push. Even P4 is doing the exact same thing in Big Tower. I can only imagine that GG have something up their sleeve to deal with this.
Well, Pengu told us that P4 was such a menace in that tower position. Look at this extended mirror window. Position nullified now, surely, by the buck above. Oh, Hoven, I believe, on the Jackal with the shotty above to open up the hatch. Mowgli, an aggressive play. Up the white stairs, finds one. Does he trade positions with Rise, who's taking the fight through the floor? The 50 cal on the Uzi does a lot of damage, but still not enough to take Hoven down, as Mowgli can retreat back to site.
I think Mowgli's retreat was actually open for him. That hatch ended up being cleared away by Hoven, trying to play some of that vertical. Now, though, GG, they've been given up this ground floor. All the rest of the Wolves have fallen off, bar P4, who is still in Big Tower. Actually, this is feeling like a bit of a repeat, Dev. Yeah. GG haven't dealt with this yet.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to say this before when I was rudely interrupted by Mowgli, but Pengu really nailed it into us that P4 on T3 of Tower was so hard to clear for GG. My question, are they going to try and clear him, or are they going to hold his flank?
And this is just such pressure coming up from P4. GG, they have to constantly be on their tail. Thankfully, they have one player dead in Arpe to at least watch that flank drone, keep a keen eye on him while the rest of GG try and hit the site.
But where is that site hit going to come from is my question. It's a lot easier said than done to execute onto this bomb site. No less, especially when there's Mirror on the board. When one of your players is low HP, there's no Ying to utilize. How are they going to make this work?
Seems like a blue bunk push will be the option that GG will take. The path of actually quite a lot of resistance. Shinka still with one more smoke babe in his hand and only 30 seconds left to go for GG.
And here comes Tolji down the rear stairs, straight through the barbed wire. The Wolves know about it. He's being live droned, and the call meets Mowgli. Immediately, though, Shinka inside a blue bunker. He's holding on. Tolji goes straight into the side. Are they going to be able to take him out from inside elbow? The plan is going down, and the flashes go out to cover. But Tolji must be relied upon here to cover that planter. The plant does go down, but the Wolves on for the retake. 3 players still up. Just Joe left. And the retake is well and truly on for the French, as they can once again tie the scoreline.
P4 slipping through the chaos in that retake. Just as the Game Gladiators going for their execute, the comms, they're flooded, they're chaotic. No one is going to hit up by calling, guys, the flank is coming now. The tower flank is coming now. There's nobody there to deal with that as they all try and push an onslaught onto the site. Some excellent timing from the players of the Wolves, holding onto their positions for dear life and doing a big 3-2-1 swing for that retake onto the planet. It was just perfect from them.
Perfect timing, exactly what Wolves needed. No doubt there'd be a bit of frustration to lose to Gladiators. I mean, realistically, after these two teams went head-to-head the previous time, going back to the same map, who's favoured, right? Is it Wolves, who are the more experienced team, more likely to be able to... I mean, not only more experienced, but I'll say they have more resources, right? Like, they've got quite the support staff team, or such a well-renowned organisation as Wolves backing them. Or is it going to be GG, who look back and think, okay, we could have done this better, we could have done that better, these are our mistakes, this is why we lost, we fix that and we get going. Who's more likely to win on the rematch?
Only time can tell. This seems like almost a repeat of the previous simulation, if you will. It just seems like back and forth once again. That's the name of this game. That was the name of the last game as well here on Oregon. I did it right. Go me.
You said Oregon. You didn't say Oregon. Are you sure you don't want to say Oregon? Twitch chat loves it. I bet you they do.
I bet
Either
do.
that or they're triggered. You know, there's no in between. You love it or you hate it. I, for one, love Oregon.
P4, he's going to be sitting in the top of T3, supported by his friend and Rise. Now, last time, Ape was very quick to get this control. We saw him do it with the Ying. We've seen them do it with nades many times, and they're actually looking to contest it once again. Rix and Ape to make some double trouble trying to clear out P4.
At this point, like, do you just ignore him? You can't ignore him because he flanks
No.
you like you did last round. So how do you clear him? I mean, this vert nade is a nice idea, but he's now moved from that corner.
Uh-oh. Game Gladiators, what is your plan? And the plan seems to be to give it up after all. They've decided not to clear him. That could come back to bite them, as we've seen in the previous attempt. Actually, the Wolves are holding on to this walk-in wardrobe with an open rotate. If the Game Gladiators aren't careful, they aren't watching that. We've seen Shinka do some pretty incredible things, making his way through that closet and trying to go for the play later into the round.
Perhaps if they focus the site, they might be able to find an opening. Aggressive play. Look at that C4. Having lucky to stay alive after that one. And then a shallow nade to reply. Might do a bit of damage, but no. Wolves are just fine. And Mowgli once again aggressively playing this position.
They love this rotate. It really came back to bite the Game Gladiators last time. Oh, a bit of a prone to try and dodge that Hoven. He's got a nade cooked in his hand, but I don't think it's going to connect. Whoa, my goodness! And Mowgli's able to take the fight onto him as well, getting a little bit aggressive. The Game Gladiators, and now they're down in the man count.
Yeah, Wolves looking well in control of this one. P4 jumps back into it. Joe maybe has something to say for his team, but told you's got to help out before too long because Mowgli's going to rotate back into Master and easy as you like. The young gunner once again.
That hold inside the closet is just so dangerous. It really is. For the Game Gladiators, they get to that wall and they go, oh, hang on. it's open. What do we do about it? We're just going to walk away from it. You can't do that. You need to hold on to that position because at any point, you're going to have that shotgun player, that SMG-11, oh so dangerous, pushing through and backstabbing you at any time. They have to force a player to deal with that position. And that's the name of this Wolves defense. Every part of this Wolves defense is a toss-up between should we deal with it or should we ignore it and then deal with it later. At one point, you have to deal with it.
Yeah.
That is the Wolves defense. At one point, you have to. It's just about finding the time to do it, and that's why the Wolves are so dangerous on this map.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that round P4 ended up getting a late round kill anyway. So they ignored him, and he came back to bite them. So it's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. What do you think they should do? I mean, I'm pretty hard to call. I feel like they need to address him. They need to take him out.
Well, what we've seen is the 2 rounds that they've won is because they faced the challenge head-on and tried to solve it. The first round where they won was because they had an incredible nade and jackal combination to flush him out of position. The second round they won was exactly the same. They did really great on the roam clear. But as soon as they decide to ignore the problem, it all really falls apart for the Gaimin Gladiators.
And that just shows the strength of Wolves. Something that they seem phenomenal at is the timings on these flanks. I mean, P4 in particular, they might only have 4 kills in the game, but every one of them has been not only impactful, but so skillful as well.
Whoopsies, the drones collide for the Gaimin
Speaking
Gladiators.
of skillful.
Only one of them ends up going through. Told you will end up taking Big Tower first, the entry to go in alongside RP. Now, last time we saw the Gaimin Gladiators attack this particular bomb site, it was very minimalist. They just went straight for the meeting wall, opened that up, and tried to go for the XU, and it worked out very well for them in the end as well, except that the Wolves were able to retake it. But, oh no, actually, this is the one that RP pushed in. This was not the retake.
It was an almost retake.
It was an almost retake, but in the end, because they had that top floor control, it worked out for them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, seems to be what the Gaimin Gladiators are going for.
Yeah, and for Wolves, strange that they're not reinforcing this attic wall at all. I guess they don't think it's worth it, and it's just going to get breached open by the Therm. But they are having some kind of contest upstairs. Rise was over in pit, but you can see Hoven is the linchpin, the pince, alongside Upper and Joe taking from tower side to get this attic control. And Rise, oh, he's actually forfeited back, fallen into trophy. And that does mean that pit's clear right now, as Upper has just discovered.
Ooh, Mowgli and Rise, though, they are trying to double down on the sole player just outside of the lobby. That's Hoven. He's decided to give this up. Just perceived pressure is all that Hoven needs to give RP space. Now it's actually Tolji playing in this top floor, in this attic, waiting for the retake to come through, and he reads that perfectly.
What a gunfight there. That could have been a round-winning play for Rise, but he is shut down. Big one for Tolji. Mowgli looking for an aggressive peak of his own. Are Wolves really going to rely on these aggressive plays? Is it going to work out? Because you can see how aware Hoven is.
Well, all that Hoven needed to do here was put a little bit of pressure onto the Wolves to give space for the rest of the team. Now, that's exactly what he did in the last round as well, except this time he's changing it up just a little bit. But it doesn't work out. P4 is able to land the shots, but RP is there for the trade. There for 2 even.
Well, this is one way to go for it. It's a retake from Wolves before the plan is even a twinkle in Rix's eye. And now 4v2 for GG. That puts them in such an advantage. The plan is going to go down in just a moment. Surely Mowgli, though, could be the playmaker. He's in meeting. He's just waiting for the fickle sound call of that plan to go through. The onus is on Rix. Gladiators have left this so late, and that gives an opportunity for one of the best players we have seen to clutch up. It's now a 1v1. Bibu's already found his kill for the round, but he's going to have to double it up to take down Ape. He knows that that plan's going down. SMG-11 in the long range. What is that? You talk about him, Bibu.
That was such an incredible clutch there from Bibu. SMG-11 in hand, all the way through the rotate to the back of the stage. That was a crazy shot to hit. Even crazier from Mowgli in the back of the sandbags. GG. They just left it so late. They hadn't droned out where Mowgli was. He shot the drone in the corner, but they couldn't clear him out. No nade connected, none of the shots connected, and the Wolves, they hang on for another round.
With that, they win the half as well. A 4-2 split. Very reminiscent of the previous time these teams played. It was a defense start for Wolves, and they went 4-2. So, I mean, it's once again the same old story. Gladiators managed to get 4 of their own defenses last time and push overtime. and then Wolves won it with a couple of attacks of their own and defenses as well. This is, I mean, it's so hard to split because for the most part, it just feels like we're watching the same game again, Mandy.
It really does. It absolutely does. Now the Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to take us down to the laundry and supply bomb site. Arpe will be the one playing the Arini, setting up the laser gates where he wants them to be. How opening up this freezer as well, it seems like the Gaimin Gladiators, they are going to go for a little bit of an extended roam. It's not too much. It's aided by some of those mute jammers upstairs, a few reinforcements dedicated as well to meeting, as well as the meeting hatch being opened up. I don't mind this from the Gaimin Gladiators. They need to press the attack onto the Wolves because, as we've seen, the Wolves, they're just so proficient at this map.
And Wolves also like getting early map control. You can see it with the Amaru ready to get into tower. At a moment's notice, Shin could have drawn it up. Wolves also taking from the master side as well. Shinka just going to drone it, see it clear, and go straight on in. He could get timed here if Huffin goes back. Ooh, he spotted a drone. That's a big one.
A little tense in this early round. The Wolves, they're not the type of team to make a mistake, and so they want to be very careful on this entry, knowing that Gaimin Gladiators are looking for this roam. But it's Mowgli to take down Arpe, the entry, of course, of Wolves. He comes to show up in this lobby.
A big pick for Mowgli. He's stepped up these last few rounds. And Gladiators on this extended roam need to make it count because so far it's looked shaky. Joe falls back to sight. Down the meeting hatch. Hoven soon to follow by the looks of it. Mowgli, he's still alive, but quickly taken down by Hoven, who grabs that kill and retreats back to site. It's even 4-4.
We're in an even Steven, it seems like. And there is still some utility in the hands of the Wolves. However, 1 minute and 30 seconds left still gives them plenty of time to decide what they are going to do next. Now, the rest of the Gaimin Gladiators, they've decided to fall back onto the site. They're not playing this roam anymore. They've said, Hoven, you've done the goods. You've done fine. Just come back and play this pillar position now. And they're pretty comfortable holding on to what they can. Now, will they rear up elbow or not? I don't know. It depends what the Wolves are going to go for, and depends if Gaimin Gladiators can hold on to that composure on the side.
Well, you can see Wolves are still finally confirming that the roam is clear. Drones go out, and it looks like they're going to have 1 minute to prepare for the execute. Fortunately for Wolves, these hatches have already been opened for them, so that saves them quite a bit of time.
Well, the thing is, not only do Wolves have 1 minute to prepare for this execute, GG are actually holding on to 2 reinforcements in their pocket at the moment to try and close off some points of entry once they figure out what Wolves are going for. There we go. It's happening right now. One of the reinforcements has just gone down. They're trying to adapt some of the setup, closing off this back angle now, anticipating that there might be a late flank coming down the back stairs.
Bibu, he's the one with the diffuser, and he's shaping up on this electrical hatch. Surely this is where the push will come from.
It certainly seems like it. Both Joe and Hoven to double down in this hallway. They go into full off. They don't want to give away their lives just yet, waiting for the onslaught of the execute.
But here's the position from Tolji. The flashbang is good. Is it good enough? He's still alive, and he's still in blue, ready to stab Wolves right in the back. But the smoke keeps them at bay. Bibu finds the entry. That was needed, and Wolves fall to pieces. It's been all Ricks on the site, and now Shinka shut out. Gaimin Gladiators with a swift reply.
Beautifully played from the Gaimin Gladiators as well. They were all on the same page in that execute there. I was waiting for them to see if they could retain that composure as the execute came through, and they absolutely did. They read into the fact that it would be a backtake. So they reinforced off that solar wall. Great job. That's one of the checklists. Not only that, but because they reinforced that off and gave them the pillar space, they decided to all fall back together. We saw Hoven in combination with Joe fall back into the site, into that hallway. Same thing with Tolji. He didn't want to hold on to pillar anymore, so he said, I'm going to take the free space in blue and hold on to it, wait for that patch drop. It was as if they gave Wolves a gift and made Wolves feel like they had that estate, but it was all just a trap and they fell straight into it.
I mean, who would have expected this humble old team from Southeast Asia, from Indonesia no less, the region that has just about never been represented on the major stage, with the exception of one player, Joe, who used to play for Invictus. I mean, we've never seen a full Indonesian team at a major before until this. And who would have thought that they would be taking it to some of the best teams from some of the major regions, some of the most esteemed regions? You got players like Bibu. I mean, how many events has Bibu played at? How many lands? How many championships in France has he won? And Gladiators are keeping pace.
It is just such an incredible thing that we are witnessing. Wolves as well, they've been so dominant in their group. They've had an incredible major so far, whereas for the Gladiators, they've had it rough. They've had it really, really rough, but somehow they seem to be the kryptonite of the Wolves. It's just, they're really taking it back and forth. It's just something about them in the air.
They refuse to die. They refuse to go down easy. And the Wolves will now attempt an attack upstairs onto dorms. Shaping up for a bit of control of tower. Bibu to live drone in Rise. Now there's a roamer below. Tolji in the basement. Upper as well in meeting. Might meet Mowgli eventually, who's found his way into garage. Mowgli certainly has found him.
Well, I think the Arpe isn't just going to be met by Mowgli. The Wolves, they're coming in from everywhere. There's big tower push. There's a garage push. There are people in small tower as well. Arpe is about to be in a three-way pinch for this roam clear if he doesn't realize it soon enough.
Now there is some support from Kitchen, but that's being held by Mowgli at the moment as well. So Wolves, they know exactly how to take this, but Arpe! He says it doesn't matter if you know, because I know better, and I trust my SMG. P4 does manage to make it even though. And all of that good work that Arpe did has been squished out. Rix, though, fortunately able to find his own pick, putting Wolves in a position of loss. A 2v3 now for them as P4 confirms the downed Arpe. But this is not what they wanted.
Arpe, what an incredible hold-in meeting that was. He finds the first pick and turns 90 degrees. He finds the second. He's going to need a protractor to check all those angles, Dev. I'm telling you what.
You're
he's
such
just
a
doing.
nerd.
Am I a nerd? I feel like these guys are just doing so on the server. They just deserve the full nerd out of this cast. They really do. Now, the 2-on-3 situation. We've seen GG in this 3-man before, and they are so disciplined. They were on this basement, and will they be on the top floor? We've seen Wolves. They can certainly come back when they need to. GG, they can't give anything away.
They really can't. It's about to be even. If Gladiators cook through this round, speak of cooking, good nade, but it's not quite enough. P4 actually takes damage himself from that. A bit overcooked and a bit burnt, as Wolves seem to be in this round as well. 2v3, it's going to be desperate. We've seen a 2v4 from the Wolves, but it was a very different situation. They were on the defense, and it was Gladiators who outplayed themselves. Now Wolves have to find something from nothing. They've got the info on the player in the corner, and Shinka wants to jump in, but he knows he's going straight into a crossfire, and that probably means his death. GG just have to hold on, and it's a taunt as well. P4's got to have an impact because Shinka, his options are limited. P4 shut out, runs through the smoke. The Gladiators know about it. This is surely it. There's no way P4 can win this, and the timer is his worst enemy. Gladiators come back, and we're even 4 rounds apiece.
Back and forth and back and forth, Dev. This game is never going to end. I'll tell you what, we're going to be here for an eternity. GG and Wolves battling out here in Oregon.
It just feels like we're barreling towards an 8-7 once again, and I couldn't tell you who it's going to be for. But for some strange reason, this bottom seed team from APAC is dead even with the #1 seed from Europe.
This is such an odd game. It really is. It feels like an optimization of the previous simulation. You know what I mean? You know when you like create a bot for you and you run it over and over again, and each time it learns something new, and then anyway, whatever.
I'm just creating bots all the time. You know, I'm all about creating my own little bots and optimizing them on the I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I don't know what I'm talking about. You're the engineer.
Gaming Gladiators, they're going to take us to
You're
meeting.
not having any of it today, are you?
No, not today. Gaming Gladiators take us to meeting and kitchen, looking to do an extended hold up in the top floor, dedicating a couple reinforcements over on closet, over inside of the lower attic as well. Also dedicating the Walter Null, I told you to try and shut out some of those areas. I can only assume going on closet, yeah, they really want to hold on to this top floor.
One thing that's kind of strange about this for me, I mean, Kaid is in, previously banned by Wolves when these teams played each other, but this time it's not. They could have gone the Kaid instead and got just as much wall denial, but it'd been harder to see. Perhaps Tolji just wants the 3 speed, wants the MP7.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. Speedy boy.
Wolves will start to shape up their push onto this tertiary bomb site. P4 looking to do his Hoven impression as he puts the pressure onto lobby, while the rest of the Wolves go for a very, very simplistic take into the site. They've just droned it out. There's nobody here. Rix, oh, thank goodness. He's reclaimed the space and looking after the site.
Yeah, but not before 2 ADSs were taken down. You can see Joe like, oh, If we're missing ADSs, that's going to put even more stake into my discs.
You know that meme of the guy with the duct tape that like slams the tank
Slams it on the
to
leak?
stop the water from leaking out of the tank? That's what it felt like when he just threw out those 2 my charges. Mowgli, though, he's trying to make his way into sight, has been smoked out of his position. The breach is already open, though, and Wolves, they have plenty of time to choke out these anchors.
Oh, here we go. Easily burning the Wamai Magnet is Mowgli with his Gon 6 and a nade to follow through. Will take down the shield, surely. Is there something else protecting it? The second nade should get it. Thank you, Easy. There you go. But Rick survives, and Joe as well in this corner. Mowgli doesn't have a nade to toss to the drone hole, but he does have the ability to just walk up. Apparently. Wants to go for it. Wants to find a pick. Wants to get aggressive. You can see he's being held at bay as if by a leash. But you just wait for the moment where he's let off, and he will unleash.
But this is just so dangerous for Gaimin Gladiators. They only have so much utility to stop the smoke from the Wolves, and that's exactly what the Wolves need. Taking down Rix, taking down your last smoke canister to stop the onslaught of the attack.
Wolves are on for the hunt now, hunting to retake the lead in this series. They've spotted out the flanking Ape, and they're going to rely on Mowgli. Joe is the power player here for GG, and Wolves need to take him out. What is that? Once again, Mowgli. He howls on through. Ape on for a flank. It's a quad kill for Mowgli. But thanks to Ape's flank, it's a 1v2. Hoven is not going to get it done because Mowgli is so damn good. Yet another ace in the Berlin Major.
It feels like every single game we've seen some big plays come out from every single team. Aces, back-to-back, clutches, and Mowgli has been one of the standout MVPs. As we went into this major, we prefaced, this guy is one of the beasts in this tournament, and he is showing us that exactly here, right now. It is crazy.
How does he do it? And how has everyone done it? Mandy, what have they put in the water here? Something about the Berlin Major. Every single game, there feels like there's an ace or a 4K or a 1v3 or a 1v4. What has been going on? Has everyone just been absolutely cracked out of nowhere? Is it a meta change? Is it just that we've been treated to some of the best siege we have in quite some time? I couldn't tell you, but Mowgli, he is not having any of it.
That being said, I don't think we can understate what Ape was almost about to achieve in that round as well. That big tower flank, that went completely unnoticed by the Wolves. Only Mowgli was able to turn around and kill him as part of the ace, of course. And that could have spelt disaster for the Wolves, but in the end, it doesn't work for the Gaimin Gladiators. Now, if Rhythm were to go into this game, if the trend were to continue, the Gaimin Gladiators would be able to take this one back and we'd be back even again. So there's nothing to take away from either team. Every single round seems to come close. Every single round there seems to be a big playmaking, and it all just comes down to the timing of when that play happens.
And often, who is the name on our lips? And more often than not, for Wolves, it's Mowgli. He's only been on this team for 3 months. 19 years of age, one of the youngest players at the tournament. And yet we can always rely on him to deliver the goods.
Wolves will start out on this roam clear for the basement attack, of course. Gaimin Gladiators, they are looking for a slightly extended roam, but not as dedicated as the last time that they defended this. They have pulled back a little bit. More players over in the tower side. It's slightly easier to fall back there. They don't have to play the tussle that they originally did when they were inside of meeting. Hoven, he's prepped a C4, anticipating that someone may come and clear him. Oh, he's just gotten on his drone. Mowgli, he's just round the corner. Will the C4 be perfect? Hoven just holding it in his hand now.
It's a waiting game. Shoots out the drone. Doesn't use the C4, actually decides better to play it safe. Maybe that is the right idea against a player like Mowgli, but again, if you do land that C4, if you do take him out, it's a huge sigh of relief. It's one of the deadliest players in the server taken down. Wolves have a lot to fight for right now. They haven't had as dominant performance in this group as they'd expected. They already lost in regulation to W7M from Brazil, and now this French roster must salvage as many points as possible from GG. Even just one more round is another point on the board.
Now, the last time that these guys faced off directly on this map, the hardest thing for Gaimin Gladiators to do was shut down Mowgli. Each round they were able to do that was converted into a round win. And so far, that hasn't been achieved yet for them. All the hatches are open for the Wolves. It's looking like big promise on this execute. A minute left to go. Lots of planning to be done. It could be over for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, it's not over until the fat lady sings, and I don't hear any singing just yet, Mandy. Wolves as well, not even on match point yet. There's still a chance that GG win this in regulation, but it'll have to be 3 rounds in a row. Tolji keeping the angry monster outside blue at bay as this French behemoth starts to settle their way into an execute.
Only 30 seconds left in EMP to go out, trying to shut down any of that utility that might be left on the site and stopping the Wolves from getting in. Ape, he's in a bit of a tricky situation. Flashes go in, but they don't connect.
Oh, but it's Mowgli once again. Ape to find one! And Ape is the better of the two. Immediately traded back, but the damage has been done. And GG have the round. P4 now in a 1v4, and it is surely not gonna happen. Another good round for GG as they once again tie the scoreline. We are at break point. 5 rounds apiece.
The cycle of life and death continues, Dev. We are now back in an even Steven. 5-5. Match point on the cards for either one of these teams. And once again, the name on our lips, Ape and Mowgli, placed side by side in every engagement, every gunfight. It always seems to come down to these two.
You can barely separate these two teams with a razor blade, and the same goes for the 2-star players on each roster. Mowgli, 13 kills. Ape, 14 kills. And both of them so impactful. The number of multi-kills, you know, just casually Mowgli getting an ace. The number of clutches, the number of impact plays. This series, this fixture, GG and Wolves, are starting to go down as quite a bit of a rivalry. Never have they versed until this tournament. Now we've seen both of their encounters have been slobber knockers, unreal matches, barn burners. You name it, it applies.
5 seconds to go.
Now they take us up to kids and dorms. Looking for a roam down here in the ground floor. Ape is being aided by the Oryx. Now, having this Oryx in his hand is very important. It does allow him to make that rotate back up to the site through the hatch if he needs to. Not only that, but he can get back up through attic as well. He could get back up through garage if they're doing a front master take. We have to keep an eye on Ape on this roam if he holds out on his life, and it doesn't seem like Wolves are going for the same bottom-up take to try and clear him out this time.
I'm keeping a keen eye on Mowgli. It always seems to be multi-kills. He's had 3 multi-kills this game. Ape has had 5 multi-kills this game. Previous time they played, of course it was those two with some of the most multi-kills in the game as well. If one of those players is shut down early before he finds a pick, I mean, the chances of the team winning goes down significantly.
Now, this is a totally different attack philosophy coming out from Wolves. Last time we saw them go for a map clear, it was bottom up, clear out those roamers. This time it's very direct. Hoven, getting a little bit brave on that peak with the shotgun. Mowgli to try and connect in a grenade, but Hoven is well and truly gone.
And back again. Sees the drone, is able to shoot it. Fakes a C4 it, baiting out the player. Quite a significant distinction between how these two teams play this site, though. You can see fully reinforced is the game's wall. And keen for a peek once again. Mowgli's got to be careful. Don't hold out a nade when you know there's a player on the other side. Hoven, though, feeling under pressure now. The breach is open and he has to make a decision. Get aggro or fall back.
Hoven is about to be in a world of trouble. Bad times are coming his way.
Oh my
he's
God.
trying to go for something desperate, but Mowgli, he's able to clean up. Joe, he's there for the trade, though.
And that is Mowgli shut down, the most dangerous player that Wolves have to offer. They're going to have to rely on the rest of them, but P4, he's been such an impact player. Bibu's had his fair share of clutches as well. It's not over till it's over, but whoever wins this round gets the match point.
Bomb located by attacker.
Rise, he's deeply holding on to this attic hold right now. The Wolves, they look like they're ready to pounce at any second, just waiting for this final smoke canister to go off, and boom, that could be their invitation into the bomb site.
Take a deep breath. It's all about timing. Shinka and P4 to work together. Rise to hold from the breach as Gladiators wait patiently. Is it a nade to go through? Just 30 seconds left. You can't wait forever, Wolves. You've got to make it play, and Rise is the first one inside. Immediately there's a reply from Rix. It's a 3v3, but the battle doesn't stop until it is over. Tolji, you've got to land the fight, but Bibu's there to once again even the man count. The plant has got to go down from Shinka. The cover has got to be there. What are you doing up here? What are you doing, Bibu? Rix has got it. But the plant's not down, and Shinka has to look for the kill. Rix puts Gladiators onto match points.
Rix, I cannot believe what he's just been able to achieve on the anchor there. It all looked like it was going to fall apart for the Gaimin Gladiators. That onslaught through the breach was perfectly timed, perfectly traded. The plant almost went down, but Rix, on the slither of HP, SMG 11 in hand, is able to take down the cover, win out the 1v1 at the end to take match points for the Gaimin Gladiators. Once again, they are still in this game.
And every single round this game, back and forth, Gladiators, Wolves, Gladiators, Wolves, Gladiators, Wolves, and now it is Wolves' turn to fight back, to push for the overtime. They know they can do it. They know they can beat GG. They've done it before. It might have been hard, but it was right here on Oregon. It was an 8-7. And as they call their tactical timeout, Lilian will have to give them the best advice, pull their heads in, and get them prepped and ready for what could be one of the most pivotal rounds of their entire Berlin Major campaign so far.
Tactical timeout taken by the Wolves there.
Don't worry, I feel that as well, man. With how this game has gone, I would not be surprised if all 10 players in the server are feeling a bit heebie-jeebie at the minute. A bit yonky-sponky.
A bit yonky-sponky, as we like to say. The Wolves have taken their tactical timeout. They've had a bit of a time to think. They don't want to give away any points to the Gaimin Gladiators. For the Wolves, this is very important for their playoffs run. They can't give away any matches. Gaimin Gladiators, they're down there in the standings. They should not be taking it to the Wolves, who we are saying should be going flying into the playoffs.
Since when is Gladiators a top APAC team? They're only promoted into APAC South 6 months ago. 6 months ago, they were a team called The Last Dance. I believe the name was because it was their last dance, and if they failed to make APAC South, they were going to disband. They've been through all kinds of trials, all kinds of tribulations. Nobody expected them to get top 2 in APAC South. Such a competitive league. Teams like Knights and IG and Elevate fighting for that spot, and GG was the better of them. GG scraped their way into the major. And here they have done some damage. Here they have a chance at winning a regulation match against the Wolves and rocketing up their chances of making it to playoffs.
And what could possibly be the final rounds of this game? Gaimin Gladiators, they're deciding to defend what has to be their tertiary site. This is going to be a tough one. And if Rhythm would tell us, the Wolves would be taking this one back and we'd be going to OT. The Wolves, they're starting their attack on this big tower side, aided by the lurk of people going in from the basement. It's very minimalist. Once again, Dev, over and over again, I've said this for this particular meeting attack. But this time they have a little bit of something up their sleeves. They've got P4 going in from below, anticipating the late round flank.
Meeting Kitchen is the only attack round that Wolves have won this game, the only bomb site. They've failed to attack Laundry, they've failed to attack Kitchen and Dorms. Meeting was the only shining light for them, and that was on the back of an ace from Mowgli. If he's unable to do it, a Wolves going to be unable to push to overtime.
Now, thankfully, these two ADSs are still staying up for the Gaimin Gladiators. They got a little something. They can protect themselves from the nades for a little bit longer this time. That was a big downfall for them previously. A lot of that utility got baited out really, really early as a result of them not being able to hold on to the power positions within the site itself. Now these ADSs are still standing. The burn is coming out much later as well for the Wolves. They must be sitting much more comfortably in the site.
Nice little drone upstairs, though. In Attic, spots out the position. Is Mowgli going to try and nade out that back position? Ape, up air's gone down. Taken out by P4. Not sure where that went down. But back onto the Twitch drone now to support his team. Wolves poised. Looking in the best position possible. Rix has been droned out time and time again. How long can he survive in meeting?
And that was very well read from P4. Last time, Upe did the exact same thing. This time, he's shut down for it. That could be the winning thing for the Wolves. That could be mission critical to converting this round.
Mowgli also a critical player. So tempted to push into Kitchen. Here's P4, though. He can't land the shot. Hoven takes him down. Mowgli on for the entry. He's got to land these shots. He finds Hoven. Catches him off guard. And now GG are falling to pieces. The Wolves are hungry, ravenous for overtime. It's all on to Tolji. And it all lies on this flank. FMG in hand. He gets the first one. Bibu goes down. But who else but Mowgli to keep the Wolves alive?
Well, it's only formality at this point, isn't it, Dev, that we're going to overtime? 6-6 is the scoreline. Round 13 about to begin. Gaimin Gladiators, Wolves. It feels like it's never ending. This match, tussle between the two. Oh, what a dogfight this is.
It is. It's brutal. It is incessant. It's desperate. Every round, by the skin of their teeth, by the sheer grit and force of will, Wolves have pushed into overtime. But will they be able to deliver like they did the previous time? When these teams played each other just yesterday, it was Gladiators who were down 6-5 and pushed it into overtime. Now Wolves find themselves in that position. They have the advantage on their side. But we know what Gladiators are capable of, especially now that they have defense, Mandy. Wolves were never able to win an attack round onto Laundry Supply. They were never able to win an attack round onto Kids Dorms and Dorms Main Hall. They only ever won the kitchen meeting attacks. So in theory, Gladiators can go back to both of their undefeated sites and win this out in OT.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. This particular defense from the Gaimin Gladiators was by far the most composed one. They looked so dominant on this particular defense, even though all the hatches were open, even though it looked like the Wolves had a grip on the site. They played the retake situation, the things that were adjacent to the site perfectly, and those crossfires, wow, just so great. It was amazing.
It was for GG, but Wolves are the ones who are going to dictate the pace of this round. They've set up for a rush plant, a rush push through blue. They got the blitz from Rise. They did this yesterday against GG, and it did work, even though the blitz was the first one to fall. This time it's the Nomad who goes down early. Shinka shut down by Hoven. Now the plant is going to go down, but look at that, the read! Perfectly placed from GG. They had the Vulcan canister on the barricade, so as soon as it gets gone sixth, Wolves cannot push on through. Now they must wait, and the jig is up. This is no longer a rush. It's been telegraphed to all hell.
That was such a beautifully placed coil canister, and now the rest of Gaimin Gladiators have consolidated the rest that anchors towards the site. No more roam. Hoven is no longer in T3. They're all here training their guns on this double window push. It could happen anytime, any moment now.
And here it is, but the blitz finds the opening pick. Mowgli once again, the name on our lips. And Rise still nearly full HP, in a good position as Wolves have the numbers advantage and are looking for match point to kick off this overtime. They're starting to push on inside, but a C4 from Hoven. Mowgli once again. LMG in hand. He must be called upon, and he delivers. It is all on Detoji. A 1v3 to get match point, but Mowgli, you just cannot stop this man.
The onslaught of the Wolves never ends. This game feels like it's never going to come to a close. It's back and forth forever. Even in that last round, GG, they had the read. We gave them everything, all the praise, all the love, but Wolves immediately shut that down.
Rise on the blitz did exactly what it needed to do. It flushed the smoke out of that elbow position, and what's more, it got the kill as well. At that point, it's just a formality. Mowgli walking in, go spray him down. The whole of Wolves, they know how to deal with a situation like that. We go into a tactical timeout. The Gaimin Gladiators, Mowgli casually sitting on 20 kills.
20 kills. Wow. That is crazy. That really is just a testament to this match. A testament to this exact matchup. Even last time they played against each other, it was Mowgli. They couldn't shut him down every single time. This match they play against each other, it is still Mowgli against the Gaimin Gladiators.
But for Gladiators, this is their chance to win a game against the Wolves, to get revenge for yesterday. On the back of that tactical timeout, some fist pumps, getting the energy back on their side. They know it's possible to go 8-7 here from 6-7. It's exactly what the Wolves did to them. Gladiators had overtime match point over the Wolves, and Wolves brought it back. GG, they've had a match point already in this game. They weren't able to close out. And it won't be too long before they may well have it again. If Wolves are able to lock down on this basement bomb site, though, GG won't be afforded any opportunity.
The Wolves leaning into the mirror windows. Both of them will be placed down immediately in the prep phase. One facing Freezer and one going into that laundry push. Supposedly reading into the fact that perhaps GG, they like to go for this front take. That's what the Wolves think they're going to do, and they're well and truly set up for it. Meanwhile, the rest of the roam goes out in that top floor. We know Wolves, they're incredible roamers. They are so good at holding onto some map control, especially on Oregon.
And remember, every time we see P4 up in the roam and the tower, at the moment he's actually playing site. A bit of a change of pace. GG typically struggled to clear him. I think at this point, Wolves have keyed into the fact that, look, Mowgli's having an absolute ripper. Just give him the license to do what he thinks is best.
And doing what is best is apparently playing the Warden on tower stairs.
Yeah, with the 1x side as well. Like, who runs Warden with 1x?
Mowgli. Listen, you can't question it.
I'm sorry.
He's on 20 kills.
Genuine question. Genuine question.
You just can't say that. This guy is on 20 kills at the moment. Although GG, once again, they are leaning into the Jackal for this roam clear. This Jackal has been very successful for them. They've been able to expedite the process that they didn't have the last time they played this particular map. Now they're getting their way into this ground floor. Hoven's calling out to his teammates, okay, it's clear. It's time to start getting the hard breach of Joe in and formulating a plan for the late game.
It's going to be a tough one, though. Plan or no plan, Wolves have a phenomenal setup on the site. That mirror window, the Warden, smoke, you got Banshees, you got ADSs, you got 2 C4s. I mean, it's just such a heavy stack of util. GG need to be perfect. This is by far and away the most defender-sided bomb site on the map. Wolves were only able to scrape away a win in the round just prior thanks to a very well thought out rush. GG need to have something equally well thought out. Otherwise, it's GG.
It's all in the details, it seems to be, between these two teams. They've seen how they play now. They've seen all the little ins and outs, and it's just about adding small alterations. GG, they look like they're going to poise themselves for a back take. They're not going for a front take, and what that does mean is that those mirrors are nullified at the moment. They're not really contributing to this defense at all.
Mowgli lucky to survive that nade. Oh, but he may not well survive Tolji for the drop. Bibu there to support. And he's oh so worried, but Tolji does go down the refrag. Mowgli with a C4. Mowgli always there to do the damage. It is going to be a done deal. Wolves are going to take this game. Hoven is the last man standing for Gaimin Gladiators. No diffuser and no hope. 1 versus 4, and the Wolves can surely lock it in from here.
Impossible for Hoven. The Wolves, look at their discipline. The passive angles that they're holding, they're not giving them anything. They want to close this game out.
The Wolves know full well the respect that you must give to a team like Gladiators, who has pushed them to the brink, and yet still not peaking in the advantage, not looking to give away an opportunity. Shinka giving Hoven so much respect, but the Wolves know they deserve this win. They were the better team today. Mowgli was unreal. The Wolves were unreal, and they howl so deeply. Gladiators shut down.
The Wolves showing us once again a masterclass of Oregon. Even after all the prep work that Gladiators brought in, even after we sung the praises, the denial in tower, the respect had to come through from the Wolves, and eventually it pans out for them. They take it on Oregon.
22 kills for Mowgli, a well-deserved victory celebration for him. Honestly, credit to this whole Wolves roster and support staff team. As you see, Rob's coming in for hugs with the rest of the team. A well-deserved win. Every one of them on the back of that timeout from Lilion. They stepped up. We're going to go to a quick break, but let's break it down in just a moment. What a showing. Once again, the Wolves do not disappoint. The Gladiators pushed them so hard. They even had match point in regulation, but the Wolves are just on another level. On the back of that tactical timeout as well, what a call.
Absolutely. The Wolves, they needed to be recomposed. They needed to give the respect to the Game Gladiators that they deserve. That's exactly what we saw them give them in the last 2 rounds. P4, he wasn't even confident enough to play Big Tower anymore. Oh my gosh, shock and horror. It really was. But it paid off for them. They were able to close it out so cleanly. The discipline that they showed takes it to the Game Gladiators.
All right, I tell you one person who did not lack the confidence. Mowgli, 20 kills. Let's have a look at the match summary. If you don't believe me, you'll believe it when you see it. 22 kills for Mowgli with a 71% cost. 5 opening kills with only 1 opening death. This is the kind of statistic that you just see like once in a tournament. That's it.
That is unreal. It really is. The last time these two went head-to-head, we were saying the exact same thing about Mowgli. This time they're going head-to-head, we're saying it, but even louder. This guy has just gone absolutely nuclear in the server, and there is nothing that can understate just how crazy that performance was.
Nothing to take away from the rest of the roster, who were phenomenal. Bibu in particular had such an impactful 1v1 clutch. We saw so many good plays from all of the guys on Gladiators as well, and they do take 1 point away. Let's have a look at where that leaves them on the standings, though, because once again, we have to split points between these two teams. On the group standings, as they stand right now, it's Wolves who are doing a lot better than Gladiators, but Gladiators do at least have 2 points to their name from the 2 overtime losses they got against Wolves.
And I mean, I was going to say this is going to be heartbreak for Gaimin Gladiators, but they've come to this international tournament. They've never been in this position before, and to take 2 points against the Wolves, I think they're going to be walking away from this, of course, heartbroken. They couldn't make it any further, but giving themselves a pat on the back. That is some incredible performance they've had. Now for the Wolves, it's a bit of a different story. They're still fighting for their place in the playoffs. Right now, they're holding on to it, but we still have a few more matches left to go. And if things don't go their way with Oxygen, it could be disastrous. It could be kind of bad. Yeah. But I don't expect it to. Those guys, they look in hot form.
Yeah, look, W7M obviously are perfect right now, 3-0-0-0. They're going to play Oxygen shortly, but the Wolves trailing behind may well get overtaken by Oxygen by the end of that game. Sorry, they can't be overtaken, but they could be caught up with. There is still a chance here for Gladiators, a very slim one, but it's not a done deal. Had they lost in regulation? No, all done. No chance of making playoffs. There is technically a chance, but it is a very slim one for Gladiators. Hey, if G2 made the major, I think anything can happen. But as takeaways, like Wolves, it's nice to see them in form, even though they did lose to W7M, even though they were pushed hard by Gladiators. I do wonder if there's maybe a newfound respect as well for the Indonesian team, who came in with pretty much zero expectation.
We saw expectation in that server. Wolves, they started playing really confidently. Towards the end of the game, more and more respect was getting poured out from them to the Gaimin Gladiators, taking nothing away from them. They did absolutely incredible, and I think that game was just such a testament to it. For the Wolves, though, their story is not over yet. They can fly through the playoffs, and I think that's just such an incredible story for them to follow. They have improved throughout these months, throughout every single stage, and now is their time for that next step.
Yeah, the Wolves are good, but you want to know who's great?
Who's great?
W7M. They're currently topping the group, and very shortly they'll be playing against Oxygen, so stick around on the stream. We'll be back very soon with that game.
headshot onto Easy Peasy, dropping him through the smoke grenade. And a wall bang, another one from Fox. He is just on fire today. He's gonna go for it. He gets the headshot onto Zilch. He moves on forward. Gets a wall bang on the...
Beautiful play from Fox there.
Fox saw him clearly, just missed the shots.
There you have it. They'll repeat back to the CSM send Oxygen home. They proceed to the next round.
Fall into Laxing, but no! I got it all! Shut it all down! Let's throw it further and closer to the sky!
Stuck away from him as Foxy will take away at least the cause for an ace, and it'll be a double kill for him. A flawless round for Oxygen. Fox, oh my god, let's go! The damage has already been done.
3 huge points as OXG get back on top.
The Justin Bieber of Rainbow Six Siege. Foxy on the Oxygen side, looking very happy and smile with this thumbs up, but that smile may well turn upside down after they play against the undefeated W7M. These Brazilians have been unstoppable this major.
Absolutely, an unstoppable force running their way through this group, through every single one of these teams. Meanwhile, we found Oxygen currently in 3rd place of this group, just sitting outside of playoffs contention. If they want their chance back into this group, this is a mission-critical game for them to win, but it's going to be such a tough one.
North America versus South America here, and, well, it's going to be an important game for OXG. For W7M, it's a chance to lock in playoffs. A win here, regulation, or overtime will lock their playoffs. Even if they lose this, they're pretty much confirmed for playoffs. But it's OXG who are really fighting Wolves for that 2nd spot at this point. So let's see where we're going to go for maps. The map veto, I mean, we haven't casted either of these teams so far.
No,
having a look.
Yet.
Villa is where we do go. I think OXG have already played Villa, Pengu was saying.
Yeah, that's right. Oxygen, they just played Gaimin Gladiators on Villa. It was a bit of a slap-in, apparently. They went 7-4. Oxygen, they look very, very good on this map. They've got quite a history on it as well. They've played it a few times in the NA League. Same thing goes for W7M, though. They have played it 2 or 3 times, both in the Copa Elite 6 and the BR League as well. And so I feel like it's quite hard to separate these teams in terms of just history, but when it comes to raw playstyle, W7M look like they're putting on a real performance at this major.
W7M have been surprising everyone in the last couple of months. They went from a team that no one had really heard of to being one of the best teams in all of BR6. Like, they topped BR6, went into Copa Elite. I think they ended up runners-up, right? Yep. And on Villa, they 7-1 NIP during BR6. So let's see what they've got to say in the server. It's time to get into Villa. OXG trying to fight for survival, and W7M for pride, for a chance to top their group and continue their flawless run. We don't have very many flawless teams remaining in the 6 Major Berlin. W7M stands as one of them.
It seems like most of the teams have a bit of a spec on the history going through the major, but W7M, absolutely nothing. Flawless so far, going to a map that they supposedly look comfortable on. Now, the last time we saw them play this was in the Copa Elite 6. It was the best of 3 against FaZe, and they did lose it 5-7. It was a very tight matchup between the two of them. They have quite the history, and I just can't wait to see what strats they bring out. W7M, they're one of my favorite teams in terms of team structure and strategy, and they're just, wow, kicking off with a Twitch ban.
All right.
Can you get any more peculiar than that?
I like it. You see the OXG guy is going to have a think about that one. Is that going to change very much? If you do have any particular strats to use that Twitch, you're going to have to change it. They're happy to double down with the Thatcher ban, though. So both, utility disrupting operators that would disable a lot of that electronic utility on site.
Twitch is a very curious one for me. I feel that the way the Oxygen play, they have quite a few flex players in the roster now. We've seen, for example, Laxing. He's really moved into this flex secondary support type role, and a lot of them do like to make use of that Twitch to try and clear the utility. So the fact that it's gone is something out of the way for Oxygen, who are starting out on the attack. Finally, the Valkyrie and the Azami to be banned out is 2 very important things to be taking away from the defense. That architecture that you can create with the Kiba barriers is no longer there for W7M.
Yeah, so for Oxygen, they're just going the exact same bans that they went previously. And, funnily enough, in the Oxygen versus Gladiators game, We didn't really see Oxygen play all that much Azami in Twitch. We had no Twitch picks, and we had 2 Azami picks. So I'm a bit confused here. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Maddie. You want to say what you just pointed at my screen to?
Well, I mean, in that game, Twitch was banned out anyway, and so there's no option for them to play it. Anyway, W7M, they will start us out on the Aviator and Games bomb site, looking to play into this. I just love Volps on the Warden. He's just such a crazy player, and giving him that MPX license to run around the map and do whatever he pleases with that gun, the utility of the C4 in his hand, and a great gadget when it comes down to it is just, I think, the perfect way to enable such a player.
Oxygen not only fighting for survival in their group, but also fighting for the pride of their region, which thus far has struggled somewhat. North America not having their best tournament here, especially in the context of their previous tournament. Charlotte Major, we had Dark Zero won it, we had Astralis as runner-ups, we had XSET in the top 8 as well. We had so many NA teams making a name for themselves, and here, I mean, if you look at the head-to-head matches, North America is actually currently going negative, 5 wins to 9 losses.
Oxygen, they're starting their way out on the bottom of the main says, looking for a more direct attack. It's actually going to be Laxing to be the first point of contact. He's just found, hang on a second, Volps. He tried to go for a jump out onto the players going into Pottery, but immediately shut down KZ, though. Thank goodness he's there for the trade.
Oh my God.
JV to follow up even further, putting W7M in the man advantage.
Bit of sass here from W7M. They're not letting up. Jumping out the window for Volps was just the beginning. JV92. Running all around him, and KZ as well. Well, the round is just about over. Newer's one of the newer players to the roster. Now has to clutch up 1v4.
And that was so characteristic of W7M as well. The way that these guys play is just relentless pressure. It's not necessarily aggression. I think there's a difference. Aggression is when you go and run at them and see what happens. With W7M, it's more calculated. We saw that even though a lot of kills came out, it was often off the back of team play, doubling up. Aside from Volps hopping out on his own, every other play they went for was in duos. It was double trouble. It's the way that W7M play, where they put the mounting pressure onto the attack. W7M come to you on the defense. It's not the other way around.
They like to set the pace nice and early. The pace of the rest of this round should be fairly slow. Newer's just waiting for a pick or two, but KZ finds, I believe, his 3rd on for the round. An excellent start here from W7M. I'll tell you what, you would not miss any of these guys on a dark night with jerseys that bright.
The first round on the board for W7M. Oxygen, although they were able to get that first pick, they weren't able to find any more. Volps giving away his life, but the rest of W7M, they were there to clean up house now. They'll take us over to Trophy and Statuary. Oxygen, they need to pick up the pieces here. They need to be ready for that aggression. What is the play that they can go for here? Is it to be passive? Is it to wait for those jump outs? Just try and play cutoffs? Is there even a point in trying to make the entry? Or should you just be punishing the mistakes that W7M are making?
Well, W7M are not really known for making a lot of mistakes. But you're right, like it's a question for OXG of trying to counter the aggro or to try and play make and get in there early. Very tough decision to make. W7M have been so great. During the BR6, nigh flawless, first place. They love those BO1s. And while they couldn't quite hack it against FaZe in the Copa Elite 6, they're now here in the BO1 format at the group stage. And they have been flourishing.
W7M looking for an extended roam over towards the south side of this map here. Just looking to try and contest the entry of Oxygen. Anyone trying to get into study is going to be met with a crossfire immediately, and that seems like what Oxygen are also going for. Starting out Laxing and Newers over on the study balcony, starting to drone it out and realizing that there is a bit of resistance on this side of the map.
Laxing got the opening kill in that previous round for his team.
Uh-oh.
There's a bit of an aggro potential for Herds here. Got that mute jammer to protect him. It's actually Oxygen to find the opener once again. Volp still let loose on this roam. Hasn't been punished as of yet, but you can see KZ is so eager to make something of this.
I'm a big fan of the way that Oxygen are treating this game at the moment. They're going, okay, W7M, we know that you guys are going to come to us. Let's just wait outside the building a little bit. Try and enter from a point, the path of least resistance. And that's exactly what Vertical has been able to do, coming from the basement as there was no one contesting him from here. Relaxing, that's a bit of a cheeky claymore, but I think that one gets blocked out by the suitcase just behind it. Oh no, it doesn't actually. Oh, he's just shot out the suitcase to make sure the laser peeks through. Very cheeky.
I love that play. That is very precarious now for W7M to try and aggress into bathroom. Got to be wary of that laser. It's very hard to shoot that claymore off as well. But it looks like W7M are aware. They're playing carefully. Oxygen have also slowed this right down.
And absolutely, as they should. They don't want to be taking any space that they cannot, but KZ is going to shut down Laxing as he tries to make his way into bathroom. That's part of the map control that just hasn't gone in their way, and really, Oxygen, they haven't achieved all that much in times of control.
They do have good information. You can see the drone inside Astro, but it's just fallen apart. Herds has now found one as well. Vert going down, one of the big hitters for OXG, yet to even find a kill across these 2 rounds. Volp's taken low, but still survived for now. W7M firing up in the 4v3. Oxygen, like, what is the play here? You've got to find an in somewhere.
And they have tried to find an in every way they can use. He's able to take down the player of KZ on the Astro stairs, but is down but not out. Foxy will be there to clean up, of course, and knife to the back. And it's a 3-on-3 situation. It's winnable. I'm not going to count Oxygen out just yet.
And the fact that this wall is completely solid prevents Oxygen from getting any free real estate, but here comes the entry from Newers. Takes down the Malusi Banshee. Got a difficult position now with the feet holes. The line of sight for the defenders. Volps finds one trader back. Herds gets in on it. It's all on Newers now. 1v2. GDN and Herds to try and clutch it up, but it ain't happening for Newers. 2 rounds now for the W7M roster.
W7M, what a peculiar team, and how difficult it has been for Oxygen to get even an in onto this attack. Last round, we barely even saw them go into the building. The round before that was very much a similar story. This time, however, Oxygen, they tried to take the path of least resistance. They tried to go in from places where W7M were not holding onto, but the moment that W7M were keyed into where they were, the pressure immediately came and flooded them. We saw Astro Stairs being retaken immediately. They were not willing to give up bathroom, and it made that attack so claustrophobic. Really, the only thing they had of control was master bedroom, and that was about it.
Yeah, not really, not able to do a lot with the ground that they had, not able to get any extra ground as well. All of that lurking shut down. W7M, it's so hard to break into these defenses because you never know what they're going to do. You never know if they're going to round the corner. And they extend their setups as well. Of these holes opened in the MEM walls, just above the reinforcement. It's a great line of sight from inside Trophy. W7M keen to hold this map as much as possible. A lot of vertical pressure. Reinforcements as well on the triple walls in stat. An early presence on basically all the map that you could possibly hold.
Well, that's the thing about W7M's defenses, is that they do start out early where they can. They do start out aggressive on the doors and corners. That's where they get you. But the moment that they feel the pressure, the moment that they feel like they're going to be retraded out, they give it up. They dial it back, but then they find the timing to pounce on it once again. But hang on a moment.
Speaking of pouncing,
Oxygen, they seem to have found an in onto the bomb site.
It's Vert. He's been live droned. He's got some information. Volps, what's going on there? The call immediately to come out from W7 on, hey, a second. The Americans are on the site. KZ to take down Laxing. And that makes it a bit more difficult now for OXG. Separated. And W7M composing themselves here despite losing the map control. KZ, what a play. The site player taken down from above.
And now Oxygen are in a very tricky position. They've only really got one on the side. Dream with the 180. The bomb is starting to go down. It's all happening here inside of Dining and Kitchen.
But the vertical game once again is there for KZ. Herds and JV92 have got a kill each, and KZ is going to survive that nade by finding the pick first. 3 rounds straight, a sweep for W7M.
And once again, just such another peculiar round for Oxygen. They found the in onto the bomb site. They were in the position to take it, to cut off any of those roamers going back in. But W7M, they're not hasty on that retake. They went, okay, Oxygen, they've got the site. Give them that respect. That's fine. Let's be creative about it. And we have KZ going in from above, making vertical, taking away that site play and saying, all right, boys, it's time to go. I've got the guy that's gone down on the site, and the rest of W7 immediately capitalized. Now, I think a lot of people are going to look at this team and say they're just relentless. It's not calculated. It's nothing. But as you break it down, the teamwork and the flow between all 5 of these players is just incredible.
The thing that astounds me about W7M is the fact that they have so much chill. You know, there was no panic when they lost the site there. Like you said, KZ just formulated what exactly needed to be done and did it in a patient manner. And that's exactly what Oxygen need to do right now. You can see they've taken their tactical pause. They've had their 45 seconds or 60 seconds to chat with their coach. And now we're back into the game. Relatively new introductions to the roster. Dream and Newers. Yoga and Kino departed this roster after Invitational, went over and played for XSET, who's been doing surprisingly well this tournament. At this point, perhaps those 2 players thinking, hey, we've got a better chance of making playoffs than our former team.
W7M, they're going to take us back to Aviator and Games as well. They're actually changing up their hold quite significantly. They've onboarded the mirror as their setup and playing it inside of this little art gallery. That's looking cool. Inside of Living. They're anticipating the direct attack. That's exactly what Oxygen went for in the last round. They tried to play the grenades from below, but they couldn't even get their feet in the building. This time, there's even utility dedicated to preventing that push from happening.
So there's got to be some crazy depth on W7M, Mandy, for them to win quite dominantly a defense of this Aviator Games bomb site and then return to it 2 rounds later, changing their strategy completely. Like they're not hiding strats. They're not saying, oh, let's just do exactly what we did before because we know it worked. No, we adapt.
And now Oxygen, it almost feels like they're starting to play into this as well. They're taking this ground floor control, but they're taking it from the other side of the map. Any moment now, FaZe is going to be met with that mirror setup inside of Living that I'm not sure if they droned out. I don't know if they know, but this could be dangerous for Oxygen.
Bomb located by
OXG are droning the positions both on site and down below where they'd like to take control. Vert moving in through Art. And KZ still roaming around Living. He's got a jump out prepped as well. Just underneath the 90 window. That would take him outside. We've seen that W7M are not afraid of jump outs. Oxygen were aware of it. Laxing has already placed down 1 Claymore. But what is the play here for OXG?
Well, it seems like OXG are completely averting the hold inside of Living, and they've consolidated all their players around the study side of the map instead. FaZe is going to support from the rappel, cutting off any roamers trying to go back into the site, but it feels like they're just not going to go for below up at all. They don't want to contest the entry at all. They just want to find as many picks as they can before they even step into the building.
Yeah, and W7M don't want them to step into the building. As soon as Newers tried, he was shut down. And as soon as Fox tried to repel on a window, he was C4'd. He survived, fortunately, but Vert can't say the same. Laxing's in the building, finds one. Is there a refrag? There needs to be, but perhaps not. W7M, getting a bit too overzealous. Laxing finds a 2nd kill. 1 more, and we're even.
2-on-3 situation. FaZe is going to collect a little bit of intel. That's the Warden player inside of Vault. A minute left as well, and so Oxygen can convene their players and try and decide what they're going to go for. But look at that. KZ going for a flank undetected. Oh, maybe there's a flank drone. FaZe, he's turned around. He might know.
Yeah, he's got the info. You can clearly see it by the way he's playing. There's a yellow ping as well, but he knows he can't wait forever. He can't allow W7 to dictate the pace. KZ's 7-1 right now, and he's being hunted down by Laxing, but he can just hold down the trigger. What are you meant to do against that?
Concussion.
Only 30 seconds left now. OXG have made this possible.
FaZe to toss in his final smoke canister, trying to decide whether he can divide up the defense, the vision, but it doesn't work out. Laxing taken down. Warden, the perfect operator in the situation, and now there's only 13 seconds.
Fox, what have you got to do for us? The Canadian finds the first kill. Just got to take down GDN now, but he's not getting given anything. The smoke player hiding behind the bar. He ups and takes him down. W7M continue their streak here, 4 rounds straight.
Up, down, Funky Town, says GDN as he closes out the round for W7M. Once again, another round, less dominant this time, but still another one on the board of W7M. The tempo, the momentum is still well and truly in their favor. Something that I just love about W7M is the way that they set the pace of every single game. Once you're stuck in that W7M current, there's no getting out of it. Now, in Australia, we get a lot of surf life-saving tips. Whenever we say you get stuck in the rip, you just need to sit there. You just need to float until the beach takes you back. And that currently feels like what Oxygen are stuck in right now.
I really hope that people watching this understand what we're talking about, because I did surf life-saving. I did nippers when I was a kid as well. So I know what you're talking about, but I really hope other people do. But it's true, like if you are stuck in the tide, sometimes it's better to roll with it and then pick up the pieces later. And Oxygen, they've struggled to do either of those things. They have been consistently put on the back foot by W7M. I don't think a single round has gone by without a reasonably early man advantage for W7M, which is ironic, Mandy, because every round so far, well, at least the first 3 in a row, Oxygen found the opening kill.
Well, the thing about W7M is even though that they might be given away the opening kill, they know how to dial it back. And even though they dial it back, they're not afraid to dial it back up again and try and find some timing. And here we go. Once again, W7M contesting the entry onto Newers. Newers, he really cannot get an in on this game at all. 1-on-4 shut down on the entry every single time.
Yeah, wow. I mean, even with Vertical coming along to open up the wine barrel so he can get in downstairs early, Volps is still there ready and waiting. It's like W7M are always ready. It doesn't matter what you do. What is that? Perone at the drone hole. I have never seen that before, and it is disgusting.
A perfect read from KZ. Last time Laxing went for exactly that. He tried to repeat that. It was Laxing going down. KZ went, you're not going to get me this time. I've seen that one before. You're up to your old tricks, and he shuts him down.
Dirty start now for W7M. Oxygens have just struggled. You need 2 attack rounds on Villa, realistically. Even a defender-sided map, you can't afford to go down 5-1.
Oxygen now starting to get their burn onto the shield inside of Master, which is enabling the player over at this Bricks Herds. It's enabling him to take this fight onto the winner with the 1.5x. A missed nade. You're right. 2 smoke babes. All that utility has gone out for nothing.
Nade finally cleared.
Oh, no.
I believe that. No, the shield is still up. That is so rough. Herds knows it. He knows both nades are down, and he moves in to play aggressively off the position.
This is dangerous for Oxygen, but a nade could connect.
Hello.
Oh, KZ. No, oh no, a second one. He's perfectly read. What on earth was that from News? He perfectly read the fall off from KZ. He falls straight into the second nade. KZ was like, oh, this is magnetic. I'm just a nade magnet.
He seems to be indeed. And Oxygen looking like they might be able to find their first round here. 3-on-3, but JV92 quickly angles his way back into the site. Caught between a rock and a hard place, though. Oxygen have the positions, but W7M, you can just never count them out. They are so dangerous, every single one of their players.
Volps, he's on the Astro says, a very dangerous position right now. Could possibly getting pinched from Newers, a player in bathroom as well. He has to take a fight, otherwise it could be over for him. He does. He takes the fight onto Newers. He takes the second one onto Dream, taking him down just a slither of HP.
I mean, Dream's got to win this fight. Foxay's down. And it could well be 5 rounds in a row now for W7M. Dream. He just has a dream at this point. He gets the first one, but the trade is oh so prompt. W7M asserting their dominance with a 5-round streak.
There is just such an aura of dominance that W7M have in this lobby at the moment. There is nothing, not a single thing that Oxygen have been able to achieve. Not the entry. That didn't work out too well in their favor. Newers, he was almost shut down immediately. He had to wait a minute for Volps to get off the denial before he could even go in. The shield clear, that didn't work out in their favor either. The missed 2 grenades ended up being missed. Herds was able to sit there for such a long time. Even trying to put down a claymore, they couldn't do.
He gets headshot through a drone hole while rappelling. I will say it again, I've never seen that before. I mean, I've seen attackers rappel there and get kills to the drone hole. I've seen people put claymores there before. Never have I seen a defender contest that. Especially because he was vulnerable to the closet window as well. Like, that is just the absolute... that is the guts that W7M have. They are not afraid of risk-taking because to them it's not a risk because they know they're good enough to make it work. And that surely gets into the mental of any team that comes up against them in the lobby. I've got to feel like W7M, one of the most frustrating teams to play against. You know that they're going to be aggressive, and yet what are you going to do about it?
Well, the thing is, aggression is the right word to have, but it's aggression that's so calculated. There's nothing that W7M do where you look at it and you go, well, that was a bit silly. Every single thing that they do is like, wow, that was genius. That was so smart. Even the way that they fall off and retake space, the timing that they get on that, the teamwork that they use to do that, they often double up, they often play the crossfires. It's genius. Last time the Oxygen attacked this bomb site, they got in straight away, but W7M didn't freak out. They used the teamwork, the tandem of that vertical to retake the site slowly. And that's just this team that we know and love. The tempo is incredible.
Can they go straight flawless on the defensive side? Could be 6 in a row. Laxing, he knows that there might be a jump out, so he's even going to claymore this Astro window as well. KZ doesn't take the bait. In fact, he holds on even tighter to his position in Astro. Herds as well to support. Need to go over, I believe that's to clear any wall denial to enable a flank, or to enable a breach, or perhaps it's just to look for a player. But, of course, in classic W7M fashion, these guys aren't giving up. KZ, he's been droned out multiple times, and it just enables the C4 from GDN.
So claustrophobic, this attack. Once again, Newers, he was stuck inside a bathroom, the sole entry being closed out by 2 players inside of Astro and a C4 to follow up. It's just perfect once again from W7M. Now KZ, he's in a bit of a pickle, in a pinch. He overstays his welcome. Vertical finally able to claw one back for Oxygen.
Yeah, well played from Laxing, just on that that position outside, the little bit of railing that you can stand on. He locked KZ in the corner. Ooh. Here's good information from Foxay, perhaps a floor bang. Vert goes for it, but the position has been moved. Now this Vertical game opens up by Vertical himself. Very aptly named. He's going to try his best to find these players on site and get the first round for Oxygen.
Once again, the site has been given to Oxygen. The rest of the W7M players standing adjacent around the bomb site as it's been cleared through this Vertical gameplay. Foxay, he'll be the first in to find not too much defense to contest with just yet.
Tip of the spear. But can he land the lethal shot? He does onto Volps. Plant going down, it's retake time. Or go bust for W7M. Herds desperately with the Roni trying to make it work on site, but Laxing has got the flank under lock. GDN cannot survive. Oxygen finally stem the bleeding and get their first round.
And that was much more well played from Oxygen. That time they were able to get into the bomb site, they were able to put the bomb down, but not only that, they had a much better idea of how that retake was going to work for W7M. We saw Foxay make the entry, but Laxing, he made his way in through that red hallway, anticipating that W7M would be going for that retake, and that's thinking a step ahead, and that really enabled them to play that post plant just so perfectly and finally get around on the board.
Defense time for Oxygen. Going into this game, we knew that Oxygen had a decent Villa, but one thing that concerns me, Mandy, is if you look statistically, Oxygen have a 61% attacker win rate on this map. So they are really good on the attack. Down on defense, it's 46%. W7M also better on attack than defense on Villa. If you add all that together, right, the fact that this is a 5-1 is such a grim look for Oxygen, because we know how good W7M are on the attack here, and we know that Oxygen have struggled on their defenses of this map.
And just look at that, W7M bringing out something very special with these attacker repicks as well. Capital on the board, something that we don't often see in Rainbow Six, but has come into a lot more fashion. On top of that, we also see the Ying and the Nomad too. Ooh, this could be a bit of a spicy entry. They electing not to bring any hard breach at all, just the hard breach charges on the Capital in case they need it.
Looks like a bit of a roam clear though for Oxygen, so not, for W7M, not a direct hit as of yet. Aviator Games are in the bomb side of choice. And first step is to take down these players, and you say it, and KZ is going to go for it straight away. Vertical shut down. Still Foxay on this roam in Astro. How long will he be able to survive? He's got no hope, no backup. Just has to trust his SMG-11. He's been droned now. Volps to try and push in. He's been flashed, and it's just such an easy cleanup. Thankfully, Laxing has found a kill, and he NS and TYs himself. Good stuff, mate. I respect that. Bit of sass in the chat.
Oh dear, we love the dynamic between these two teams, just don't we? W7M with a very successful roam clear so far, making their way all the way up to these landing and connector positions. Now being live droned in with that Iana clone. Herds making his way through with the Yin Candelas. Can he make anything of it? Not just yet. Now's the point in the mid-round where W7M have to decide what they want to do next. Are they going to pivot their plays over to study side or just focus their control on this 90 in vault position? Now it has been cated off, and this is quite a tricky cated claw to get off as well because it's on the other side of the vault door. It's essentially indestructible. And so I feel that, W7M could be a little bit stuck here in 90 for now.
Yeah, to be fair to Oxygen, they might have numbers advantage, but they have a really nice site set up. Those mirror windows as well are going to make it very difficult for W7M to go for a vault plant. If Laxing can land a couple of more NS rounds, then it certainly would be winnable for OXG. Newers gets the timing on his side to dodge that vertical grenade in study. He's very aware that there's a player down below, so he tries to hold it from the main stairs. Who's going to win this fight could dictate the round.
It seems like W7M have decided to pivot their plays over to study instead, knowing they can't get this vault wall open. 2 players on the balcony and 2 players coming through red. Perhaps a flood into study. This could be explosive.
And the Ying is the perfect operator to aid it. And directly on through Herds. But Newers finds the opening pick. JV92 does manage to trade him back immediately. Herds knows about the position of Laxing, and the NS this time comes from Volp's. Dream now going for the flank from study. His position is seemingly known. It's certainly covered. Gets it down, but not out as of yet. A 1v2 in this post plant. This is where Dream must earn his salary.
1 player in vault and 1 player far outside playing this long post-plant game. That's it. Just by the archway connector. Dream hit by a Nomad charge, delaying this even further. Volps to clean up the round. Yet another one on the board for W7M.
And with it, the match point, it is a 6-1 scoreline. Brazil standing tall. They will not let Oxygen breathe.
Absolutely not. That roam game just was so choked out by W7M in every single way. KZ, he was so quick on the entry. The player inside of Statue, blink and you miss it, really. He was barely even looking at him by the time he got in the building. Foxay, he played a great roam as well inside of Astro. Unfortunately, he got droned out. They were able to take down at least 1 player, but all for null as eventually W7M flood the site with all the utility they had. The mirror windows come down to nothing as they're smoked out, and just another clean round for W7M.
And now there are 5 chances for W7M to lock in playoffs. A win here doesn't even matter if it's regulation or overtime. A win is playoffs for W7M. Feels inevitable at this point. Even losing in overtime, which is the worst they can do, 98% chance of making playoffs.
That's crazy.
It would take a miracle for W7M to not make playoffs at this rate. But it's just a formality to lock it in. And if you can do it in such a devastating fashion as a 7-1, and that would be quite a story to tell and quite a statement to make to North America and to Oxygen, who've struggled so significantly and will be fighting for a playoff spot in themselves, particularly over Wolves, who are also looking so hot right now, but are yet to qualify for the playoffs.
I just love the vibe that these W7M guys have. Every single game that I've watched them play has been just an immense amount of teamwork, being on the same page. They never look like they're out of step from each other. Even though they are aggressive, it's a disciplined aggression. It's an aggression that's so calculated. It's so well put together from the team. Even on this particular entry, they've seen the mirror window and they're not just going to go and run in at him or anything like that. They're waiting for that 90 cutoff. They're waiting for the drones to come through and see what utility that they can get to work. Volps, he's just taken a heaps of damage off that 90 cutoff from a C4. It seems like for now, Oxygen will hold on.
And they need to. There's a lot of stake behind this game for them as well. While W7M are trying to qualify for playoffs, Oxygen trying to avoid being locked out. If they lose in regulation, only a 12% chance they can make it. But W7M, they do find the opener. Foxay goes down. Looking for a second. How does he do it? Please tell me. Immediately cautious of the flank with the skeleton key. Newers can find nothing. No info. Blind. Deaf and dumb. Oxygen in a 3v5 to stave off the 7-1.
W7M now in pole position to take this match. A 3-on-5 situation, 3 smoke canisters now made, 2 for Dream. Something heroic needs to come out of Oxygen if they want to stay in this matchup, in this series, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
A bomb has been located.
You say W7M are in pole position. I say they're on their final lap. Oxygen miles and miles behind. The 3v5 at the best of times is a tall order, and there's a whole minute for W7M to work with. GDN with the diffuser, droning out Master. He spots Newers, I do believe, who's just rotated into Closet, but the real player that needs to step up here is Dream. He's the one holding on to Trophy, and he's going to feel so much pressure very shortly.
A Master side take is what W7M are electing to do. With only 41 seconds, they will be met by the mirror window. Is it too little, too late? I'm not sure, but they certainly have the man advantage. Laxing to collect one, Hurts to collect a second, and it's all happening here on the bomb side.
Oh my god, KZ finds one. It's all up to Newers. Hurts to close it with a 4K. W7M are the second team at the Berlin Major to make it to playoffs.
And what an incredible performance that was from start to finish. It was W7M every single step of the way. Oxygen were caught in the current that this team had made, the aura that was just unbeatable and permeates the entire server.
You call them W7M, I call them W7-1. A dominant victory over OXG, and we'll be back to break it down after this quick break.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on a Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pyjamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad. Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yable.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm?
They have a rematch with
This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
What a way to round off the night. A dominating game from one of the most dominant teams that we have here at the Berlin Major. W7M are something else. I'm a big fan. I know you were already a big fan.
I was already a big fan.
I've been convinced.
Very good. That makes me very happy to hear. W7M, of course, making waves through that server. Not just waves through the server, waves through the group. What an incredible series they've had so far. What an incredible major run.
Yeah, undefeated so far, unbesmirched, not even a single point drop. But let's have a look, a deeper dive into the match summary, figure out exactly what went on that game, because there was quite a bit to keep up with, quite a bit to follow, even though it was a very short match. Only 8 rounds it took for the Brazilians to cop the dub.
For W7M, they just looked dominant every single step of the way. Oxygen, it felt like every single attempt that they tried to do, whether it was in the early round, pushing into the mid round, even going into places that W7M weren't contesting, they were eventually met by the resistance of these plays. They couldn't get an entry to work. They couldn't clear out any utility. Even the small, tiny little tricks they tried to do, putting down claymores, they couldn't do. It was shut out all the way by W7M.
Yeah, and that's going to put Oxygen in a difficult position as we round off day 2 here. The groups are starting to shape up, so let's go through one by one. Group A to kick it off. We have had quite a turbulent group here, Mandy.
Yep.
At the start, it looked like this was going to be pretty clear cut, right? Dom 1 was at the bottom. No chance. They were terrible. Lost their first 3 games in a row. And it looked like NIP were really great. And now XSET is somehow at the top of the group. Rogue, NIP, and XSET all in strong contention for a playoff spot. Technically, it's still possible for Dom 1 as well.
This is by far the tightest group of the 4 that we've got at the moment. Everyone, bar Dam 1 here, with still a slim chance actually now, has a chance to make it into the playoffs. It all comes down to one final day of the groups, and that is tomorrow. And it's just, I cannot wait for some of these matches to go ahead. It's going to be crazy.
Well, let's break it down. Like, how much chance do each of these teams have for the playoffs? We have a graphic to show the playoffs chances as well. So, I mean, looking at this, tomorrow, the next game, this is what we're looking at. The next game that these teams play, XSET can confirm their playoffs if they win. Dam 1, if they don't win in regulation, their next game, they are done.
And then in the side of Rogue and NIP, this is really the midfield battle that's going on here. That's so important. Rogue, they have almost made it through. Even if they win their next match, they still haven't been confirmed. But for NIP, if they win their next match in regulation, 91%, that is a very, very close to being certain to be confirmed into this playoffs. It's just, wow, what a tight midfield battle that we have going on here.
Yeah, it certainly is. So the games tomorrow, we've got Dam 1 versus Rogue, Dam 1 versus XSET, NIP versus Rogue, and NIP versus XSET. So make sure you stay tuned for tomorrow for those games. But let's have a look at Group B and how the standings in there have shaped up so far. Again, this one has been shaken quite a bit. FaZe Clan, though, no one can touch them.
No, absolutely not. These guys look very dominant alongside their partners inside of W7M, Latin America, on top of 2 groups at the moment. They've just been crazy throughout this tournament. On the side of G2, they came out the gates flying, honestly. They've done very, very well in what we expected to be yet another competitive group. Soniqs, they've disappointed us. We thought that they would be higher up in the standings. We thought they'd be competitive alongside SANDBOX. And it's just been, overall, the big story for FaZe.
Yeah, the only point for Soniqs, in fact, came from losing in overtime to G2. I think FaZe at this point, everyone's looking, yeah, they're going. But, you know, SANDBOX, G2, and Soniqs are going to have to fight for it. Tomorrow, SANDBOX will play both Soniqs and G2, and then FaZe are going to play Soniqs and G2. So a lot of games going on. But let's have a look at Group C to continue going through this. This is the game that we just watched. W7M, flawless. Plus 16 round differential. Unreal. No one can touch him. But there's still a chance for Oxygen and Wolves.
And at this point, yeah, W7M, they have rightfully deserved their spot in the playoffs. They've been so dominant to every single team, no questions about it. But for Wolves, we just saw them playing a very tight game against the Gaimin Gladiators. That was very, very close. And perhaps them dropping the points in overtime, could it come to their demise? I'm not sure. We don't know the statistics on this one just yet, but it's going to come very close once again between the Wolves and Oxygen, if Oxygen can get a game back up in their pocket.
Yeah, if Oxygen can stand up against Wolves tomorrow, they'll be playing Wolves and they'll also be playing Gaimin Gladiators. If they win both of those games, their chances of making it through are looking good, especially if W7M can put away Wolves. But our final group, Group D, Mandy, this is the one that has me the most excited because up the boys, APAC South, up Thailand. Elevate on top. They haven't dropped the game yet, even though they have been pushed hard in their most recent game. They dropped the point there. Undefeated, though.
That is incredible for them. I don't think anyone expected them to make it this far into the playoffs, but wow. Have they put on a show here from our friends in APAC South. We love them. We know that you guys love them as well. They've won so many hearts in this major. On the other side of this group, though, FURIA, M&M, and Astralis, it's not so competitive at the bottom, but FURIA, they've had a pretty good showing as well.
Yeah, and realistically, there's still a chance that those bottom 3 teams can make it. Elevate's obviously already confirmed, so the bottom 3 are just fighting for that second spot. And I think it's fair to say one of the biggest disappointments of Berlin Major so far is to see Astralis struggle so much. Yeah. They were the runners-up in Charlotte, right? The most recent major, they were close to winning it. And if they get top 4 at this event, they can actually lock in the next 6 Invitational. They're the top-ranked team in the world right now at this event, and yet they've only won a single game, and that was in overtime. Tomorrow, they're going to have to redeem themselves by beating M&M and FURIA to try and get that spot back, whereas Elevate just have a bit of a victory lap. They'll play M&M and FURIA as well and could potentially shut those teams out of playoffs.
And there's just such heartbreak as well for Astralis. They had a really great major run. That grand final game that we saw them do was phenomenal, and I thought that they were going to come back into this one and look for redemption, look to take it all, but now it's Elevate and FURIA on top.
Yeah, looking very good for them. But let's talk about the games we've got on tomorrow on the schedule. We've already prefaced it a little bit, but we have 16 matches coming through across Stream A and Stream B. Manny, we're going to be kicking off Stream A with the 2 Elevate games. Yep. We thought that was maybe going to be the games to qualify them for playoffs. We didn't expect that they would already be in the bloody playoffs by that point. But then we also get to round off that group by casting the 2 Astralis games later on. Of course, our lovely casters will be taking you through both of these 2. I know Parker and Pengu are also only casting the group, so make sure you tune into their games because they won't be in here for playoffs. Any particular games or teams that you really are keen to see tomorrow?
Well, I think it has to be looked at. This group, we're just looking at the Astralis M&M, Astralis and FURIA to decide who goes through to the playoffs alongside Elevate. Now, we saw in that last graphic that if FURIA actually beat Astralis in regulation, they're 100% confirmed. That is a very important matchup for them.
Yeah, and even the last match on on Stream B, rather, Wolves versus Oxygen, that may well decide the final team going from their group as well. But overall, it's going to be an action-packed day tomorrow. I am very keen for it. It's crazy to think that we're already kind of coming to the end of the group stage. We're 2/3 of the way through the groups. Playoffs will start on Friday, but first we have a couple more teams to eliminate.
It just goes by so fast. There's only 3 days. It's action-packed. It just feels like there's hours upon hours of siege, but it all has to come to an end eventually.
Yeah, well, we've had 16 teams here at the Berlin Major, and tomorrow there will only be 8 remaining. On Friday, we're going to let you guys all into the venue to kick off the main stage, the playoffs. I can't wait. I want to ask you one question before we close the show tonight, Mandy.
All right.
Who's going to win the whole event on Sunday? Who's it going to be?
You can't ask me that.
Hang on a second. It's a big question, but
for me,
to close the stream.
I love LATAM, so I'm going to go in and say FaZe or W7M. I love them. They've done phenomenally, and I feel like that train isn't going to stop anytime soon.
FaZe, W7M, 2 flawless teams so far. The only other team that hasn't been beaten is Elevate, and I'm going to pick them because I am a shill, and I don't even care if people call me biased because I am. So I hope that they take it. But FaZe and W7M are looking fantastic too. Anyhow, thanks everyone for watching today. It has been a hell of a group stage so far. And of course, it's only going to continue tomorrow. So make sure that you get up bright and early or whatever time it is in your time zone. Tune into Stream A and Stream B. We'll take you through the finals as we get to the playoffs this weekend. So thank you again for watching. And from everyone here at Ubisoft on the stream, good night.